Wake up, Los Angeles. The Dodgers get the sweep against the Royals, and now all the focus turns to a huge 4-game set this weekend at the Ravine against the Milwaukee Brewers. Plus, what we know so far about the Lakers' new owners and their plans for the purple and gold. It's a Thursday here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In today, once again, for Derek Fisher and Cody Decker. How are you on this fine Thursday?
Oh, I'm fine. Had a great day doing massive deep dives yesterday into this sale. And boy, oh boy, as you peel back the layers, I pulled a little Pablo Torre and found out a lot of things. And a lot of those things don't seem super legal. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk about this and the future of the Dodgers, which, by the way, this absolutely affects the future of the Dodgers.
It was just about 23 hours ago that you and I were sitting on this very desk on what seemed like a mild Wednesday morning, recapping Blake Snell's first start
it was
since
such
early
a good
May.
start.
It was just smooth.
The whole show was going to be good vibes and like, dude, Blake Snell's back, bruh. Oh, God, Dodgers are great.
And then we had to get out the microscope, and Charlie Day on the chalkboard and made sure all the wires were crossing and figuring out what the heck had just happened.
Who is Pepe Sandoval? There is no Pepe Sandoval. I'm running around here looking for Pepe Sandoval.
Yep. That was all the case of yesterday. And there is still so much to unpack, and there are so many angles and narratives to discuss with the Lakers' new ownership and the Mark Walters sale to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger. But the real question people want to know, Cody Decker, on this Thursday, August 13th, how many of the 6 NFL preseason games that officially kick off week number 1 of the NFL preseason will Mr. Decker be watching tonight?
Agreed. That is the question on everybody's mind today. For sure in Los Angeles. No question. That's what they want to know. I will watch one of them. Well, I will moderately tune in to one of them.
And that one would be?
The Raiders.
Yes,
I do want to see how poised, how collected, and see if Fernando Mendoza is a semblance of what everyone is selling him to be, which could very well be the case.
Yeah.
But also, I will also tamp the brakes a little bit, saying, I'm also aware it's his first preseason NFL game. It is August 13th. He likely won't start a game this season, provided health is there for Kirk Cousins. And I will also very much temper my expectations, but I am intrigued and excited to see it. Football will actually be played tonight. Yes, I will see a little bit of that.
Nice.
But the truth is, the majority of my time, my eyeballs, my mind, will be dedicated to this upcoming series between the Dodgers and the Brewers, which I have to say, Dodgers get the sweep. Brewers get swept. Time to be alive. Amazing.
74-47. It is the Milwaukee Brewers record. It is the best in the National League. But the Dodgers, after the sweep of the Kansas City Royals, are now 73-48. Tied with the Atlanta Braves for the second best spot in the National League. But first place in the NL will be decided this weekend in downtown Los Angeles. For now. A 4-game set between the Brew Crew and the Dodgers starting tonight. Roki Sasaki gets the nod.
Very excited to see Roki getting back out there. Of course, another great victory by Eric Lauer last night. We'll get into all the details and minutia of that, and of course, all the Roki of it all today. But the thing that we are also kind of burying a little bit, just a little bit, because I know people in LA don't want to pay attention to it, but you better start paying attention to what's happening in San Diego right now, because the Padres are playing really good baseball.
The hottest team, the hottest offense in baseball since the All-Star break.
Hottest offense. And you know what's crazy about that? Going into yesterday, this team, the San Diego Padres, had a negative run differential the entire season. Going into yesterday was the first day they got to a run differential of 0. They finally evened it all out. Now they have a plus run differential, I can't believe it, of 1. They have a 1-run differential. Their players are playing off the charts offensively. As of late, out of nowhere, their pitching has been very good. They added Casey Mize, and of course, we know Robbie Ray being added to that staff. Guys, we cannot sleep on the Padres. We cannot sleep on the Diamondbacks. These are 2 dangerous teams that are currently behind the Dodgers.
San Diego dropped 5 of their first 7 post-All-Star break. They have now won 15 of the next 19, including a sweep of Milwaukee. So we say nice things about the Padres as the Dodgers are now only a game behind the Brewers as this huge 4-game set starts this weekend at the Ravine. I thought you were going to tell us that Los Angeles should be paying attention to one of the biggest sports stories of this Thursday, August 13th, the Field of Dreams game in Dyersville, Iowa.
No one's paying attention to that.
Oh, really?
No one's paying attention to that. Come on, dude.
Is this heaven? No.
No.
It's Iowa.
No, it's Iowa.
Dad?
I've played there.
Want to have
Iowa.
a catch?
dude, no one says
Cody Decker's favorite movie.
No one
Field of
says
Dreams.
want to have a catch. It's not a phrase.
Would
That's a made-up phrase.
If you had to rank The Odyssey or Field of Dreams as your favorite films,
I'd
you
probably
go with
put
Field of Dreams?
I would put Gigli above Field of Dreams.
I don't even know what Gigli is.
Gigli is the Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, wonderful starring venture of the early 2000s.
If you build it, they will come.
No, they won't. They will not come. It doesn't. Nothing in that movie makes a lick of sense. Not
Yeah, I thought you
one
were scared of ghosts, Ben.
Not if it's Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Why?
Because he needed to correct things.
I don't know,
and make
man.
Right
I don't know,
with his...
man. Don't Google what the thought process of a lot of players back in the 1919s were like. They were not exactly your type of people, not exactly my type of people.
No, but it made for a great film.
It did it though.
I love
did it though.
Listen, Field
When
of
was the
Dreams
last
is a top
time you
five.
watched it?
On a plane about a year and a half ago.
On
And
a
I
Plane is
thought it was
exactly
really
where you should watch it.
Great plane movie. And I thought it was really good. I mean, James Earl Jones is fantastic.
Yes,
in it.
he is.
Kevin Costner, I thought was okay.
He's a very bleh actor.
Ray Liotta, fantastic as Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Love me some
as
Ray
well.
Liotta, but you know how bad of an actor he was in that? Wouldn't even learn how to swing the bat left-handed.
How come? He's a righty?
He's a righty.
And he was like, I'm only...
I don't know. Why was Shoeless
Interesting-
Joe a righty?
interesting
It drove
character
me
development.
nuts. You could have just put him in an opposite jersey and used mirrors and bat him left-handed.
Yeah, I still love it. You know what my favorite baseball film is of all time?
Let's hear it.
A League of Their Own.
You know what? That's not a bad choice.
Thank you.
That's actually a fantastic choice. I'm trying to get Crash to watch A League of Their Own because
Crash
wait,
has never
did
watched
Crash?
anything.
I think Crash actually did watch A League of Their Own. Now I think about
I
it.
was just telling Raj that I have been trying to educate myself in honor of our conversation last time, boys. I've watched A League of Their Own. I watched that on a plane, and I enjoyed it, but not as much as I watched Bull Durham last night in your guys' honor.
Last night, Bull Durham, baby!
Last night, Bull
Wow.
Durham. And there was definitely some funny moments in there. Was not expecting it, but out of the 3 baseball movies I've watched in your guys' honor, I like Beer League too, but Bull Durham, definitely, I get why you guys were on me about not seeing it, but also it's not up there with like a Godfather, so no one's like required to see that in like a cinematic like masterpiece list. You guys were on me though. You guys were on me like, you need
I
to
don't
see
think
this.
anybody would put Bull Durham in the same category as Godfather.
I sure as hell would.
You would?
You know, not Godfather 2, but Godfather I would.
Wow.
I think nostalgia's really, really hurting a lot of people in certain cinematic adventures.
I think Godfather is one of the great films of all time. I think Godfather 2 is better.
I think Godfather
Obviously,
2
we
is
don't talk
better
about
as
the
well.
third and
I
final
think
of that
Francis
trio.
Ford Coppola is the most overrated filmmaker of all time.
Wow.
I
Now-
firmly believe that.
Now, we could really get into some great conversations.
Oh, I can go all day on
throughout
this.
film here in Los Angeles. I feel like this is a great place for you to be from and to live here in LA.
Absolutely.
Because it blends your 2 top interests, I would say, sports and film.
Film, absolutely. I grew up in a theater company growing up here in Los Angeles, specifically the Santa Monica Civic Light Opera. Starred in a lot of plays
Wow.
growing up. Yes.
You have a nice voice.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah. I mean,
I have a nice voice.
the
Yeah. Do
vocal
I have a
cords
good
now.
singing voice? Yes.
Really?
Dude,
the
I
pipes
was-
sound good. But
Buddy, I starred in The Music Man. I was Professor Harold Hill. He's a what? He's a what? He's a music man. He sells clarinets to the kids in the town and the rat-a-tat drums. Big brass bass, big brass bass.
you were kind of like Troy Bolton before Troy Bolton.
You're welcome. I was.
You could have been the
I set
baseball
tone.
and the musical guy.
This is 100% true. When I was in college, I'm sorry, when I was in high school, there was realistic conversations of me not going to UCLA and instead attending Juilliard.
I was going to ask, was there a moment in a young Cody Decker's life when he had to make a decision, 2 paths diverge in a wood?
I wouldn't say it was a decision, but I would say a conversation or two was had.
Okay.
Yes.
To think, if you had gone down that other road,
I knew my
where would
I
we
knew,
be?
I
Multiple Tony Award
You
winner
have to
Cody
understand-
Decker.
You have to understand, Ben. At the time, I was really handsome. I was a really good-looking 18-year-old kid.
I still think you got it.
But I had the foresight, understanding it wouldn't last that way. I wasn't going to keep the boy band good looks that I once had. I
were
knew,
right.
dude. I knew I was heading straight for a Kratos of God of War type of look, and Daddy's here. Daddy is definitely here.
I still think it would have played on Broadway.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
you could have done some stuff.
What part could I play on Broadway? Looks-wise.
You probably would have been typecast.
Yeah, as
the
like the
muscular
stepdad.
motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
You would have been a great stepdad. A great stepdad.
Yeah, just like this angry dude that comes home. I just
Listen,
typecast as that forever.
It's never too late to follow your dreams, Los Angeles. So maybe Cody Decker will have some opportunities. The Pantages A Theater coming to you soon.
Los Angeles, I disagree with Ben. Sometimes it is too late for your dreams.
You know who still has it? Speaking of a guy that still possesses it.
Eric Lauer.
Eric Lauer.
That's how you
Our
transition, ladies and gentlemen.
You're
We're
welcome.
pros.
Pros here on D-Fish and Decker. I asked you yesterday, after his worst start by far in a Dodger uniform against the Cubbies last week in Wrigley, would Eric Lauer bounce back? And Cody Decker, he absolutely did so. Guiding the Dodgers to a 4-2 victory in a series sweep of the Kansas City Royals. 6 1/3 out of Eric Lauer, only a single earned run, 2 scored against him. Not great fielding at the shortstop spot by Mookie Betts, but he did hit a solo home run for a second consecutive night.
Made up for it.
11 appearances in a Los Angeles Dodger jersey for Eric Lauer, and the Los Angeles Dodgers have won 10 of those 11 games.
Phenomenal work by him. And by the way, phenomenal work by him in multiple realms, because got in trouble early. Obviously, we mentioned the Mookie Betts of it all. You are absolutely right. Mookie has not been playing his best shortstop lately. But you know what? If you're going to hit solo home runs and make up for it immediately, I got your back, Mookie. You know I got your back. That being said, Eric Lauer with nearly 50 pitches in the first 2 innings looked like it was going to be a dodgy situation, especially knowing that the Dodgers bullpen has already been a little taxed and getting ready to go into this upcoming series. It was looking like a scary time right out the gate, because I said yesterday I need the Dodgers to have an offensive barrage. They didn't quite have the offensive barrage. Scored 4 runs, 3 home runs. I'm happy to see that. That being said, dude, Eric Lauer did a phenomenal job. Getting through 6 full innings is a wonderful job, especially getting up nearly 50 pitches in his first 2 innings, because he needed to stay out there no matter what. Even if he got to 100 pitches in 3 innings, his ass needed to stay out there. It was his first time actually pitching over 100 pitches this year.
112 pitches for Eric Lauer. His first time hitting the century mark as a Dodger in all of 2026. His first time since late June of 2025 had he thrown more than 100 pitches. It was the first time as a Dodger that he recorded an out in the 7th inning. In fact, let's talk about it and hear from Eric Lauer about the distance that he went last night at Dodger Stadium to record his 6th victory as a Los Angeles Dodger.
Being able to go out there for the 7th, I thought was huge, and I was all about it. I would have kept going if I could have got the chance, but I think at that point it was probably the better call. So, no, I think every time we go out there, we try to make it as deep into the game as we possibly can, and save the bullpen.
And recorded the final out of the night via his 6th punch out of the game. Just the 2nd time in the 11 outings that Eric Lauer has appeared for the LA Dodgers, Cody Decker, he has not allowed a home run. Of course, he gave up multiple long balls last week at Wrigley Field. So a very stout performance from Eric Lauer. And to your point, Landon Knack, who was optioned back up from AAA, closes the game 2 2/3 to hold things down for Los Angeles. So only 2 arms used by Dave Roberts and company as they get ready for this critical 4-game set at home this weekend against Milwaukee.
Very critical, and yeah, great job by everybody all around. Seriously, saving that bullpen was a huge thing. They're going to need every arm they can get their hands on this upcoming series. Now, Roki has been pitching out of his mind as of late, so I'm hoping that can continue. But he knows how important this series is. The Dodgers are aware how important the series is, and you better believe the Brewers are more than aware of how important this series is. They just got swept by San Diego, and by the way, there's deeper things to that. Pat Murphy, I can imagine being more pissed off today than he ever has, because the only time Pat Murphy's been fired in Major League Baseball was the San Diego Padres. I know, I was there.
I was going to say, if Pat Murphy would be pissed off.
I don't think he's happy today.
You.
Don't think he's happy today. Think he's pretty upset.
But I think that is a key thing for managers this time of year as we approach the middle of August with about a month and a half remaining. It was the charge that Dave Roberts gave to this team, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who had dropped 8 of their most recent 9, entering this midweek set against Kansas City. We are in a wild card spot. We would have to be playing in a wild card series if October began at the start of this set. Now the Dodgers tied alongside the Atlanta Braves after the sweep of Kansas City, only a game behind Milwaukee ahead of this weekend at the Ravine. If I had to ask you for your biggest storyline following this series against the Royals, is it just the sweep itself, winning all 3? Is it the bats waking up of some of those familiar faces that we expect, most notably Mookie Betts, who had an awesome 3-game series against Kansas City? Is it Eric Lauer returning to form? What do you think is the biggest storyline of this series? You could also include Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell going back-to-back if you would like.
Well, let's keep it really simple. I think the absolute biggest story of this actual thing is the fact that the Dodgers have won 4 of their last 5. Going off that really, really ugly little stretch that they had right there, they needed to just get wins. I didn't care how they did it at this point. I didn't care if it was an offensive barrage. I didn't care if it was dominant pitching. We kind of got a mixture of the two. I wouldn't say the pitching has been dominant outside of course, Blake Snell in this series. Tarek Skubal has not been dominant, but he's been very efficient. Yesterday, Eric Lauer, very efficient, and the bats were enough.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say that about the Dodgers offense. The bats should not be enough. But I have noticed one thing in the narrative lately, and I want to see what you think. It's been fascinating to see this, because this is a new thing.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's not there, but seeing the narrative shift from Dodgers are the most insurmountable mountain that's ever existed to, boy, what an old team of washed up vets that we all have to move up from. That happened real fast over a week and a half. What the hell timeline did I just get into?
How quickly the narratives can change as things start to take a dismal turn. Because if you are going to poke holes in a Dodger team that will only be judged by their chase for a 3rd consecutive World Series, it is the age of the positional group. And if they are starting to show some of those slowing signs, then I think that could be a concern. I would say this week, for what the performances look like, a couple of very clutch RBIs out of Max Muncy, including the walk-off game winner on Tuesday night in the 10th. Freddie Freeman continues to stay hot. Very scary moment for Freddie yesterday. In the top of the 8th. That always scares me. Every time I see a player get close to the bullpen, or close to the dugout, I'm always like, be careful, be careful, be careful. And right near the photo bay on that first base side in the Royals opposing dugout, he took a slide down the stairs. Did appear to be okay. Dave Roberts said after the game, just some body soreness. But that is always a very scary image when you see somebody slide without any idea of where they are and down the dugout stairs.
Yeah, and by the way, in case you didn't see, no Royals players, no Royals staff there to help him catch it.
Like one arm stuck out by a trainer.
One trainer, and that's my fun fact, he was my trainer in Kansas City. I watched him like, dude, where were you? Catch him. What like, somebody get over there and help the cat out.
Would he have caught Cody Decker in a similar situation?
Clearly not, because I probably weigh more than Freddie Freeman. I'm very dense.
Yeah.
Very dense
Freddie,
with my speed.
A little bit like a lean, tall frame.
Yeah, and I've always figured, based on Freddie, the look, and this is not a knock, but I always figured he had bones like a bird, like very, very hollow bones.
Yeah.
So he's probably fine.
He is fine. He looks okay. He came back out there, stayed in the game. We'll see what his status is for Game 1 against the Brew Crew tonight.
He did speak about it after the game a little bit. He talked about how sore his body is. Yeah. He also mentioned that Dave Roberts already had him set up for a day off on Friday. Yeah. That could be just changed to today, depending on how he feels, but he wants to play today. Yeah. This is what he said post-game, mind you. Or just fresh out of the cold tub, which, by the way, smart move. Get right in that cold tub, my man.
For sure. Here's what the manager, Dave Roberts, had to say about the status of Freddie Freeman in the scary moment in the 8th inning last night.
So Thomas gave me an update by text and said that he's sore, hand, knee, foot, shoulder.
Sounds like a children's song.
I think that we really dodged a bullet. Very scary visually. I didn't really get a good look at it. I think for right now, in good spirits, which I think is a good sign, just kind of total body soreness right now. So it'll be day to day.
Listen, I saw the play. It looked painful. It was actually, dude, I had flashbacks of landing like that. You know what it looked like, though? Because he did kind of miss the entire staircase. He almost he didn't even jump in. He kind of fell in, but luckily didn't fall down the stairs, just landed on the ground completely on his side. It looked like Macho Man Randy Savage trying to go up for the big elbow with no one at home, like when they roll out of the way. He just landed straight on his side. It looked brutal, but as you mentioned, he stayed in the game. No issue there. And he got a clear bill of health. But yeah, he just landed on cement from 5 feet up. That hurts.
Very much so.
A lot.
I think it's probably good he did not take a tumble down the stairs.
Agreed.
Like boom, 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 boom.
Like he's like he didn't. His ankle isn't backwards. Right. He's like he didn't like Cam Scattaboo himself.
I also love what Doc said right there. Hand, foot, knee, shoulder. That is the children's song, I'm pretty sure.
That's really nice of him. But considering the fact that it's good to know what body parts exist.
He did record a base knock last night, as Freddie Freeman's average this year is now 306. Let's hear from Frederick himself on that very scary incident in the 8th.
Yeah, I do. I didn't hit my head, so that was the key part there. I am sore. Kneecaps are sore, shoulders sore, hands sore, wrists sore. I mean, I fell. So I'm in good spirits. I've already cold tubbed. I've done everything I needed to do to put myself in a position to be able to hopefully play tomorrow. I just talked to Doc and Andrew and Gomer and everybody in there. So we'll just see how I feel tomorrow when I wake up.
I think he's going to take a day off.
I think he'll probably have the day. 4-game set. No days off for the Dodgers. I believe 13 games in 13 days for Los Angeles since the start of the series against Arizona. All runs scored last night at the Ravine for LA. All 4 in the 4-2 victory to complete the sweep against KC via the long ball. Mookie Betts solo shot in the bottom of the second. When the Dodgers were trailing 2-1 after the Mookie Betts error that allowed Jack Caglione to be on base and eventually score, Shohei Ohtani, 2-run shot in the bottom of the third. And how about a Fetty Wap, as Steven Nelson called it? Hunter Fiducia, his first career home run as a Los Angeles Dodger as well.
Loved it. And it was funny, earlier in the game I was thinking in my head, how great would it be if Hunter Fiducia hit a home run here? Now, he didn't hit a home run that at bat. He did his next at bat. But Shohei Ohtani with the Oppo Taco, very much needed, especially after coming off that early strikeout early in the game. Listen, the team is running on the proper cylinders, as we already mentioned. Mookie Betts doing his thing right now offensively, kind of getting himself right over this last week. The guys that have been asleep all year, they're starting to wake up, and this is good news for the Dodgers, especially going into this series with the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm fired up. 4-game series, man. This is a preview of October.
As big of a series as you are going to see in the middle of August, especially for that first place spot in the National League on the line. We will continue to talk about the bats, waking up for Los Angeles in the Mookie Betts resurgence this week against the Royals. But next, we need to take a deep dive into what we know, what we still don't know, and what is still to come with the Lakers' new ownership. We'll do that on the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker.
Striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else you know can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game?
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a
Modric, the amount of games they've played and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, that's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical.
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when you see. It is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. That's the second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still,
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, you're kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there,
pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete, and Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. It just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of
just about 23 and a half hours ago that Los Angeles was shocked by some big sporting news early on a Wednesday morning. It's a Thursday here on D. Fish and Decker. The Los Angeles Lakers, for a second time in about 14 months, sold to new ownership. Mark Walter selling his majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to former Disney CEO Bob Iger and businessman Josh Kushner to the tune of $12.5 billion, up by $2.5 billion from the purchase price that Mark Walter agreed to buy from the Buss family last summer that became official in late October of $10 billion. Cody, I think in the last 23 and a half hours or so, so many details have come out about the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers. Shocking, stunning to many around the NBA, to many here in Los Angeles. We know some of the facts. We have heard from Bob Iger for the first time, speaking with Kobe Price of the California Post about his intentions and how lucky he is, as he has said, to own one of the historic franchises in sports.
Famed Clipper fan, by the way.
Famed Clipper fan, longtime Clipper season ticket holder. That will need to be justified, of course, as he takes over the purple and gold. As you have had some time to sit with this, try to unpack it to the best of your abilities, where do you stand right here, right now, on the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers?
Not good, Bob. Not great, Bob. I can't stress this enough. This is getting uglier and uglier and uglier the more and more this gets peeled back. And let's start with the initial thing that Shelbourne put out there, which was the aspect of how quickly this took place. Yeah. Now, mind you, this was a week ago. These guys were dead set and ready to basically take on the Las Vegas expansion. Yep. And before that, of course, the $20 billion bid to try basically to buy FIFA, which, of course, led to worldwide boycotts. This has been a very interesting, rapid dive into trying to own a massive piece of sports real estate from Kushner in this last just month.
Yep.
And it has been exceedingly public throughout all of it. Bob Iger, by the way, it's very interesting. His net worth is between $600 and $700 million.
Correct.
So he's going to be more of a figurehead type of guy, all of the way Magic Johnson kind of is with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The aspects of this that are ugly is, one, everybody in the league, in the NBA, as of right now, is completely shocked by this because this is not something that the NBA wants. And the valuation of this team skyrocketing to $12.5 billion seemingly overnight is something that needs to be heavily looked into because, make no mistake, 1 year ago, the Boston Celtics in 2025 sold for an exorbitant $6.1 billion, which we were all going like, whoa, $6.1 billion for the Boston Celtics. That is crazy. Can anyone truly, and I'm a diehard lifelong Laker fan, and I understand that the market size of Los Angeles is bigger than Boston.
Yeah.
But there's no universe where anyone can say that the Lakers' valuation is more than double the Boston Celtics in 1 year. That is very, very worrying to me, to the point where you start looking into what's going on with Mark Walter. We already mentioned yesterday the timeline of all of this. The timeline of the investigation, which is ongoing and pending right now. And then the immediate visit to the White House, of which very much lavished President Trump with a Dodgers ring, of which I even said out loud, I'm like, I wonder if we're going to hear much about that investigation going forward. Now, we haven't heard a ton about it, but we do know that it's still looming and ongoing.
Right.
Going really quickly to selling the team of the Los Angeles Lakers that he purchased within the last year for a $2.5 billion markup, I have to say, and then selling it to a member of the Trump family, I have to say, does not exactly look phenomenal on him, to the point where, why do you need the $2.5 billion? Because those of you that have made this, what I really felt was a disingenuous argument. Well, when you get offered a price you can't refuse. This is Mark Walters. He owns the Dodgers.
Yeah.
The Dodgers and their entire ownership group gleefully boasted this last year about making over $1 billion in revenue in 1 year, which they should boast about it. Look at everything the Dodgers have accomplished on the field, off the field. The Dodger Stadium is currently titled Uniqlo Field at Dodger Stadium. I have no idea how much money Uniqlo paid for that, but we can pretty much assume that if anyone were able to buy the naming rights of Dodger Stadium, which has had one name for 75 years, then I think they about paid a pretty penny for that. Then you have all of course, the Japanese money that's been coming into the Dodgers, the cash cow that just is Shohei Ohtani. So now you have the Dodgers, and they purchase the Lakers for $10 billion, and then they consolidate and put everything under the same umbrella. That makes so much sense to me. Dodgers are a multi-billion-dollar enterprise yearly now. You're going to do the same thing with the Lakers. You're going to have the same front offices kind of running both things. Advertising can go under the same umbrella. This is a very smart consolidation thing. I can only imagine how many billions they're going to make off of this yearly. So you can't convince me that $2.5 billion payout for a sale is enough for this, considering the fact they would probably make $2.5 billion in revenue yearly based on what they were just doing.
It's a really good point, Cody, because there is no direct link, of course, between the federal investigation into Mark Walters' insurance firms and his capital company, Guggenheim Partners, and the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers to Iger and Kushner. But there's a very large elephant in the room that would say this is not simply a coincidence, that whatever punishment and discipline might be handed down to Mark Walter, he needs cash fast. And thus, he took $2.5 billion basically of profit in the last 14 months. The reporting around the timeline of this is also rather stunning and shocking. How quickly the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers and this deal came together. That both Josh Kushner and Bob Iger were heavily involved in any expansion conversation to bring an NBA team to Sin City. That on Friday, when Kushner and Iger had heard some rumblings that maybe Mark Walter, for the right price, would be interested in selling his majority stake of the Los Angeles Lakers, they reached out to Walter, and basically over the span of the weekend, Cody Decker, the Los Angeles Lakers were sold to new owners. The way that it happened, the rapidness of which this all came together, I think is in part of how shocking and stunning this has been for the Los Angeles Lakers, for the front office, for the players, for the Bus family, for fans here and Angelinos in the city of Angels, because we're almost like, wait, deja vu. Didn't this just happen last summer? Don't we have a new owner? Isn't his name Mark Walter? So the fact that this is all compiled in the way that it has, basically in the span of a weekend, and how in a weekend you can come to a deal worth $12.5 billion is the confounding part, and I think what leads to people being overly surprised by the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Overly surprised, overly concerned. Now, here's the thing. Even Bill Plaschke wrote a massive article about it just yesterday, going on and on and on about, very specifically, too many questions have now just been brought up now. I have so many new questions that I never had in the past now. Now I got a lot of questions about the Dodgers' finances. Now I got a lot new questions that I didn't have in the past about all this deferred money that you guys have. I have a lot of questions wondering exactly where this money is all coming from now. I didn't have those questions yesterday. They have now opened themselves up to a massive can of worms that I have to say might not be a can of worms they want opened.
As of this time, the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers from Mark Walter to Iger and Kushner does not affect his ownership of the Los Angeles Dodgers or the LA Sparks. Here's what we know about Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. They have been business partners before, because Iger, after he renounced the Disney CEO position for the first time, joined Thrive Capital, which is the firm of which Josh Kushner had begun. They also have a second entity called Thrive Eternal that has tried to get into sports ownership. They have a minority stake in the Miami Heat, of which they will have to dispatch with to take over the majority ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers. They have a minority stake of ownership in the San Francisco Giants as well. And we heard from Bob Iger in speaking with Kobe Price of the California Post yesterday, Cody, about what this all means. And Kobe asked him, do you have plans for what you want this ownership stewardship of the Los Angeles Lakers to look like? And Bob Iger said, at this time, it's difficult for me to say because we don't even have plans. It's not like I'm hiding anything. We haven't even had those formal discussions, as this has not been formalized and legally passed by the league. They do mention how this is such an honor to take over the Los Angeles Lakers, but there is still so much that will come out from all of this that we just simply don't know here on the morning of Thursday, August.
Well, here's what I do know, and this is about Thrive itself, which is founded by Josh Kushner. And this is where things get really, really dodgy and really, really questionable very fast. Thrive was basically created after COVID. 2021, they were evaluated $2 billion in their assets. 2024, $25 billion. And 2026, $50.5 billion. This is a lot of things of surging valuations of their core portfolio stakes in things like OpenAI, SpaceX, and Stripe. This is a massive, massive company that just has been built within the last couple of years, and now they're buying up a lot of sports entities. This is getting ugly really, really fast. And make no mistake, this has other things leaking into other sports. We have a CBA coming up in Major League Baseball. Look what's happening with the valuations of teams like the Lakers. Why do you think every owner desperately wants to get a salary cap in? Because if you get a salary cap in, the valuations of these teams skyrocket through the roof, because you have now capped all expenses and you've basically created an ATM machine for yourself.
Yeah, that is where sports ownership is going right now. We will continue this conversation to try to simply as we can explain it to you what this means for the Buss family, what it means for Jeannie Buss as the governor of the Los Angeles Lakers, how players are reacting to this news, and of course, what it means for the fans as well.
And real quick, how long do you give it before the Dodgers are put up for sale? That's just not hyperbole. I would not be shocked if this happens.
There is definitely some question of that. At this time, Mark Walter has no intention or plans to sell the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Saturday he had no plans to sell the Lakers either.
He probably would have said the same thing last week on Thursday. The Rams' first depth chart of the Super Bowl season in 2026 has now been officially released. We react to the biggest news that you need to know up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much, because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, you know, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you? But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years. It's a copycat league. You know, people have seen OKC do it, and you know, you start marking your roster after them. You look at San Antonio; it's a lot of length, and so the roster construction has definitely changed. And it's been interesting to be in it and watch kind of the shift.
So I want to talk about the face of their team, Jalen Brunson. And you had a moment with him after that historic Game 4 comeback. You were in the building and you apologized to him on air. What was the backstory on that? Was it anything personal, or was it just a take that you had in that moment?
No, I don't take any of this stuff personal. When I say something, I'm not coming from a personal space. I'm coming from a space of analyzing. And Jalen Brunson plays for the New York Knicks. Yeah. They're always going to be a highly spoke about team. And so people will say, oh, man, you know, this guy's a 1A. And for me personally, I think there's like 4 or 5 1As in the entire NBA. Yeah. 1A to me is like no matter what team you go to, you're going to be the best player on that team. There's not a lot of guys in the NBA that's going to be the best player everywhere they go. Yeah. So I was like, you know, I don't know that he's 1A right now. He's going to prove that he's a 1A. Yeah. Great. You just went and proved that. When I said what I said, which is like, yo, I think they're going to need a more likely star like LeBron, like a Steph, in order to ultimately win a championship. It was started 3 years ago. I was right then. Yeah. To Jalen Brunson's credit, he's worked his butt off. Yeah. And he's become that. And they've built a team around him to allow him to become that. And so I wanted to say to his face, yo, I said you weren't this. To me, you've now proved that you're that. One thing I hate in media is people say things, and then when they're wrong, they never address it. It's like they move on and as if they never said it.
It was cool. It was like really, I noticed the moment and I was like, oh, this is rare and this is rad.
I double as a basketball player and media, right? But like, I think it's important.
This Thursday is a football day all across the United States, but even here in Los Angeles, as we have a 6 slate games of NFL preseason action on this Thursday, August 13th. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. The Las Vegas Raiders will be at home in Sin City, hosting the Arizona Cardinals for their preseason opener. We are expecting to see some of the starters, including that quarterback competition, play out in real time. Kirk Cousins and the number 1 overall pick in Fernando Mendoza. Probably won't see the starters for the Los Angeles Chargers as they head to H-Town to take on the Texans, but we will see many of the youngsters for the Bolts as Jim Harbaugh laid out the plan as well. We are not entirely sure, Cody Decker, who we will see at the quarterback spot for the Rams preseason opener come Saturday afternoon in Arrowhead against the Kansas City Chiefs. Still the status of Stetson Bennett for the preseason up in the air, but what we do know, 48 hours out from the Rams preseason opener, is the first depth chart of 2026 for what everybody is hoping and frankly expecting will be a Super Bowl run for the Rams this season. And when you have all 11 starters along your offensive unit back for a new year that has those Super Bowl aspirations, there's not many positional battles, Cody, but there is, of course, that for the backup quarterback. Stetson Bennett, officially listed as Matthew Stafford's backup QB2 in front of the rookie Ty Simpson.
Makes sense to me. Just plain and simple. Rookie Ty Simpson. We haven't seen much of him yet. We don't know what he really possesses. We don't know what he's going to be doing for this team. We don't even know if he's the quarterback of the future. Hell, we even pontificated yesterday of a stopgap of Baker Mayfield. Say if everything goes great for the Rams this year and they want to go pivot with another veteran next year. It's going to be an interesting week. Like I said, I never put a ton of validity into these depth charts this early. I never really pay too much validity to say something along the lines of preseason game 1 and exactly what the depth charts and what the lookout's going to be on that. But it does lead to some interesting speculation, interesting conversation, and obviously the eye test today is going to be very fascinating this week, not just with the 6 matchups today, but the Rams later on this week.
Absolutely so. And I think when you really get into the depth of preseason action, it is to figure out your 53-man roster. It is to figure out your 2 deep, to understand who is going to be your backup quarterback, your 4th wide receiver, your backup left tackle, all of the things and those reps, especially for the guys trying to earn that experience in the National Football League that will tell the tale. What will be interesting to see is if we see Stetson Bennett at all throughout the NFL preseason for the LA Rams. We know we're not going to see Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay's philosophy on the preseason, pretty simple. He doesn't play the starters. He doesn't play the vets, or very rarely does so. And even Jimmy Garoppolo, of course, with the veteran experience as the backup, did not get much run during his preseason ventures with the Rams. If we don't see Stetson Bennett, Cody, it's probably an indication that he has a firm hold on that QB number 2 spot behind Matthew Stafford, because we know for sure that we are going to get a lot of reps and a lot of teach tape on Ty Simpson throughout preseason action.
I mean, just think of it practically.
Yeah.
Who would you name your backup right now anyways? It's Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
It's a guy with veteran presence, guy that's actually been there, guy that's played in actual games, some of which are even big games. Now, is Stetson Bennett the end-all cure-all? Absolutely not. But if we're talking about a backup quarterback for the reigning MVP with this lineup out there, no, I'm not comfortable throwing. Say Matthew Stafford goes down in week 2. Of course, knocking on wood, want nothing to do with that universe.
Yeah.
That being said, but say something like that happens, it's not out of the realm. Matthew Stafford has dealt with injuries in the past. Hell, we were lucky we got Matthew Stafford at all last year with a back injury out the gate, and then amazingly, we got an MVP season out of it. But if that happens, say in week 2, week 3, you can't in good conscience put Ty Simpson out there knowing that full well that you got Puka Nacua to the left, you got Devontae Adams to the right, and you have all of these outrageous offensive weapons. You need somebody that at least has a veteran presence that you know can go out and win you a couple of football games.
It was the legendary football coach and offensive genius throughout his time in the National Football League, Tom Moore, that was once asked about 15 years ago why the Colts were not really having their backup quarterback take any reps during practice behind Peyton Manning. And he simply pointed at Peyton Manning and said, guys, that's number 18. And if number 18 goes down, we're screwed. He used a different word. And he said, we don't practice screwed. So the backup quarterback is an interesting positional battle for the Rams, maybe in notoriety alone, because if Matthew Stafford goes down, of course you want somebody to be able to provide that stable support and hopefully go through. But if Matthew Stafford goes down for any significant amount of time, the 2026 campaign for the Rams is going to get off the rails and probably not get to that final destination of a Lombardi trophy. But in the offseason, right here, right now, it is hopeful, it is optimistic. It is why the Rams have been so stringent with their practice strategy around the 38-year-old signal caller in Matthew Stafford.
I do disagree with you on one thing.
Okay.
One thing and one thing only. They will reach a final destination, but it'll be like the ending of Final Destination.
Yeah. When
where
you're on a
everyone
roller coaster
dies.
and all of a sudden it just falls
When
out.
everything
Yeah.
falls to complete place.
At least Stetson Bennett gets to be in the front car if that is
Do
the
you
case.
want to be in the front car?
Yes.
Really?
In that case, if it's going to be sudden Final Destination
Why,
death,
you
I
want
it
to have the
done.
best view?
No. Well, yeah, I guess. Final 4 seconds of my life, but I would want it to be first, done, see ya. I don't want to be in like the sixth car where like metal comes back and impales my stomach. I just want to complete first on impact.
You just
I'm
want to
done.
blink your eyes and it's done.
Yeah.
You know what? I appreciate that and I get that.
Again, in a Final Destination death scenario, that would be what I would like.
Are you a roller coaster guy?
No.
Me neither, dude.
Very anti-roller coaster.
By the way, I wouldn't say I'm anti-roller coaster, but I
Yeah.
never understood the adrenaline rush by
I
it.
love
Rod,
it.
You're big on roller coasters,
Oh,
huh?
absolutely. I love it.
What-
First drop, nothing like I like to hold like a penny in my hand and watch it float and just I like that feeling
A
of
penny? Do you actually do? Can
Do you do that?
No, if you hold your hand out flat, use a penny or a nickel. And by the way, kids, don't try this at home because they tell you not to do this at the
Yeah.
parks. And on that first drop, when you go down, it will levitate and just float above your hand. I love stuff like that.
It sounds like a great way
That
to
sounds
accidentally
cool.
smoke somebody else in your cart with
Yeah.
a penny.
No, you
like-
catch it when you
Or
get
like
to the bottom.
penny impaling your hand. as
Wait,
you're
so
going
when
down.
you're talking about roller coasters, like
Yes.
define is a Six Flag like
Yes,
adrenaline roller
that
coasters?
type of stuff.
Okay,
I want the big drop.
okay. I will admit I hate those.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's not because I don't like the Six Flags of it all because like they don't tell a story. You know, when you go to Disneyland,
they tell a
every
story.
ride tells a story.
It's just a story for a
University-
5-year-old. You get no adrenaline.
I don't need adrenaline. I want to be told. I want a
He
bedtime
likes his
story.
I want to almost die.
Of course.
I'm
Naturally.
so scared of it all that I don't really like any component.
You
of
can't
it.
even go on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
I
man?
can go on Matterhorn. I can go on Thunder Mountain. I have done all this stuff at Disneyland. California Scream and miss me with that. I have been dragged onto Tower of Terror many a time, and let me tell you, it is terrifying.
Have you been on it lately? Because it's no longer Tower of Terror.
I've heard
It
that.
is now a like Guardians of the Galaxy
Yeah,
ride, and I will
man.
tell you, it's a lot of fun.
It is.
It's completely different.
For the narrative, I love the Tower of Terror.
What do you got, Aaron?
I was just saying they play the jams during the ride.
Exactly.
Like, it's cool.
So
Yeah.
like Tower of Terror, I will
Guardians
freely
of the
admit, I found it scary. The going up and down, the whole thing.
See, I like the bellhop, like the creepy old bellhop.
When they
yeah.
changed it to Guardians of the Galaxy, they've turned it into like this fun roller coaster ride. It's not scary at all. It turns out if you just play some good tunes, it's a good time.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of roller coasters. I tell people, and there's truth to this, that I have motion sickness. Really, I'm scared of
Okay,
heights. I'll
somebody
admit it.
somebody just said
I'll
this
tell
here.
all of you.
This is true. So Knott's rides are perfect for me. This is according to Donnie.
Okay.
He likes Knott's Berry Farm. I went to Knott's Berry Farm for the first time like 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And I hadn't been since I was like a little kid.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this was terrifying. There's this one ride where you're like standing up like you're in a straitjacket and they pull you up to the top of the thing. Now I was in the front of the top of the thing. What I didn't know is that when you get to the front of it, it actually goes over like the actual bend. So I'm sitting there strapped, like looking over to what is about to be my death. And then I go and do the ride. Afterwards, I looked at my mom like, we're leaving. I don't want to do that again.
No.
30 minutes later, power outage at the park. They were trapped at the top of that thing. I was just thinking in my head, if I had to be stuck in that straitjacket overlooking like a 130-foot drop for 30 minutes because of a power outage, I don't know what I would have done, but it would have been bad.
Would have been bad.
You would
That
have set
sounds
your ass
terrible.
up there. That's what you would have done. You had no choice.
You would have been stuck.
I had another choice.
Listen, I have not been to Knott's Berry Farm outside of Knott's Scary Farm in my life when they renovate it for Halloween
That's
and it
not
goes a
my-
little bit crazy. Halloween Horror Nights at
I've
Universal.
done that many a time.
That's also very
That-
fun
that
stuff.
could be- that could
I
be a good
enjoy
time.
that. I am not a roller coaster fan, and the Los Angeles Rams are hoping that 2026 is not a roller
Look
coaster.
at you,
That it's
bringing
like it's a
it
small
back.
world is Disneyland, and everybody's just
Brought
having
it back,
a good time.
people. You
see what I did
you
there?
heard it. You saw it on
You saw it.
YouTube. That is
Yep.
real.
Pros here.
And he's not on
Efficient Decker.
steroids.
No.
He doesn't need enhancements to make those.
I do not. Although steroids, well, we'll get into that.
It's a different world these days.
Yeah. I feel like you could do some clean stuff.
Yeah.
You know what? Ready for another one?
Let's hear it.
You know what positional group for the Rams feels like it's on steroids?
What is that?
The depth of the tight end.
Oh, son! He did it again!
You're welcome.
He did that again!
Because
that's free!
In that first
He didn't even
depth chart,
charge you for
in
that!
both of the positions in 12 personnel, we've got matching starters on either side. We've got Davis Allen and Colby Parkinson on one, Tyler Higbee, and the youngster who people are expecting a breakout season from in Terrence Ferguson on the other. That is the strength of the Los Angeles Rams' first depth chart. We're just getting going here on a Thursday morning.
Has the show started?
On D. Fish and Decker. We're going to recap a series finale and a series sweep for the Dodgers, taking on the Royals, and of course the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers. Up next here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
In the business.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now, going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I've moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with four defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment, but, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gives your DC, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation?
Rise and shine, Los Angeles. It is 7 a.m. on Thursday, August 13th, and it's D. Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens, in today for Derek Fisher once again, and it's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you. Hop in the YouTube chat, at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA on all the socials, and of course, 855-975-2326. A plethora of topics that you can discuss and debate with us. The Dodgers completing the sweep against the Kansas City Royals ahead of a huge 4-game weekend set at the Ravine against the first-place Milwaukee Brewers. The sale of the Los Angeles Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. How should you feel as a Lakers fan? And, of course, Cody's favorite on this Thursday, 6 NFL preseason games to take a deep dive into. A huge Thursday, Cody Decker, here in L.A.
Yes. Lots to talk about. Listen, the Dodgers series coming up is definitely the thing that's piquing my most interest. As much as I want to sit here and say very excited about the Raiders preseason game, I am, but it's more out of morbid curiosity, my guy. The Rams later on this week, not necessarily as morbid, but certainly some curiosity. This Dodgers series is going to be killer, and I'm fired up for it. One, any opportunity I get to watch Pat Murphy in pain is worth my time.
Don't you love Pat Murphy?
Didn't say I didn't love him. Just also said I love seeing him in pain.
Sometimes you want your best friends to experience things like that.
Let's pump the brakes on the best friend comment.
You don't think Pat Murphy is your best friend?
Oh, I can absolutely confirm that he is not my best friend.
Would you invite Pat Murphy to a wedding? Your wedding?
Having been married, I did not invite him. But I do wish I invited him to my divorce. He would have really enjoyed that.
He would have.
He would have had a fun time at that.
Pat Murphy seems like a fun guy.
Pat Murphy is a fun guy.
Pat Murphy, of course, the manager for the Milwaukee Brewers.
He was my manager in San Diego. In fact, his offensive coordinator and hitting coach, Jason Lane, which, fun fact, Jason Lane, one of the few guys that ever made it to the big leagues as a hitter and then later on as a pitcher.
Wow.
Jason Lane, former USC standout, national champion Jason Lane, will be in Los Angeles as well. My former roommate in AAA.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look at all the ways that Cody Decker is plugged into Major League Baseball.
Dave Roberts was my bench coach.
And a great UCLA Bruin.
And a UCLA legend, my guy, along with your boy, Cody Decker. Check that out. I got a banner in left field at Jackie Robinson Stadium.
Does Dave Roberts have a banner?
Of course he does.
Okay.
He's Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts should have a banner.
Cody Decker had a banner and Dave Roberts didn't have a banner.
No. Dave Roberts should have a banner at places he's never been.
Yeah.
That's how highly I think of Dave Roberts. And for the record, the Dave Roberts you guys see on TV at Full Inside Baseball, if you guys think this is like some sort of act, no, that's Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts, I remember when he was interviewing for the Dodgers job.
Yeah.
Now, I got a phone call from somebody at the San Diego Padres. I was a free agent at the time, just made it to the big leagues, and I was between 3 teams to sign with: the Dodgers, the Royals, and the Cubs. And the Dodgers at the time had not hired a manager yet. And I remember I was talking with them the whole thing, and they were asking me what I thought of Dave Roberts. And I remember saying, the nicest man in sports.
Yeah.
And they're like, do you think he'd be a good manager? And I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, but he's so nice that I'm like, if you put him with like a superstar team, they might not take him seriously, and that might suck. And I'm like, and I don't want to see that happen to Dave Roberts. And he gets over to the Dodgers. I'm like, oh man, that's the all ego team. I don't know. I've never been so happy to be wrong about something in my life. Yep. Dave Roberts is legitimately like Mr. Rogers with the wisdom of like all of the great baseball greats. And truly, if you want a guy, the 2 best managers in baseball when it comes to making players believe in their best selves, you got Dave Roberts and you got Pat Murphy. Unquestionably. Now, now they have different personalities. Right? Pat's a little bit more brash, a little bit more different in that thing. I've always called Pat Murphy he's basically a con man. He's a con man who decided not to go the Danny Ocean route and decided he really liked baseball.
Okay, so not a bad con man.
He's a con man with a heart of gold.
Yeah. You like people like that.
Yeah.
Because they're good, they're sneaky, they're very conniving and often intellectual.
Boy, conniving's a great word. A great word. Am I saying it's a great word for Pat Murphy? It's a great word. It's a great word.
This weekend, you're hoping Dave Roberts gets the better of Pat Murphy.
Last year when he swept the Brewers, I might have texted Dave Roberts saying, thank you for doing
There's
that.
good smiles on Cody Decker's face. You're hoping to sweep the Brewers this weekend in the 4-game set. That would give the Dodgers the best spot in the National League. And, of course, last year in the NLCS, it set the stage for a second consecutive World Series. Cody Decker just laid out for you why, when he is talking about Major League Baseball and the Los Angeles Dodgers, you should very much listen. So when I ask you, after a 4-2 victory last night at the Ravine, and the Dodgers completing their first sweep of the second half, taking all 3 games against the Kansas City Royals, what stands out to you most? Eric Lauer getting back to form, 11 outings in a Dodger uniform, 10 wins for Los Angeles, back-to-back nights with a home run for Mookie Betts, who was sensational in the set against the Royals. Or maybe Shohei Ohtani hitting a 2-run home run in the bottom of the third. What is your main takeaway from last night in the series at large against Kansas City?
Boy, oh boy, my biggest takeaway was just efficiency. Now, this was not a perfect series by any stretch of the imagination. Now, yes, they swept the series, but in no way, shape, or form did the Dodgers dominate the series at any given moment. This was hard-fought games all around, one of which was a walk-off come-from-behind victory. The Dodgers are still efficient. I just don't like the way they're winning games at the moment. But the most important thing is that they're winning games. They've won 4 of their last 5, especially coming off that skid. The biggest takeaway from this series, which of course unfortunately got some cold water poured all over it yesterday's show, due to the fact that, my God, the world is on fire. The Lakers just sold for $12.5 billion.
Yes.
So we didn't get to talk about what I thought was the most amazing thing, which was Blake Snell. Blake Snell's outing was so much better than I expected. So much more dominating than I expected. I said yesterday, and I know it's on the clip, which is currently over there on Instagram. Check it out, at the Fan LA. It was encouraging that he threw 85 pitches. It was incredible that he dominated this team in those 85 pitches with 10 strikeouts and 6 full innings pitched. I can't stress enough, where the Dodgers are going on their pitching staff, I think is the most encouraging thing. The fact that we got Tyler Glass now in his thing. We don't really know much about Blake Trinan still at the moment, but at some point we assume he's going to be rejoining this team. We already got Edwin Diaz back, and they've already used him in a closer capacity, which shocked me, but man, did it work. A very efficient 12-inning pitched inning. I don't know what to say other than the Dodgers are primed for a good series. I would like to see a little bit more out of the bats.
Yeah, for sure.
As a whole.
And only in all of these games scoring at most 6 runs, as they did on Monday against Kansas City. Having to come from behind in all 3 games in this series. The Dodgers were trailing in the third when Shohei Ohtani went oppo taco for a 2-run blast that put the Dodgers in front for good. The first ever home run for Hunter Fiducia in a Dodger uniform.
Made me happy,
some
man.
Insurance in the bottom of the
fifth.
fifth.
Made me happy.
It was a really great thing to see. And again, Steven Nelson on the... You know what? Actually, let's hear from Steven Nelson, because I hope we have the ending of how he detailed Hunter Fiducia's first ever home run as a Dodger. Okay, we do not have that. I did believe that we did, but he called it a Fetty Wap.
Well,
and that I love.
You got to appreciate that.
You do.
Steven Nelson, by the way, friend of the show. Great stuff from Steven. You know what? I don't think I told him this. I think I tweeted this at him one time.
Okay.
Steven Nelson, when he was over at MLB Network, they were doing a late night TV watch along. They only did like 2 of these. I think it was like him, CC Sabathia, and a couple other dudes. And they were just doing a baseball watch along. And Steven Nelson basically was the moderator of this little like couch watch along. Dude, it was one of the best things I've ever watched on MLB Network. And I give like Steven Nelson pretty much all the credit for it. The way he was kind of pulling all the cords, he did a phenomenal job in that role.
The Dodgers have been very blessed with their announcers. Of course, the incomparable, the immortal Vin Scully, to go to Joe Davis and to have Steven Nelson there as well. As good as you will see. As was Mookie Betts in this series.
Huge.
6 for 11. 2 homers, back-to-back nights on both Tuesday and Wednesday, both a solo shot in the bottom of the second. The first time that Mookie Betts has had consecutive games hitting a long ball since the end of June against the Padres, and actually before that as well on June 24th, a team sandwiched in between that I'm forgetting right now, but back-to-back home runs against San Diego on the 26th and 27th. 6 for 11, Cody, for Mookie Betts in this series against the Royals. 3 extra base knocks as well. Reach base safely 7 times. That has been one of the main storylines post All-Star break for this struggling Dodgers offense. What are we going to do with Mookie Betts? Is this signs of regression at the age of 32 years old? Is this the Mookie that we are all going to see for the remainder of time? And so I think to have this series to start to find his stride into a huge weekend against Milwaukee is a really, really big thing for the Dodgers, and I'm sure individually for Mookie Betts as well.
Absolutely. Listen, has there been regression? Yes, absolutely. There's year-to-year regression pretty much in every player, especially when they hit their 30s. I still think offensively he's still there. What's been concerning me with Mookie Betts as of late, and if you look at the numbers, he's still a top 10 shortstop still in Major League Baseball. But this last series, I will say, was a little glaring, some miscues on his defensive side. The throwing error yesterday, the misplayed ball on Tarek Skubal in the first inning of Game 1 of this series. There have been some concerns. Now, granted, the Dodgers didn't really go out and make any moves on the shortstop market, which was suggested a couple of times and possibly moving Mookie Betts back out to the outfield. But I was kind of a mention on this show. You move Mookie back to the outfield, you're creating 5 different problems. That being said, I will admit, Mookie at shortstop has been noticeable for the wrong reasons as of late.
It was a throwing error in the third that allowed Jack Caglione to reach base safely, and then a couple of batters later, Salvador Perez drives him home for what was a Royals lead at the time. 2 runs scored against Eric Lauer, only 1 earned, and again, 11 outings as a Dodger, 10 victories for the Dodgers in those 11 games. Lauer himself 6-1 with a 3.48 ERA.
But there's one thing that I think we all need to still tamp the brakes on. And I know Dodger fans are still kind of freaked out. And I'll freely admit, I'm not loving what the offense is doing right now, even after this sweep. But we all need to get a grip. The Dodgers still have the best run differential in Major League Baseball by 12 runs above the Milwaukee Brewers. They have a run differential of 142 runs. That is the biggest run differential in the game. For an offense that has been struggling since the All-Star break, the way the Dodgers have, and they still have a pretty substantial lead in the total year run differential, guys, this is the best offense in baseball still.
I think it was one of those main conversation points because entering the series against the Red Sox, the Dodgers had the best offense in baseball, best team batting average, best WRC plus. But when they had dropped 8 of 9, that WRC plus dropped from a best in the bigs at 113, down by basically 30 points, to an 84 WRC plus. So to see the offense deliver in this series, to see Freddie Freeman continue to get base knock after base knock, to see Shohei Ohtani have multiple hits and a 2-run blast last night, Max Muncy stepping up in crucial and critical spots, Teoscar Hernandez even an RBI, Mookie Betts more hits in the 3 games against the Royals than his previous 8 games overall in the month of August. Is it a fair question to ask? Is the offense starting to pick things up here in the middle of August, or was it just a good series against the lowly Kansas City Royals?
It's one of those things I can't answer that yet because it's a we'll see. Let's see. Now, we've seen what they've done against the Kansas City Royals. Now, let's not pretend that the Kansas City Royals are having a good year. They simply are not. They have the 3rd worst record in the American League, which makes them the 4th worst record in all of baseball. They are only barely behind the San Francisco Giants for that 5th spot. They're just barely 1 game ahead of the Colorado Rockies for that 4th spot. So the Royals have had a bad year. Their run differential is minus 114. That's about as bad as it can humanly get. That is almost the direct opposite of what the Dodgers are currently rocking. I need to see him do it against the Brewers now. We got 4 games here, and we are getting that at a floundering Brewers right who just got swept by the San Diego Padres. But also, we also value teams' records a little too high when it comes to August 13th. It's not about what we've done in the past now. Now it's about the teams that are hot from this point going forward. Because watch out, all of a sudden the Toronto Blue Jays have won a bunch of games. All of a sudden they're a game and a half out of a wild card spot. The Detroit Tigers are playing their best baseball without Tarek Skubal. They're a half game out of a wild card spot. Minnesota Twins, Cleveland Guardians, all within a game of a wild card spot. The National League side, the Padres are no longer outside looking in. They now have the second wild card spot. Cubs are rolling right now. Guys, as much as we want to say, the Dodgers been floundering, yada, 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 it's all about what takes place in September. The momentum of September into October is where it's all going to be made or broken.
San Diego has won 15 of 19. The Arizona Diamondbacks have been one of the best teams in the National League since the All-Star break, and the Dodgers still, courtesy of the sweep of Kansas City, maintain an 8.5 game advantage atop the National League West. 855-975-2326. Call in, join join the show here on D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday morning. But it's not just the Dodgers we have to discuss. And, of course, we will set the slate for a huge 4-game weekend set at the Ravine between the Dodgers and the Brewers a little bit later on. It's the Los Angeles Lakers and new ownership. It was the biggest story in the sports world yesterday. That continues to be the case about 24 hours later. Cody, I think one of the natural questions for those fans of the purple and gold with this new ownership group, what is the role of the Buss family still? How intimately involved is Jeannie Buss going to be? Because when she brokered the deal to sell to Mark Walter last summer, she was supposed to stay on for 5 years as the Lakers team rep and overseeing day-to-day operations as the Lakers governor. Bob Iger, in speaking with the California Post yesterday, said that still is going to be the plan, but did follow up with a quote that said something along the lines of, unless something changes when it changes.
Yeah. She basically said she's here until she won't be anymore, which is barely a quote. This whole deal allegedly came together in 3 days. How about this? Let's just call it what it is. There is no plan.
Yep.
There is absolutely no plan. There is a brand new front office that's currently in there with the Lakers right now. You know what's interesting about that? It's the Dodgers front office.
Yes.
Which is why I found it very, very weird, and I'll actually go a step further, concerning, legitimately concerning, seeing the president of baseball operations yesterday field questions about this yesterday, saying, "Well, we're not connected at all. It doesn't really have anything to do with us." Your entire front office is working with the Lakers. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, this affects you badly, and the fact that he didn't have a prepared statement ready to go really concerns me on what the hell's going on. This is all of a sudden, this has been from the outside looking in, the best well-oiled machine in all of sports.
Right.
In the last 24 hours, it looks like a rudderless ship.
And that was one of my main points, I think, if you are a Laker fan and you are trying to dive into this outside of the billions of dollars at stake and, of course, what the new owners are doing with each other. How is this going to impact your favorite basketball team from the basketball operational side and what has already been a huge offseason and a critical summer building around Luka Doncic? We read Luka's statement yesterday. He has seen a ton of change in the last few years, not just cities and franchises. This will be the 5th set of owners that Luka Doncic has played for in the last 3+ years. But Cody, I think it's a fair thing to say, okay, what did Mark Walter even do in the 9 months officially that he was owning the Lakers as well?
Oh, I'd love to answer that for you. Let's see. In his 1 year of being the official owner of the Lakers, he raised season ticket prices up 38%, got rid of the billion-dollar entity that is LeBron James himself, and got knocked out of the second round of the playoffs. Made $2.5 billion.
They secured a new jersey patch as well. They put a jersey patch and sponsor on the uniforms of the Laker girls. He brought in longtime confidant Lon Rosa to be the new head of basketball operations. Brought in Farhan Zaidi and Andrew Friedman to be advisors to the Lakers front office. And there was seemingly, at least, Cody, in that idea, a convergence of the Dodgers and the Lakers together, where Laker fans could point to the success of Mark Walter owning the Dodgers, understanding his track record, and say, they've done it to win championships. We want the same for the Lake Show. Now you have no idea, and it will be funny that maybe one of the lasting legacies of Mark Walter's time as the steward of this historic franchise is losing LeBron James.
I'm telling you, man, this has gotten real weird. And by the way, it's even in the chat because I agree with this, and I was going to bring this up today. I was looking very, very forward to bringing this up. Luka Doncic has had 3 owners since he's been a Laker. He's had 5 owners in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And we did read his wonderful quote that he gave out yesterday. Dude, what that quote read like he had a gun to his head. It reeked of PTSD.
You think Luka wrote it?
I mean, it reeked of pure PTSD.
Yeah, no
He's
doubt.
like, this, I've been in this. I don't like this.
Yep.
I don't like it either for you, Luka.
This was what Luka said yesterday. Being a Laker means everything to me, and I'm excited to get back on the court and bring a championship to LA. I've gotten used to big changes over these last few years.
Yeah, you think?
You could say that again until the cows come home, but I know that no matter what, there is no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. I look forward to meeting Josh and Bob so we can get to work building something special in LA together. Quote tweeted, by the way, Jeannie Buss's first tweet since wishing Pal Gasol a happy birthday back at the end of July. Perfectly said. So I think there are not only questions, Cody, for us here on this desk on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, Laker fans, everybody in Los Angeles. I think there are legitimate questions for the basketball team, the basketball operations, the Bus family, their superstar in Luka Doncic. And in the Athletics report yesterday, an agent of somebody in the Lakers starting five, who exactly it is, of course, that remained anonymous, texted and said, "What the F is going on over there?"
Yeah. That's a very,
and I think
very
that's
good
a
question.
really good way of stating it.
Here's the other thing.
Know.
Now, keep in mind, this has not been approved by all the other owners. I'm assuming that it eventually will be, but I have to also assume every other owner is not happy about this at all. This flipping of this team like this is very, very, very... It raises a lot of concerns, and it's raising a lot of eyebrows very, very fast. Also, Liauska, you're going to love this beach house.
First, Nebraska's a beautiful place.
No, it's not.
I lived in Omaha for 2 years.
I lived
Cody
there
Decker lived in Omaha. We love Omaha.
For 2 weeks. I tolerate it.
You know what we
Good
love
sticks.
more than Omaha, Nebraska?
What's that?
NFL preseason
Oh,
football.
he did it again.
We've got 6 NFL
He did it
preseason
again.
games on this Thursday, including our first look at the first overall pick, Fernando Mendoza. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited is Cody Decker? The answer is 1,000. We'll break down the NFL preseason and what we can expect from Fernando on the other side of the break.
So I love it. And
what's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Those
Wow.
are weird.
Stay away from the Williams. Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little You bit. know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie. I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, I'm Bill Clinton. What are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian! I got to go with the Bill Clinton one. But I don't know. Bill Clinton was very...
A 6-game slate of National Football League preseason action on this Thursday, and you are in the right place. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, because nobody is more excited for preseason football tonight than one Cody Decker.
Facts.
As a lifelong Raider fan, he cannot wait to see, more than likely, the veteran Kirk Cousins get some snaps, but most importantly, our first look at the first overall pick for the Las Vegas Raiders, Fernando Mendoza. Scale of 1 to 10, Cody Decker.
Yeah.
How excited are you, in fact?
I'm a solid 5.5, my guy.
I actually thought that was
solid
better.
5.5.
I thought you were going to give me a 3. So
No,
that's not...
the reason why I'm giving you 5.5
Yeah.
is because I will actually tune into this game.
Yeah.
You normally can't pay me to tune into a preseason game. They are a waste of your time, my time. It's a cash grab. That's what it is. That being said, I want to see the first overall pick take a couple of snaps. I want to see how he looks under center. There's been rumors that he's looked a little sloppy in camp as of late, and that amazingly Kirk Cousins is looking immaculate and fantastic out there over at Raiders camp. I can't wait to see this version of Kirk Cousins that I firmly believe does not exist.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins turns 38, I think, in 6 days from now. So happy early birthday, Kirk Cousins. Fernando Mendoza is the future of the silver and black. They host the Arizona Cardinals starting at 5 p.m. Pacific. The Chargers also in action. One of those other 5 games of NFL preseason action. They head to Houston, which has been a house of horrors for Justin Herbert, but we do not expect to see Herbert or any of the starters tonight for Jim Harbaugh and the Bolts as he enters his 3rd year as the head coach. So the focus, of course, is on the first overall pick in Fernando Mendoza. You will be watching. What do you hope to see?
I just want to see some efficiency. I want to see a couple of throws downfield. I want to see him have at least one play where he uses his legs. I want to see how the backfield is going to be used. I want to see the footwork. I also want to see what that offensive line looks like right now, because I have absolutely no idea. If there was one thing we could all agree on, those of you that love the Raiders, hate the Raiders, indifferent about the Raiders, guess what? We can all agree about one thing. That offensive line last year was made out of graham crackers. Poor Ashton Genty, who was labeled with having a bad year. Did he break more tackles behind the line of scrimmage than any other 2 running backs?
And they've invested in that offensive line. They bring in the veteran, the best center in the National Football League for my money.
Highest paid ever.
Yep, in Tyler Linderbaum. They moved Jackson Powers Johnson, the young player as well to the right guard spot. Still have to figure out the tackles. Colton Miller, DJ Glaze, probably your front runners for those two very important positions. But that's partly why I have enjoyed this offseason for the Raiders. They are investing in the spots around the first overall pick in Mendoza, the areas that are necessary. They bring in Clint Kubiak, a very bright offensive mind, as the head coach. You have Ashton Genty. You have Brock Bowers. You probably need a bigger wide receiver outside of Trey Tucker and Jack Besh, but I like those two names as well. And you bring in Tyler Linderbaum to fortify the center of that offensive line. Cody, it's always an interesting thing in preseason, but one of the main areas of growth that Fernando Mendoza needs to show in Kubiak's system, of which we have all become familiar with, he helped guide Sam Darnold to a Lombardi Trophy last year, is playing under center. It might sound minuscule, it might sound menial for the number 1 overall pick, but Mendoza only took 5 snaps under center in the entirety of his 3 years as a starting quarterback collegiately. His 2 years at Cal, and last year, of course, a Heisman Trophy winning campaign leading Indiana to a national championship. Only 5 snaps under center. I think largely we are going to see him under center tonight in Las Vegas because that is the main area of development for when eventually Fernando Mendoza takes over the keys to this Raiders organization.
Listen, it's just a matter of time, and it's also a matter of time maybe even this particular season because you know how the voices get.
Yeah.
And those of you in LA, you guys know how we all are. When things go wrong, we need to change immediately. Now, luckily, the Raiders have been so bad for so long with so little playoff success and so much turnover at the quarterback position, especially, which is, again, I brought this point up yesterday, and I still can't believe it's real. The Raiders have the second most turnover of any team in the last 20 years at the quarterback position, only behind the Cleveland Browns. But we all agree the Cleveland Browns quarterback turnover is so comical that if you put it in a movie, the willing suspension of disbelief doesn't even exist. I can't believe it's real. But the Raiders are second in that, which is crazy to me, considering the fact that Derek Carr quarterbacked it for a whole decade.
Which is one of the wilder parts of it. There was consistency at the quarterback spot for a decade under Derek Carr, and now since Derek Carr has been gone,
a clown show.
A rotating cast at that quarterback position.
Completely. And this is an opportunity to see what the future stability will actually be. And I've said it all along. I think the stopgap of Kirk Cousins was a great signing. I was actually calling for it months before it even happened. A couple of people said, "No, you're nuts. Why would you do that?" I'm like, because it makes sense. Plus, he's the only other weird-ass white dude that's weirder than this kid. This is a great guy for him to learn from.
Those two in a locker room together, they have already done the Step Brothers promotional
Which
shoot,
was gold.
Which was gold, and exactly the thing they should be leading into. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Do you think there is anything that Fernando Mendoza can show you, but more importantly, probably the coaching staff in Las Vegas, that would change the quarterback competition, that would make Mendoza be the week 1 starter?
Literally nothing. If he threw a 110-yard bomb from end of end zone to end of end zone, I would still say Kirk Cousins needs to start this season. There is no reason to see him out there at all. In fact, I'm considering that these next few months, all the way leading into October specifically, is specifically going to be a showcase on whether or not we can move Max Crosby or not.
Ooh.
That's what I think the first 2 months of this season are and should be focused on. I'm not going to pay attention to Kirk Cousins. I'm not going to pay attention to the offense a ton this month. The team's not expected to win. I expect this team to be right around that 5.5 win total.
Yeah.
Is that improvement? Absolutely. Especially with the crazy-ass schedule that they got labored with. I still can't believe why the NFL decided to throw a 2x4 across the Raiders' head like they needed the extra competition. This team will be last in the AFC West. I'm looking for growth. The first 2 months is all about the future growth and whether or not we're going to get our hands on another first rounder and maybe a second rounder as well if we do end up moving on for Max Crosby.
And you are trying to put those building blocks in place around the first overall pick in Fernando Mendoza. What I think is cool, if we take Clint Kubiak at his word, and he has not shown any reason not to do so, if we do see Kirk Cousins, that means you're going to have the entirety of the starting offense out there. You would expect at least the starting offensive line that you would see those those guys on the outside, you're probably going to get looks at Brock Bowers and Ashton Jeanty because if quarterback number 1 is going to be there, he's not going to be with the backups and the reserves as well. And it does need to be pointed out in any conversation of when Fernando Mendoza might take over as the starting quarterback of the Silver and Black. The Raiders' bye week is not until week 13. That is the opening Sunday of December. So if you're hoping to make that midseason transition, that is a very late season transition. So I think the plan, although the quarterback competition rages on throughout camp in Vegas, is still very firmly Kirk Cousins until it doesn't make sense anymore.
Completely agree. Based on health, man, even say if week 2 Kirk Cousins is hurt, I'm not even sure I want Fernando Mendoza out there either. I'd rather throw out Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell is still there.
Yes.
He is still a part of this quarterback room.
Listen, the Raiders, we don't have a lot of patience when it comes to fandoms. I think the Raiders fandom has learned patience because the Raiders have forced patience upon us. We have
It's a
had
beautiful sentiment.
We've had no choice but to be patient. We haven't had a winner in years. You gave us the Pete Carroll year. It was embarrassing. You gave us the Josh McDaniel year and a half. That was the worst. You had the second run of Chucky over here with Vegas, which ended in absolute utter disaster.
Don't check your email inboxes, folks.
Absolutely. Beware of what you're sending. Also, I mean, look at that whole draft list of everybody. Like 3 are in prison. Darren Waller retired and became a rapper for 10 minutes. Like, I don't know what to say other than the Raiders are going to be playing catch up for the next 3 years still, and that's if everything still goes right.
And that's why a night like tonight, at home inside Allegiant Stadium, with Fernando Mendoza on full display, can at least bring some hope and optimism if things look very good for the Raiders tonight. We'll see about patience and have an Aaron Donald conversation a little bit later on because the clock is ticking on when he might return to the Los Angeles Rams. And speaking of quarterbacks, are the Eagles throwing Jalen Hurts under the bus? We'll discuss next in You
Better
In
not.
or Out.
It's a very popular president.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number 1. I should have put you number 1, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's a totally fair
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real 5th one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real 5th one? What's the real 5th one in there? What's the real 5th one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
you're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real 5th one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their what is their style, what are they seeing, how are they rushing, and how can I help improve it, and how can we work with each other. If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
Type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300, or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback?
San Manuel. Thursday on D. Fish and Decker. Raj, no roller coaster takes. What do you got for us as we went around?
Oh, yeah, the roller coaster. And we do have a poll, by the way, since you mentioned the roller coasters. The question of the poll was best theme park rides. And coming in first with 32%. Oh, Jesus, people.
Universal.
They picked Disneyland.
Oh,
yeah.
boo.
And then everybody else is at 23%. Six Flags, Knott's,
I voted for Universal. Universal Studios is my favorite one.
I voted for Disneyland because those are the only rides I'll go on.
You're a child.
Oh, Jesus.
What a child.
I admit it.
All right. Can you
Sad.
get past the height limit, or is that...
Whoa.
Wow. All right. Back to this. All right.
6 foot on my dating profile back in the day,
Okay.
Raj.
All
That's
right.
what I stand by.
You're a
Yep.
liar. You're a liar. Never mind, Raj. I'm on your side now.
Yeah.
This short king over here.
Kyler Murray's 6 foot as well. Hey, guys, Ben Johnson is getting some heat for putting pressure on another shorty, Caleb Williams. Kind of short, right? Is Caleb short at all? No, really. A little bit.
6'1", maybe.
Okay, all right, so not that short,
About
but
my
short for a
height.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Anyway, he said about my Ben Johnson. He's getting some pressure because he said about Caleb Williams, in fact, he said, I want more than that. I want to have the highest scoring offense ever. You in or out on Coach Ben Johnson putting all that pressure on a young Caleb Williams?
I'm out a little
Okay.
bit. Like,
Yeah.
listen, the guy's on the cover of the Madden game, so he's already got to deal with an injury. He's
How
got
about
to
get
have-
4,000 yards passing for the first time in Bears history?
It's incredible. Like, he, as of right now, you can make an argument he might be the best quarterback in like Bears history right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's not put any pressure on him, considering the fact that no one's ever thrown for 5,000 yards as a
Or
Bears
4.
quarterback, or 4.
Yeah.
Let's tamp the brakes a little bit. You're in a tough ass division. Win your division.
Yep. What'd you say, Ben?
I'm in.
Okay.
Put that pressure on him. Make Caleb Williams understand. Caleb Williams, notably, in a sideline clip that came out this past season, said he never gets nervous. Hasn't been nervous since his first high school start for Gonzaga in the greater D.C. area.
That's nice.
So I think that pressure, you ready for this? You're going to love this.
Let's hear it.
My senior quote at Calabasas High School in the yearbook, pressure makes diamonds. So Ben Johnson putting that pressure on Caleb Williams results in a diamond.
What a beautiful quote. Did you come up with that yourself?
I think it was Confucius, but then it was me.
You are such a smart 18-year-old. My goodness. Oh, my God.
Yep.
He taught Crash, our video engineer, our video producer, at the what high school did you guys go to?
Calabasas High School.
There you go.
That's
there
not
you go.
That's not a real place.
Here you go. Hey guys, fans are all saying the same thing after 20-year-old Cardinals rookie Jeremiah Love. You know him, the running back, which they foolishly took, even though they have a horrible team. I can't believe that.
Get him, Raj. So bad.
He bought his girlfriend a $300,000 Lamborghini. Here's a quote from a fan. Bro going to be sitting on a podcast couch in 5 years teaching us about taxes and explaining how $10 million isn't really $10 million.
Yeah.
Cody, you're a former athlete who brought your girlfriend a $300,000 Lamborghini. You in or out on this?
Does he not have any people? Like, does he have nobody in his
girlfriend,
in his
not wife, by the way. Girlfriend.
He's got nobody in his corner saying, "Hey, dude, maybe don't do this." Dude, I am so out. I don't know what to do with myself. 300,000. One. Don't buy a Lamborghini at all, let alone for $300,000. But if you are going to do it, don't give it to your girlfriend. Dude.
Not wife, girlfriend.
I can't wait for this documentary.
Yeah.
Listen, it's bad that it's the girlfriend because you never know necessarily unless this is going to be a beautiful relationship moving forward. Probably too early to tell early in his rookie year. You know why it's doubly bad?
Why's that?
If he was a first-round quarterback who in his second deal was probably making $55 million per year, I would say, you know what? Sound investment, do it early. He's a running back. Running backs don't get paid often. There is no guarantee that Jeremiah Love is going to make $10 million a year despite being drafted third overall. I'm out, Raj. It's bad.
Yeah.
Divorce rate is over 50%, and he doesn't even have a ring on it yet, and he gave her a $300,000 Lamborghini.
Lord of mercy. Whew. Hey, word on the street is the WNBA could hand down fines to players committing hard fouls against Indiana Fever star Sophie Cunningham.
Oh, just Sophie.
Oh, yeah, just
God.
Sophie.
Not even Caitlin Clark.
Ben, you in or out on the Sophie rules, I guess?
I think I can speak for Cody that he is out as he turned his back on the show. I don't know if it's specifically Sophie Cunningham.
That's what the report says.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out.
I can't begin to tell you how out I am.
Yeah.
Finish your thought. I'm still formulating mine.
Okay, well, I'll say this. I'm out on it because if it's singling out one player because of things that are happening off the court, once again, the WNBA is highlighting things that are happening off the court as opposed to on the court.
I can't stress this enough. The WNBA talking out of both sides of their mouths, especially the players. I'll just use Sophie Cunningham. Why aren't you guys talking about the play on the field? Why aren't you talking about the play on the court? It's because of you. It's because of this. It's because of all of this. You're doing it to yourself at this point, and I don't even have an ounce of sympathy. I would love to talk about how great all of you are, but you're not letting me.
I heard that.
Oh, by the way, of course, this whole segment, You In Your Out, is brought to you by Yamava. Yamava is hosting the ultimate UFC 330 watch party at the 909 this Saturday, August 15th. You want to be there for that watch party for Islam Makhachev taking on Ian Machado Gary welterweight championship match. Get tickets right now at Yamava.com. And of course, this segment always brought to you by Yamava.
Hey, Ben, I don't know if you know anything about this show, but we get to the bottom of things. You understand? And we're going to get to the bottom of something right now. And this is what we always do. So, visitors from Australia, we trust our friends from Australia, they captured 2 of the new photos of the Loch Ness Monster. That's right, Ben. This is what we do in this show. We get to the bottom of things. And in case you didn't, in case you were, you're skeptical of this and you're a non-believer, well, hear this quote. The head was followed by 2 same-colored humps that emerged out of the water behind the head. And he said what he thought would be the body. He said the report continued. Then he saw ripple lines of about 500 meters. And you can do the conversion if you didn't go to school overseas or anything. And that was behind the humps. And it made quite decent white waves, which he expected was over, but then the head swung back down below the water, and then get this, Ben, he never saw it again for the rest of the day. Then there was a big tail came up and splashed. So are you in or out that we're getting to the bottom of this with the Loch Ness Monster, Ben?
I'm in. I'm looking at these photos as we speak, Raj, and I think, how could that be anything but the Loch Ness Monster?
I'm looking at the photo right now. It looks like an eel.
No.
It's literally an eel.
Looks like the Loch Ness Monster
And by
to
the
me,
way,
brother.
I was at Loch Ness last year. I saw an eel this size as well.
No,
it wasn't a monster.
The eels have to be that big to defend for their lives against the Loch Ness Monster.
Well, actually, fun fact, there are actual animals that are bigger than normal size in Loch Ness because of how the whole thing is shaped and how it's actually like the pressure on there. None of which is, this is an eel!
No.
You guys are crazy.
Loch Ness Monster.
You guys have lost your minds.
Has 2 lumps, knucklehead.
No.
Just
Two
look
lumps.
at the picture. The Loch Ness
I'm
Monster
looking at it right now.
Well, you're looking at the wrong one. I
don't trust Australian people anymore.
Why? They let your team look good in the World Cup.
Don't you remember Ray Gun? That's why.
All right. Hey, Jaden Daniels says no NIL to LSU because he feels disrespected. They did not retire his jersey. So, Cody, are you in or out on Jaden Daniels say no? What is it called? Something in likeness.
Oh, name, image, and likeness. So, yes. Listen, I'm out on this. I understand you feeling like you've been disrespected by the team because they're not giving out Joe Burrow's number, but Joe Burrow did win a Heisman and a national championship. You did win a Heisman, unquestionably. I think you're fantastic. But I'm not going to lie to you, dude. This is as soft ass-ish is what I'm telling you, dude. What are you doing? You better pay attention to your Commanders this season. The fact that you are trying to throw shade over your former because you've been disrespected, dude, blood in the water. I am now taking the under on the Commanders.
I'm out. Major out. This is a very bad look for Jaden Daniels. Very bad look. Now, there's only 3 retired numbers at LSU. Joe Burrow's number 9 is not retired, but nobody has worn it since that Heisman winning and national championship winning season in 2019. There is a player currently now wearing number 5 for LSU, the sophomore who was a freshman All-American last year in DJ Pickett. But to take it to the courts because you were so mad?
So embarrassing.
You're saying my daddy's a lawyer and I'm going to sue you?
Embarrassing.
Oh, bad
Embarrassing.
look. Out.
Man, I've always been such a big Jaden
Daniels
fan. This
guy,
is like,
man.
this is disappointing. This is really soft.
This is so soft.
I heard that. Hey, guys, A-Rod. Remember A-Rod? I like A-Rod. He calls out, he calls out the Yankees front office after the trade deadline, saying go for it. He says that the Yankees didn't go for it. So talk to me, Cody. You in or out of calling out the Yankees front office for not going for it?
I'm always in for calling out the Yankees front office. That is something I think everyone should do. They should have gone way more in on a lot of things. They should have gotten another bat. They should have definitely gotten some arms. They should have been in on Tarek Skubal. Can you imagine if that pitching staff with Garrett Cole, Max Fried had Tarek Skubal? Dear God. And if nothing else, they should have just gone after it no matter what, just to beat the Rays, who, by the way, are on such a heater right now.
It's their second 9-game win streak for Tampa in like the last month and a half. I'm out doing it after the fact for A-Rod. You have Cashman's number. Call him and make the conversation happen. I don't really know what the Yankees could have done more of. Luis Garcia Jr., one of the highest slugging percentages in the National League, leaving the Nats to the Yankees. I didn't really think they were going to be all that in on Tarek Skubal, maybe another arm or two. I don't think it was the worst deadline for the Pinstripes.
It just was kind of, there was just like nothing to it, where you got the Rays that made a little bit of a splash, and you had the Boston Red Sox who really went all in on it. I think just the optics of it alone, with the injuries to their offense, the fact that they haven't had Aaron Judge most of the season, Giancarlo Stanton, I think he still plays baseball.
Right.
And, of course, Cody Bellinger is out right now, too. And the fact that you really didn't spearhead any real more offensive bats on top of that, I do think is problematic. But eventually, most of these guys, or if not all of them, are supposed to come back. So
yeah, I feel you there. Oh, and by the way, Six Flags Magic Mountain is closing the gap on Disneyland. So you can go to YouTube and vote for your best theme park rides.
I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Unless, of course, Six Flags wants to sponsor the show, of which case you're the best.
Raj, would you pick Six Flags? Did you vote for Six Flags?
Oh, I voted for Six Flags
Yeah.
because I've had more head injuries and bodily harm like on those rides. It's
That
like
a baby.
they are freaking crazy.
That
man.
a baby.
Colossus, the old wooden one. You can hear
Dude, I loved Colossus. I
Yeah.
love that if it just got slightly hotter, it would just catch fire. I always loved that about Colossus.
Yeah, me too. Sounds like a very thrilling ride and a great day for full of family fun.
Universal Studios is my spot, man. That's always been my
Go to Harry Potter World, get the butterbeer. You will thank us later. He's Cody Decker. I'm Ben Stevens. A new hour here on Deep Fish and Decker continues on the other side of the break. Let's talk the aftermath of the Lakers' new owners next.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
That
like
was sarcasm.
I see the
Yeah,
sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, And he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude,
No.
you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not? Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the
A new hour begins. It is 8 a.m. in Los Angeles. It's a Thursday morning on D. Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. I am in today once again for Derek Fisher. My name is Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you. Hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA, 855-975-2326. What are your thoughts on the Dodgers sweep of the Kansas City Royals? What is your level of excitement for the 4-game homestand this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers that more than likely will determine, at least for now, the number 1 spot in the National League playoff brackets? And of course, what are your continuous thoughts on the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers from Mark Walter to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, which, Cody, we continue to discuss here as a new hour begins on D. Fish and Decker. And one of the angles that you have touched on, which I think is very sound, of course, especially for fans here in Los Angeles, the 2 premier sports franchises in this city, the Lakers and the Dodgers.
Yes.
And for the last 14 months or so, they were owned by the same guy.
Yes, they were.
Mark Walter. And the sale of the Lakers, as everybody has reported and said, at least for this moment, has nothing to do with the Dodgers. Do you take them for their word?
No. Why? Anyone that does, dear God, what else can I sell you? This is, as far as I can tell so far, and basically we don't know because no books have been opened up any time, and I don't doubt any books will be opened up at any time. As of right now, this seems like the shadiest backdoor deal that's ever been done, not just in sports, but in general. The valuation explosion of the Lakers, make no mistake, is concerning, to say the least, because this team was valued at $7.2 billion just a year and a half ago before this team was even sold for an uptick of $10 billion. Now, at the time, I was going with a little bit more naivety, going like, oh, well, you know, it's the Lakers, and they needed to buy it off the Buss family. Of course, the Buss family jumped at a $10 billion offer.
For sure.
It was $2.5 billion above it. And keep in mind, the Buss family, the Lakers is their entity.
For sure.
The Lakers is their business.
Yes.
They aren't a hedge fund that has 19 other business, and this is part of their portfolio. The Lakers was their portfolio. That was the business. Now, of course, Mark Walter comes in, and it's part of his massive Guggenheim portfolio.
Yes.
It's in there with the Lakers and the Dodgers and many other properties that are owned by, of course, the Guggenheim Group, which is the head of Mark Walter. Now you get this one happening. Now you're selling it to a different type of hedge fund, different type of money conglomerate that has ballooned in its evaluations when I already did the numbers earlier. It started in 2021 with, of course, Joshua Kushner as the head of it. Started with $2 billion in all of its assets in 2021. In a matter of 3 years, those assets got to $25 billion. In 2025, $25 billion is what the entire Thrive portfolio was. Now, in 1 year, it's over $50 billion. This is confusing.
Yeah.
We don't know where any of this money is coming from. A lot of it is part of subsidies from SpaceX and other government contracts, which makes me wonder, how is it possible that you can, through government contracts and holdings, can now buy a sports franchise for $12.5 billion? Also, the Celtics purchase was $6.1 billion 1 year ago.
Yeah.
You're telling me the Lakers are worth more than double the Boston Celtics? Make that make sense.
And I think it also all pertains to Mark Walter's financial investigation federally and by the SEC at this moment into some financial improprieties with his insurance companies and Guggenheim partners. And although they can say right here, right now, there is no direct link between that federal investigation and his sale of the Lakers, and even with the sale of the Lakers, it was a deal that has come together in 72 hours, and he has no plans of selling his ownership stake in the Los Angeles Dodgers or the Los Angeles Sparks you have to be skeptical. Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong. We have Dodgers president and CEO Stan Kasten from yesterday discussing this very matter. I don't know if Aaron is listening to me at this moment, but I believe we have some sound from Dodgers president Stan Kasten. Correct, Aaron, in terms of him discussing this yesterday, because you mentioned this earlier. Andrew Friedman, president of baseball operations in the front office, advising what the Lakers were doing. So let's hear from Dodgers president and CEO Stan Kasten about Mark Walters' sale of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Whatever you know already, it's just that I talked to some of you earlier on background, and I told you I'd go on the record if you need it. As I say, this is a Lakers story. It's not really a Dodger story. It really has nothing to do with the Dodgers. They're completely separate, and so there are no changes here or contemplated here. And I think that pretty much is the whole story, but...
Oh, that's the whole story! That's it! Okay, guys, it's over. Dodgers president said it's over. There is no crossover whatsoever between the ownership of the Dodgers and Lakers. Oh, wait a second, real quick. Business operations and leadership, Lon Rosen, longtime executive vice president of the chief marketing officer for the Dodgers, made his move to become the Lakers president of business operations. But no, not related. Don't worry about that. Oh, Michael Spotner, formerly the Dodgers VP of business strategy and analytics. Spotner crossed over and served as the Lakers chief strategy and officer. But no, completely separate. That's it. Nothing else. Andrew Friedman and Farhan Saidi, they're the Dodgers president, and they've actually taken over entire basketball operations for the Lakers as well. But completely separate. They're the same goddamn front offices. What are you talking about? How do people allow things to be said to them that are flatly false?
And I think that's the really concerning thing for Los Angeles fans because, again, the optimism of entering this offseason, understanding that Rob Pelinka, with some advice from Andrew Friedman and Farhan Zaidi, was going to reinvent this Lakers roster and build for the future around Luka Doncic, the optimism and hope for this summer was because of Mark Walters' money. There would be the financial investment there because of the strategy the Dodgers have employed to win back-to-back World Series championships. We were going to see a similar track record of success for the purple and gold. And now, on this Thursday, August 13th, you don't know what the plan is.
At all.
It feels incredibly more unstable than it once did just 24 hours ago.
$12.5 billion sales do not happen in 3 days. This happened allegedly in 3 days. Guys, let's just go through the timeline. Let's forget about all of the dirty ideas of money. Let's just look at it on its most surface possible level. And I'll read you a tweet that I wrote yesterday because I do think this just gives you a timeline. And it also gives you the mindset of certain fans that are just denying reality in certain timelines. This is a tweet I wrote yesterday because I can't stress enough, this is literally what has taken place. Remember when Walters gave the president a World Series ring while under federal investigation and 2 weeks later sold the Lakers to his son-in-law's brother for $12.5 billion and no one knew anything about it and to this point still don't? Yeah, me neither. This was the timeline. An announcement of a federal investigation. The Dodgers go to the White House. They give the president a ring. 2 weeks later, the Lakers sell for $12.5 billion to the president's son-in-law's brother. That's just what has taken place.
Yeah. And those are the coincidences that don't feel like coincidences.
And then you start peeling it back, and the coincidences get less and less and less.
And again, I appreciate what Stan Kasten is trying to say right now and keeping this separate. But the simple fact is they are not, because it calls into question what Mark Walters' future is going to be, if there will be any punishments to Mark Walter based on this federal investigation. We learned in this investigation and the reporting around it that the FBI seized his phone last summer. So they are really diving into everything that Mark Walter has built in terms of his fortune. And the reporting around the sale of the Lakers was Mark Walter had zero intention of selling the Los Angeles Lakers only 14 months after purchasing this team until there was an idea and a little birdie that Josh Kushner and Bob Iger could make a move on the Los Angeles Lakers. And reportedly the first phone call in all of this happened on Friday. And then by Wednesday morning, the Los Angeles Lakers are sold for a second time in a calendar year, which I think, Cody, then makes Dodger fans say, well, you don't have any intention of selling the Dodgers right now, but if something else comes up or there is more discipline that you are worried is going to be handed down and you need some cash to pay back all of the things that maybe you have had financial issues with, why wouldn't the Dodgers at least be on the trading block? Because you could make a lot of money from a purchase of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And there's also the component of Shohei Ohtani's contract. A 10-year, $700 million deal with a lot of deferred money and also something in it called the Key Persons Clause, that if Mark Walter will to sell the franchise or if Andrew Friedman is no longer the president of baseball operations, Shohei Ohtani can opt out of that commitment and contract with the Dodgers. So we don't know if any of this is going to happen. And it is hypothetical and it is speculation, but it has to be speculation. And you have to ask the questions and wonder about the what ifs, because 48 hours ago, everything felt very much on track and we could point to the path. Today, very unstable ground.
Yes, and let's be real clear. Where is all this money coming from? Well, it's coming, of course, from Thrive, and we don't know exactly where all that money particularly is, considering the fact that Bob Iger is worth $600 million and Josh Kushner himself is worth $5 billion, which is an evaluation, by the way, that's gone staggeringly up in the last 4 years post-COVID. And also, it's being asked in the chat, and this is a very fair question, because we've watched a lot of Saudi Arabia money go into a lot of sports, Live Golf, the WWE, the UFC, very much going in there. And the question has been put out there, how much of this is coming from Saudi money? The answer is we don't know, and guess what? We never will, because of a new determination yesterday made by the Treasury Department. Because yesterday, the final rule that permanently removes the requirements for U.S. companies and U.S. persons to report beneficial ownership information today announced that they will delete previously reported information by U.S. persons from the beneficial ownership information database. That means anyone can buy a team and no one knows where the money's coming from, and they will never tell you, and they're under no legal obligation to do so, which, by the way, this law was put into place to stop money laundering.
Yeah. The days of the mom and pop shops of owning sports teams like Jerry Buss built his fortune around the Los Angeles Lakers and the Buss family and what they have meant in the history of this organization, those days are long gone. I think we can very clearly say that. By the way, in a statement that Josh Kushner and Bob Iger put out after their sale of, or after their purchase of the Los Angeles Lakers, it reads as such, quote, "We have enormous respect and appreciation for Jeannie, her father, and what they've contributed to this franchise, and we have every intention to honor the agreement that was made between Mark and Jeannie. If things change, they'll change, but we're going into this with enormous respect and appreciation for who she is and what she represents in this organization. There are going to be changes. What exactly those look like, we do not know. I'm not even sure Luka Doncic or Austin Reeves or Walker Kessler or Jeannie Buss truly know at this current juncture. And that, I think, is the part for Laker fans where you're like, what the heck is going on with all of this?
There's so many questions. And that's the biggest problem about this entire thing. Now this has elicited so many more questions than we will ever get answers to. And it's opening up questions not just for the Lakers. Now the eyeballs are on the Dodgers, because the Dodgers, again, I said it early in the show, has looked like the best run business in the world. Now I have a lot of questions about that. Now I got even more questions about the deferred money. Now, if I'm a player on the Dodgers who has got deferred money, I'm calling my agent today saying, you get my money now.
Put it up front.
I do not believe this is going to be good.
Give it to me. Need that signing bonus. Don't put it in crypto. Give me that money right here, right now. You know what other question we need Bob Iger to answer?
What's that?
If he is going to renounce his fandom of the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh, come on. Why would he do such a thing?
If he has sold his season tickets to the LA Clippers.
No, I love seeing a Laker owner over there at the Clippers Intuit Dome.
You know what's a very ironic thing in this whole situation? Back in 2020, when Bob Iger was either the outgoing or current CEO of Disney, he was on the Old Man in the Three podcast, hosted at the time by Lakers head coach J.J. Redick, where Redick asked him about his NBA fandom, and Bob Iger said, I'm a huge NBA fan. I grew up in the 70s and 80s in New York, being a fan of the Knicks. When I moved to Los Angeles in the early 2000s, I couldn't be a Laker fan because of the old rivalry between the Lakers and the Knicks, if that really even was so much of a thing. So he chose to be a Clippers fan, and he chose to have season tickets
What a
of the
choice.
LA Clippers.
That's
Again,
what a choice.
The irony of then Disney CEO Bob Iger speaking to a podcast host and former NBA player in J.J. Redick, and now Iger owns the team of which J.J. Redick is about to enter his third year as the head coach of. The Simpsons couldn't have even predicted that.
Guys, as things go forward, the questions will be mounting larger and larger and larger and larger as time goes forward, especially around the Dodgers right now, because there's a lot of reports coming around the Dodgers on this potential sale. For instance, there is one comment right here. There is clearly some smoke in the Mark Walter investigation. After previously claiming that just $1.4 billion of his assets at his life insurance company were loaned out to businesses he controlled, Walter has since revised that number to $21 billion. That's why he sold the Lakers and might have to sell other assets too. What are those other assets? The aforementioned by Ben just now, the Sparks and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Dodgers have been living a very, very, very charmed life. I'm starting to wonder how real that charmed life is.
And people think the Dodgers are ruining baseball, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Might not even have an owner very soon. I kid.
Real
I kid,
question,
but,
though. Like,
yeah.
with this another influx of private equity money coming in here. And private equity, I know there's the blanket phrase of private equity is the big bad wolf at the moment.
PE bad, yeah.
But I have to say, there are a lot of problems, to say the least. Earlier this week, the Yankees got a little bit of a buyout with $2.5 billion over there to the Yankees with private equity. I don't know if anyone has noticed the owner of the Phoenix Suns and everything that's been happening with Matt Ishbia lately, but all of a sudden, his net worth has literally been cut in half. So, why do you guys think this is good? Why does anyone think this is good?
I don't know if there's many Laker fans that are like, yes, new owners. I don't think that's probably the feel of it. You know the capital is there, but you can't point to the same track record. So it's now, for a second time in a year, unstable footing for a Lakers organization that, strictly from a basketball perspective, has a lot of ground to make up in the Western Conference. We have that clip of Bob Iger on the Old Man and the Three podcast with J.J. Redick from 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, play it for us if you uncovered such a thing.
Sure. I am a Clippers fan, having moved from New York to Los Angeles back in 2000, and being a big NBA fan, I needed a team to root for. And in my youth, the Lakers were a big rival of the Knicks, the team that I grew up rooting for. And so I couldn't root for the Lakers very easily. It just was not in my DNA. And so I decided to adopt the Clippers, which was actually a good thing because their seats were a lot cheaper than the Lakers.
Oh, it's a good thing. Good thing that Bob Iger got a deal.
It's true, Bob.
Thank God. He never could have afforded those Laker tickets, especially after Mark Walters, in his 1 year, raised the ticket prices 38%. So,
yeah, and he's paying for that. That's why he had to pay.
Man, he just couldn't bring himself to root for the Lakers. I don't know how he got himself to buy them.
As a Lakers fan for the entirety of my life, that grew up with the Kobe and Shaq era and the three-peat, going to Staples Center back in 2001 and seeing a Lakers game, and then going to a Clippers game because my family, friends, and neighbors down the street were Clippers fans because they made that oddball choice, kind of like Bob Iger, to just be different in like 1997. The environment wasn't even the same. It was like a minor league game versus the best team in the NBA. I don't know now, obviously, with the Intuit Dome and how different things are. I haven't been to the Intuit Dome. I haven't seen the Wall in person.
I hear it's great.
Speaking of basketball ownership in Los Angeles.
By the way,
not the best time.
Congratulations to the Clippers and any ownership, because boy, oh boy.
Ballmer's like, you see that?
No one's looking at Steve Ballmer at all.
You see that?
Congratulations.
Pablo Torre, you see this?
It's not only me. Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're doing things.
Where you at, Pablo?
I saw that Pablo tweeted yesterday.
He's going to have a long week,
The wonderful, it was, I don't know what Spanish brand of food it is, but there's a little girl once that asked about hard shell taco or soft shell taco. She says, ¿Por qué no los dos? And it's used as a meme. Why can't we have both? So when Pablo Torre was tasked with now investigating the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers instead of the aspiration deals and everything that is going into the investigation into Kawhi Leonard, he basically said, don't you worry. I'll holster both of them and I will investigate both. So a good time to be a fan of Los Angeles basketball.
And probably a terrible time to be Pablo Torre. I'm assuming he's going to have. Mark Walter might want to go on like a 6-month vacation overseas because Pablo Torre is probably going to find out.
Yeah, I think he will. We're doing our best to find out here as well.
Listen, dude, I'm doing a lot of deep dives in a lot of this. Yeah, I know.
Microscope.
I hate how much I know right now. How about that? The amount of information that is public information that it clearly paints a very, very ugly picture around this is borderline sickening. So those of you that want to give them the benefit of the doubt, my question is very simple. Why?
Yeah. Sometimes as a sports fan, you just want to be like, hey, good shot. Or, hey, that was a good swing, or a good at-bat, or let's just talk about K rates and field goal percentages as I'm blending the two sports that are the Dodgers.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody, Mark Walters, while owning those Lakers and raising season ticket prices during that 1 year, 38%.
Don't say it.
I just want to point out, that has nothing to do with what the players are getting paid.
Oh.
Those of you that are wondering about the upcoming CBA, this is, just see what's in front of you. My goodness.
I thought you were going to say not only did Mark Walter raise ticket prices, he also lost LeBron James.
Well, he did do that.
That's the worst thing, but
no. But if we're sitting around talking about making money, LeBron James is a billion-dollar entity. Him playing for the Philadelphia 76ers, of which he hasn't even shown up in Philly yet. Yeah. He's made the city like $400 million. He hasn't even stepped foot in it yet.
Let's dive deep into Dodger baseball and the actual action on the diamond. After a series sweep of the Royals, how should we feel about that as the Dodgers get ready for a huge, monumental, significant 4-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers? Former Dodger, working for Sportsnet LA, Jerry Hairston Jr. joins us next here on D. Fish and Decker. Welcome back to D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He's Cody, I am Ben, and we are very pleased on this Thursday to now be joined by Jerry Hairston Jr., former Dodger, doing great work breaking down Dodger baseball.
Slow down. Former teammate of mine with the San Diego Padres. Now continue.
He's not on air in San Diego. He's on air for
I think it's
Sportsnet
necessary
LA.
to mention we shared a field together. He may not remember it, but it happened.
Jerry, do you remember sharing a field in San Diego with one Cody Decker?
How could I forget?
What's up, Jerry? How you doing, man?
Best player I ever played with.
No, that's just not true. But I appreciate
He
it a
played
lot.
with Derek. He won a World Series with Derek Jeter.
Oh,
and he says that about you.
I'm aware. It just
That's
means
very
he's
nice.
a great liar and a good friend. How's it going, Jerry? Welcome to the show, my man.
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Chilling, man. Just one of those days. Dodgers are finally rolling in the right direction. You've had a front row seat lately. What is tell us, what has been your vantage point? We've been seeing the bats being a little cold as of late. Is this just August issues, or do we have bigger issues that we actually need to worry about, Jerry?
No, I just think it's, as Cody, you know this, when you play out 162 games, about 181, 83 days, you're going to have stretches where it's just not going to be there. And then you got to understand this Dodger team is a little older, and they have played a lot of games. I mean, a lot of meaningful games the last 3 or 4 years, especially the last 2. And for this team to start out, 2024 in Korea, have a long season, then have a long postseason, beat the Yankees in the World Series, then have a short offseason, start the season early in Japan, and then have a 7-game series at the end of the year in the World Series. That it seemed like 12 to 14 games to me as a fan watching it. I could only imagine being as a player how intense those games were. It's taken its toll a little bit. To be honest with you, I really thought the Dodgers would get out of the gate slow this year. I thought they would have a rough April, rough May, and then turn it on late. They got off to a pretty good start. But I think now we get into August. We call it the dog days of August for a reason. They hit a little bit of a wall. And that is to be expected a little bit. But now they're starting to play a lot better, especially guys like Mookie Betts is really starting to swing the bat. Show is really swinging the bat as well. So hopefully get these guys, hot at the right time, because you want to make sure you're peaking come late September into October.
Jerry, LA had dropped 8 of 9 before this series against the Kansas City Royals. The manager and Dave Roberts told his team, guys, listen, we're a wild card team. We cannot be content with that at this moment. And then the Dodgers complete their first sweep of the second half, taking all 3 against KC this week at Dodger Stadium. Whether it was Tarek Skubal making his Dodger debut, Blake Snell looking dominant in his return to the bump, the bat of Mookie Betts waking up. Jerry, what stood out to you most about this sweep of the Royals in the midweek?
Well, I mean, they still didn't play their best baseball. Now, Kansas City, give them some credit. They're young, they're feisty, and they gave us a little run for our money. They still didn't play their best baseball, and they still managed to win these games and sweep the Royals. Now, that being said, they're going to have to play better against the team that's coming in here. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team that had the best record in the National League last year, and I think they're better this year. They're a little bit older. They really know how to play together. They play great brand of baseball. So they're going to have to clean some things up, especially on the defensive end. So hopefully they start playing better. But I do love the starting rotation. I mean, how can you not? Blake Snell was unbelievable, extremely sharp in his first outing in about 100 days or so. So, when he's right, he is as good as anybody. And getting Tarek Skubal back as far as, in the mix, he's going to continue to pitch better and better. He's just too talented, too good. And just getting him acclimated in Dodger blue, because you got to remember, this is the first time he's pitched for another organization. So a lot of things are going to be a little different for him, getting used to his catchers. Hopefully get Will Smith back soon, and he gets acclimated to him. So the pitching was outstanding, especially the starting pitching. And Eric Lauer last night was great, man. We needed that length out of him to really save the bullpen, and Landon Knack coming in and saving the bullpen arm. So most of our guys in that bullpen are going to be fresh for the Brewers series.
We are joined right now by Jerry Hairston Jr., former World Series champ, and, of course, current broadcaster on Spectrum. Jerry, I'm glad you brought up Blake Snell. We were talking quite a bit about it yesterday. I thought it was encouraging that he threw 85 pitches. I thought it was extraordinary that he dominated and got 10 Ks in that 85 pitches, not to mention getting through 6 innings in his first outing, as you put it, over 100 days since his actual first outing on the season. But the question now remains, with Tyler Glasnow likely coming back and eventually a Blake Trinan coming back to the bullpen, and you also mentioned the aforementioned Will Smith, there's going to be a lot of roster moves that need to be made, and a lot of roster moves need to be made specifically to the starting rotation. Eric Lauer has been amazing. 10 wins out of the 11 games that he's pitched for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Obviously, Roki Sasaki's been really coming into his own, and Justin Robleski's been an all-star, but somebody's got to go. What's going to be happening, Jerry?
I'm so glad I'm an analyst and not the listen, but to be real, these are the problems you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have so many guys that you can really kind of decipher from all those talented players, as opposed to, we saw it a couple of years ago, we were trying to patch up a rotation in 2024 and earlier in 2023 and 22. That's why we got knocked out. We really didn't have a whole lot of arms, healthy arms, in our rotation or in the bullpen. But you can never have enough arms. Healthy arms, quality arms. So, when we get down the stretch, we will make sure we'll put the guys in place where they need to be put in place, whether it's in the starter rotation and guys don't make the rotation and everybody's healthy. I'm sure a couple of those guys will slide back to the bullpen. That being said, no matter what, everybody makes sure needs to continue to progress as far as you talk about Tyler Glasnow, make his progress, have his rehab start, maybe a couple rehab starts, and get back in this rotation. That way everybody's healthy. And when you get to September, you guys know this, there's going to be some tired arms. Remember, Robleski, who's had an incredible season, he's never pitched this much in his career before. So this is new to him. So you want to make sure you have guys that are fresh heading into late September into October, and then wherever they decide to slot him, they're going to slot him. Make no mistake about it, you guys know as well. Last season, we had Roki, who was a starter, be our closer. We had Yamamoto come in on 0 days rest to close out the World Series. So in the postseason, it's all hands on deck, and whatever needs to be done to help a team win and win the World Series, that's what they're going to do.
And those will be the first 2 arms the Milwaukee Brewers face this weekend. Roki Sasaki expected to get the nod tonight. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Friday against the Brew Crew. And Jerry, courtesy of the Dodgers sweep of the Royals, and down in San Diego, the Brewers getting swept by the Padres. Thank you very much to San Diego for that. The Dodgers enter this 4-game weekend set only a game behind Milwaukee for the top spot in the National League. Of course, it is a rematch of last year's NLCS as well. How important is this series this weekend against the Brewers?
I think it's extremely important. And, this is the first hiccup, really, the Brewers have had. You mentioned them getting swept. And it's sometimes hard for those teams from the Central or from the East Coast to come out to the West Coast and play great baseball. So hopefully that continues as far as them not playing at their best, so we can go out there and win this series and really make some hay and trying to get either the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. And like manager Dave Roberts said a few days ago, we were a wild card team. That's just the reality. That was just a fact at that time. We want to make sure we secure a top 2 seed, because if you don't, that means you're going to be playing in that wild card series again. And I stated earlier, this team has played a lot of baseball. I mean, a lot of baseball the last 3 or 4 years. So you get that bye, you save yourself at least 2 or 3 games in that postseason. You can really line up your rotation for the NLDS. So I think it's important, especially for this group, to get that bye.
Former Major Leaguer and, of course, World Series champion Jerry Hairston Jr. joining the show right here on D-Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan. And Jerry, we only got about a minute left. I got a very major question for you here, because I know everybody's eyes are googly-eyed around the Milwaukee Brewers, especially with them coming in. But as we just mentioned, they just got swept by the San Diego Padres, who are now firmly in that second wild card spot, not to mention the Diamondbacks in that third wild card spot. Who are the other major threats to the Los Angeles Dodgers three-peat?
Well, we saw it about, a week ago, 10 days ago, the Cubs.
Yeah.
The Cubs, man, they play really good baseball. They got incredible defense, especially up the middle. And anytime you can defend up the middle, you got a chance. Their pitching has been outstanding, and they gotten red hot with the bat. that team is a team that, you look at, like, they can make some hay in the postseason. Atlanta is always talented. They know how to play a great brand of baseball as well. They just got Acuna Jr. back, who is an absolute monster. And you look at Philadelphia, man, the Phillies, with that lineup to go along with Wheeler, Sanchez, that rotation and bullpen, that team it could cause problems. But the one thing I love about Major League Baseball, unlike any other sport, there's so much parity in our sport. There's so many variables that come with our sport. So a good team that's playing great can beat a great team that's playing good. That's the nature of the beast. It's not like, let's say, the NFL, where you have a dominant quarterback and a great defense. You're going to pretty much boat race teams. The NBA, you can have three studs that are always on the floor at the same time, running back and forth, offense, defense. You can really kind of make hay and win those series. But in baseball, you're running a different starting pitcher out there every night, and then you just don't know with the law of averages what can happen. So it's a lot more variables in the game of baseball. So a lot of parity, a lot of teams. And I even mentioned the Padres and the D-backs. D-backs just faked this, a few days ago, and they've always given us fits. So there's a lot of good teams in the National League, and Dodgers know they better play great baseball if they expect a three-peat.
The chase for history is going to start in just a few weeks. Jerry Hairston Jr. joining us on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Jerry, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much for being here. On the other side of the break, we get back to football. There's a ton of preseason games tonight, and we'll continue the divisional previews here on D. Fish and Decker up next.
Bumper to bumper.
A little bit, at least a little.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not,
you got 4.
I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years. It's a copycat league. You know, people have seen OKC do it, and you know, you start marking your roster after them. You look at San Antonio, it's a lot of length. And so the roster construction has definitely changed, and it's been interesting to be in it and watch kind of the shift.
So I want to talk about the face of their team, Jalen Brunson. And you had a moment with him after that historic Game 4 comeback. You were in the building and you apologized to him on air. What was the backstory on that? Was it anything personal, or was it just a take that you had in that moment?
No, I don't take any of this stuff personal. When I say something, I'm not coming from a personal space. I'm coming from a space of analyzing. And Jalen Brunson plays for the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
They're always going to be a highly spoke about team. And so people will say, oh, man, you know, this guy's a 1A. And for me personally, I think there's like 4 or 5 1As in the entire NBA.
Yeah.
1A to me is like no matter what team you go to, you're going to be the best player on that team. There's not a lot of guys in the NBA that's going to be the best player everywhere they go.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know, I don't know that he's 1A right now. He's going to prove that he's a 1A.
Yeah.
Great. You just went and proved that. When I said what I said, which is like, I think they're going to need a more likely star like LeBron, like a Steph, in order to ultimately win a championship. It was started 3 years ago. 3. I was right then.
Yeah.
To Jalen Brunson's credit, he's worked his butt off.
Yeah.
And he's become that. And they've built a team around him to allow him to be.
We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker, live right here on this Thursday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. There are 6 NFL preseason games tonight, and we will get you set for what you need to know with Fernando Mendoza and a couple of teams from the AFC South as the divisional previews. So you are the smartest football fan that you can be entering 2026 around the National Football League continue here. But of course, one of the big stories that we have had, not just in Los Angeles, but in sports this week, has basically been just over 24 hours old, and that's the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. We ask you to get your voices heard here on the show. 855-975-2326. David from Los Angeles calling in to discuss the Lakers sale. David, what's going on your Thursday?
Well, it could have been a better Thursday. I don't know if Decker remembers it or not. I called in when LeBron was gone, and I was happy. He called in when we signed Kessler, and I was super excited.
Yep.
And in the last 24 hours, I feel like I'm walking around in L.A. with this really dark cloud over me. A lot of answers about this franchise. This sale just feels very, very shady.
Yeah.
I just hope nothing happens to this franchise. Nothing happens to the players, the staff. And the Dodgers in the long run. And you know what? Honestly, sucks to say this, but if anything happens to the Lakers and the Dodgers, man, Mark Walter could rot in prison. I could care less about him. You know, it's just the 24 hours in LA just has been very unstable and very weird feeling about this team. It just feels very dark.
Yeah, man. There's like a weirdly eye-opening like aspect to this, David. It's like, because listen, LA fans have been living a very charmed life these last couple of years. What the Dodgers have pulled off these last few years. We've been using the Dodgers as this bastion of perfect business model, and now I'm I'm wondering if it's all just been a shell and a sham at this point, because I truly don't know. I just know what I have watched in this last 24 hours. And I can definitely tell you this, I don't like it. And when you start looking at the other things in the peripheral that are around it, and the timelines around it, and the immediacy of this being done the way it was done, I have just so many more questions, and the questions are not comfortable questions.
And I think that's really great perspective from David, right? Because he is a true Angelino. He is a Laker fan. He is a Dodger fan. He was not pessimistic about this offseason, right? Losing LeBron is one thing, but having Walker Kessler and being excited about the future of this Lakers organization, and then to have that flipped on its head in the last 24 plus hours, I think is how a lot of Laker and Dodger fans and LA sports fans feel. That there's all this going on with ownerships and billionaires and billions of dollars and federal financial investigations, but it just kind of stinks for your favorite teams because you don't have answers and it feels unstable. So, David, thank you for the call. Some really good perspective
Very
there
much so.
on the Lakers sale, what it means to Laker and Dodger fans here in Los Angeles. But I'm sure we can get David fired up with an AFC South preview as we continue.
If there's one thing everybody
feels like
loves,
a football guy, David.
everybody loves the AFC South.
He feels like a football guy.
He
That we
definitely
want you to be the smartest football fan you can be, because here on 97.1 The Fan, the new home for Rams fans, this is going to be a really big NFL and football season in Los Angeles. Of course, it is filled with Super Bowl aspirations for the Rams. Their preseason debut in Arrowhead on Saturday. The Chargers preseason opener tonight in Houston against the Texans. So, with the AFC South in mind, we go to the Houston Texans first.
Let's
a
do it.
12-win team, Cody Decker, from a season ago, and they are loaded. The best defense, or one of the two best defenses, right alongside the Seattle Seahawks, and many of those familiar defensive names make their way back. Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr., two of the best defensive players in all of the NFL. The question for the Texans is, who is their face of the franchise at the quarterback spot moving forward? And is it, in fact, C.J. Stroud for the foreseeable future?
I have to believe that it is C.J. Stroud. We've seen flashes of absolute greatness from obviously one of the greatest rookie seasons we ever saw. And, of course, very much a sophomore slump, and that's continued to Ted. But, you know, he's got some very new pieces in the backfield with David Montgomery. That is not a small pickup, by the way. And, listen, Tank Dell is going to be returning as well. So there are pieces out there for this team. Their win total right now is set up at 9.5. I'm willing and quite frankly inclined to take the over in that. I think this is a 10, potentially 11-win team.
Yeah, Houston has a stacked defense. Houston has some great offensive talent. David Montgomery, the offseason pickup. Nico Collins is one of the better wide receivers in the NFL. It will
Tank
be
Dell healthy.
And Tank Dell, if he comes back and is ready to go, great speed on the inside and even from the slot position. The question is C.J. Stroud. He enters year 4. He was the second overall pick back in 2024. He does not have that long-term contract extension just yet. The Texans picked up his 5th-year team option for 2027. He would be eligible for a new deal. It hasn't happened. So very much a prove-it year for the Texans. Do you put Houston slightly in front of Jacksonville, despite the Jags having 13 wins and winning this division last season?
I do. And by the way, I was completely wrong and whiffed on Liam Cohen. I thought for sure it was going to be a disaster, especially when his opening presser opened with the very weird and wide-eyed Duval.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Can't believe he wasn't fired on the spot. But he's done a phenomenal job since then. He really, really has. And but the truth is, here's the thing. All of the crap that we, as sports media people, and I'm not including myself on this, I'm just going to say generally, that constantly giving Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott, and occasionally people are starting to wake up a little bit on Justin Herbert. Joe, good old, and I'm not calling him Trevor, I'm calling him Joey Lawrence. Joey Lawrence is terrible in the playoffs. Joey Lawrence never made sense to me, and Joey Lawrence was the highest paid quarterback of all time at one point. And someone please make that make sense to me, please.
He won a playoff game against the Los Angeles Chargers in spectacular fashion.
But do we give them the credit for that, or we give Staley the credit for that?
I would give Staley the discredit for that because, yes, when you flounder a 27-0 lead in the first first half. It will be historic, but for all of the wrong reasons. Obviously, last year under Liam Cohen, you saw the improvement offensively for Trevor Lawrence and this offense, but they lose some very notable pieces. Travis, we no longer call him Etienne. It's Achan is what he has said is the true pronunciation of his last name.
And I've gotten that wrong so many times now.
He's in New Orleans now. David Lloyd, one of the better linebackers in the NFL, leaves and goes to the Carolina Panthers. A lot of things for the Jags to figure out, including what are they going to do with Travis Hunter, the second overall pick of 2 drafts ago? He was supposed to be that dual-sided player. I always thought he was more elite as a cornerback.
That's what I had too.
As opposed to a wide receiver. And the Jags have said that two-way nature is going to come to a close. He is really going to focus primarily defensively this year for us.
As he should. I think that's the right move. He is definitely elite over there. Well, at least he was in college, so I'm looking very to see what he can actually pull off in that role.
And I would as well, because he can be very good. Right now, the Texans are the betting favorites at plus 110 to win the AFC South. The Jags not on that far behind at plus 245. When you look at the gauntlet that is the AFC as a conference, I'm not sure how many playoff teams get to the postseason out of this division, but there are some really intriguing stories outside of the Texans and the Jags, because you go to the Colts.
Yes.
And
I think they're the most intriguing team in this entire division.
And if Daniel Jones, who suffered the Achilles injury last year, comes back and looks healthy, this could be a team that we saw what they did under his healthy start in his first year with Shane Steichen.
Also, their defense is going to be greatly improved by both being healthy for Sauce Gardner and DeForest Buckner. And I have to say this, man. This was a team that barely missed the playoffs last year with a couple of games played by Phillip Rivers. Like, make no mistake, I'm actually shocked that their win total is currently set at 7.5. I'm surprised it's not a little bit higher because I think there's some wild card value to this team. But it all comes down to that name you just mentioned. Indiana Jones. What is Daniel Jones going to do this season post-Achilles? If he shows the flashes that he had last year, this is a playoff team.
I can't believe that I have confidence in what, of course, is the big caveat of a healthy Daniel Jones.
Yes.
But in Shane Steichen's system, something has clicked. It has been a story in the National Football League, taking those second chances on quarterbacks who were high draft picks and then once forgotten and seemed as though their careers were going to go down the stinker. We have seen a lot of them reinvent themselves.
Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, to name a few.
Baker Mayfield. There's a ton. Kyler Murray hoping for the same in Minnesota. Lastly, let's close with the Titans, who also are in action on this preseason Thursday night in San Francisco, Santa Clara, against the 49ers. Robert Saleh's the new head coach. They're not going to be very good, but I think the quarterback-wide receiver duo of Cam Ward and Carnell Tate is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
It's going to be interesting, not to mention the surroundings of Calvin Ridley and a few other things. I think this is a team that will be better this year. Their current win total is sit at 6.5. I'm a big believer in Robert Saleh. Now, not this year. There's not much he can do this year, but I do think in 2-3 years, I think they got the right guy at the helm. I thought he got the rawest of raw deals over there in New York City. I cannot stress it enough. I was there. I can't believe the deal that guy got. I'm happy he's got another opportunity. He's going to be very successful in Tennessee.
I think he's a really good head coach that, again, got a very raw deal with the Jets, but many have in times
Who
past.
hasn't?
3 of those 4 teams we mentioned, Colts, Texans, Titans, all in action for the 6-game NFL preseason slate that we have on this Thursday to start the 4th and final hour on D. Fish and Decker up next. We'll talk to Sam Farmer from the LA Times about the Rams and how camp has gone so far. That's next.
Become that. And so
turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach. Yeah. I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now, going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is, can you rush 4? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily, we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But, yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. Here we go. Talk about it.
So let him know. It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC, like, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think. There's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things, and, go out there, cut it loose, and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has...
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody.
Our fourth and final hour here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It's Steve Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In today, once again, for Derek Fisher. We're feeling good into the 9 a.m. hour here in Los Angeles. And when Aaron's bringing us back from break in the way that he has the last few days, how could you not feel good on this Thursday morning?
I mean, what can I say? The guy is just playing tune after tune after tune. No Prince today, but he gave me some Metallica. Listen, he's hitting the right chords. Yep. Good job, Aaron. Look at you. Look at you. You know what? Because of this
smile.
Because of this, we're going to reward you and give you our thoughts on Jalen Hurts being thrown under the bus by the Eagles later. Just for you. Only for you, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go Birds, Aaron. Go Birds. But here in Los Angeles, of course, we say go Rams. And it is time to talk about what everybody hopes and frankly expects will be a Super Bowl season for Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay, Myles Garrett, and the list goes on, and company with Sam Farmer from the LA Times, covering this Rams team throughout training camp and getting everybody set for 2026. Sam, we appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us here on D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday.
Yeah, my pleasure. I will correct you, though. It's Gary Klein is our Rams beat writer, so I got to give him his props. And I've been doing overall NFL stuff in the Chargers Gary Klein's the Rams beat writer, but I can speak to the Rams too.
Shout out Gary. Shout out Gary Klein for his Rams coverage. Shout out Sam, you for your NFL coverage, and of course the Chargers, who open up in preseason action tonight. We will talk about the Bolts entering a new year under Jim Harbaugh. Let's start with the Rams, though, Sam, because of those Super Bowl aspirations, everybody is incredibly excited for 2026. The acquisition of Myles Garrett, adding Trent McDuffie, the reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford. When you look at this Rams roster, what stands out to you most about why fans should be that excited for a Super Bowl run this upcoming year?
Well, I think the defensive line, regardless of whether Aaron Donald comes back, the defensive going is stacked. And obviously Myles Garrett changes the dynamic there, and having those additions on the back end of the defense is going to help the defensive line as well. So defensively, we know what the Rams are and can be offensively, and that's very exciting. And I think what the additions they've made defensively really round out this roster, and legitimately they're a Super Bowl favorite.
Sam Farmer, as a live and breathe, it's been far too long. It's great to have you on the show here on D. Fish and Decker, my man.
Thanks,
And
Cody,
gotta say, Sam, it's been a colorful offseason, to put it very generously, for Puka Nacua. And now, being taken off the field with the lower extremity injury, and obviously the potential of a looming, maybe even suspension. What is the latest that you're potentially hearing on how the league is going to handle the conduct of Puka Nacua's offseason?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big looming question out there, is whether he's suspended or how he's disciplined heading into the game at Australia. Obviously, the Rams are holding off on that contract extension, which likely would have been done by now. His second contract, but I think it's a wait and see situation. I think the Rams don't even know where this is going to go. Puka changed agents. Now he's got the guy who has Jackson Smith and Jigma and Zay Flowers, and obviously he had his stint in rehab, and big question mark. How is he going to come out? Is he more mature? Is he got his life more together off the field? Obviously on the field, he had a monster season last year, and he's so key to Matthew Stafford and his success. So that's a big question on that side of the ball, is Puka Nacua, and can he pick up where he left off last season? So if you're looking at sort of the two big questions for the Rams, with Puka, you're waiting on the league and what they do, and with Aaron Donald, you're waiting on Aaron Donald, because that arrow they seem to be increasingly optimistic. It sounds like it's not an if, it's a when with Aaron Donald right now.
Yeah, Sam, that was going to be the exact question. Do you feel as though it's more of a matter of when and not if for Aaron Donald, as everybody in Los Angeles is on Aaron Donald watch? Let's flip it over to the Chargers here as well. Preseason opener tonight in Houston. We're not going to see Justin Herbert and the starters more than likely, as Jim Harbaugh has stated. But, of course, it's a huge year for Herbert, entering his 7th in the NFL, now paired with a new play caller in Mike McDaniel. What is the ceiling for this offense if that marriage between Herbert and McDaniel can gel as they expect it to for the Bolts?
Yeah, I mean, it's the offensive line. Obviously, that was in shambles even before the season started, losing Rashawn Slater last year, and then they lost Joe Alt 4 games in, and he was came back a little bit, but then gone for the season. So having that line in place, if they can keep them healthy, although with the Chargers, that's always been a problem, keeping their star players healthy. And with Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert, I mean, Herbert's never won a playoff game. He has not established himself as a guy who closes out games very well. He's had a few, but for the most part, he still needs to prove that he can do that. But he's a guy who had 4 different offensive coordinators in college, is used to sort of cycling through offensive coordinators, and I think that bodes well for him, picking up Mike McDaniel's system. McDaniel's been working on his footwork, sort of tweaking his footwork out of shotgun, so he can get the ball out quicker. And that's become, to hear Justin Herbert say it, it's become second nature to him now, having worked through OTAs and then all off season on his footwork. And McDaniel's done some really good stuff with quarterbacks over the years, and they're very excited about the potential there. And they've got Omarion Hampton that I think they're excited about that too. He was a first-round pick, the running back last year. Had one big game and kind of came on strong as the season went on after he overcame an injury. And so Hampton establishing the running game. This is a team that hasn't had a 1,000-yard rusher since Melvin Gordon back 6 or 7 years ago. So if they can establish a running game, they've got some I think they've got a good defense, even though their coordinator's now the head coach in Baltimore. His understudy has taken over the defense, and I'm in Houston right now, so it'll be interesting to see tonight what they can do.
We are, of course, talking with the legendary Sam Farmer over to the LA Times. And Sam, I am a pathetic Raider fan. Yes, I am. I am sadly proud of it. But they are playing today, and we are going to hopefully see a little bit of Fernando Mendoza. And I don't really expect to see a ton of him this season, but what have you been hearing about how he's been coming along in his development with the Raiders and what the true plan of his future is?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a great guy, obviously, in Tom Brady, giving input on bringing Mendoza along. And if you can hold off and have him watch for a year, there's such pressure to put guys on the field and put them into game situations. If Kirk Cousins can hold on to that job for a year and give him time to grow, I think they're super excited about Mendoza. Really smart guy, very physically gifted, and his leadership qualities are pretty obvious to see what he did in college. So, and that's a guy I don't think you're going to have to worry about him off the field. He's an upstanding guy, and so the Raiders have made their share of missteps in first-round picks over the years, but I think this is a good one. We'll just have to wait and see. I think, but keeping him off the field as long as possible this season will bode well for them.
Sam, we're trying to get Cody fired up for our 6-game NFL preseason slate on this Thursday.
Oh, I'm jacked.
He is ready for the Raiders debut with Fernando Mendoza against the Cardinals tonight in Las Vegas. You just mentioned it. You are in Houston for the Chargers preseason opener against the Texans. So for Cody and Charger fans alike here in Los Angeles, what is the thing everybody should be keeping a keen eye on in the preseason debut for the Chargers here in 2026?
Well, I think you'd have to say offensively, what are they going to do? Obviously, they're going to be pretty vanilla coming out. So I'm interested in their young receivers, guys other, sort of down the depth chart. Who is the guy who's going to stand out, like guys who make the roster? And, preseason football is preseason football. You just don't know what you're going to get. So you guys might want to call me around the third quarter to wake me up. That said, I think, the ground game with the Chargers, we're just going to have to see. It's just I don't know what to expect with preseason football anymore. I'm not a big fan, but I'm here and I'm fired up to cover this game.
We're getting people excited. We're building it up. Cody's fired up. Sam Farmer's fired up. I'm fired up.
I'm more jazzed now than I have ever been, Sam, and that's what you just gave to me. Sam, I got to ask you this. Because we talked a decent amount yesterday, or really, I should say earlier this week, about the Minnesota Vikings. I find them to be incredibly interesting, especially with the Kyler Murray of it all, now that he's been named the official starter. What do you think they can do in this division? Considering the fact the Bears clearly aren't going anywhere, the Green Bay Packers are always the Green Bay Packers, and right now the odds-on favorite to win the division is the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, very tough division, actually. You look across the board, you just talked about it. Kyler Murray is interesting. I think in the right system, and I think Kevin O'Connell, he can flourish a little bit. The Vikings are so inconsistent, though. I mean, I see them. They can either get very hot or be in a downward trend very quickly. So I think the quarterback situation is interesting. I don't see them as I see them as a middling team in that division.
Sam Farmer from the LA Times joining us here on D-Fish and Decker. Of course, Sam, it should be a very fun football season in Los Angeles. The Rams have Super Bowl expectations. The Chargers are trying to win a playoff game under Justin Herbert, but have won at least 11 games in each of the first 2 seasons under Jim Harbaugh. And for us here in LA on February 14th, 2027, Valentine's Day will be a Super Bowl Sunday in Los Angeles inside SoFi Stadium. So, Sam Farmer, I ask you this. How many of Los Angeles's NFL teams will be playing in Super Bowl 61 inside their own home stadium?
I could see a repeat of the Rams winning the Super Bowl again. I think it'll be one team. Chargers, I think if they can get, they might get to the divisional round this year, potentially win that first playoff game for Justin Herbert, but I don't see this as a team that's going to wind up in the Super Bowl. But I could definitely see the Rams getting there.
Absolutely. Well, I have to ask you about this real quick because it's been interesting. We hadn't had an opportunity to talk a ton about the Eagles, but the Eagles are a team that is projected to go ahead and win this division potentially again. What are your thoughts on it? And also the weird surrounding noise all around Jalen Hurts with the anonymous sources. And now yesterday they're posting a clip of him throwing interceptions in camp.
Yeah, I heard your under the bus stuff earlier in the break. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles, I think, are definitely going to their roster will keep them in the top of the mix there in the NFC East, and I got to bone up more on this tape that's out there of him throwing picks. But I think the Eagles are going to be fine. I think they're going to be one of the top teams in the NFC, and we'll just have to see.
Sam Farmer from the LA Times joining us here on this Thursday morning on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Sam covering the NFL in Houston tonight for the Chargers preseason opener. Sam, you're going to stay awake until the fourth quarter of the preseason debut. I know that you will do that for us tonight.
I believe it.
All right. I can get behind that prediction.
All right. Good.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
My man, the great Sam Farmer. Man, I grew up a lot, reading Sam's
For
work,
sure.
obviously. But you know what's so funny? I got the opportunity to rub shoulders with him because he would always be a guest on former show Mark and Brian, and then, of course, on 100.3 The Sound, which is an Odyssey station here at one point where Mark Thompson was on there. I got to rub so many shoulders with this guy. It's just very cool to have him on this show.
Very cool to have him on this show in Houston, joining us from H-Town as the Chargers get ready to start in the preseason. One thing that I think is often lost in the preseason conversation, it's going to be a lot of backups, right? It's a lot of guys that probably won't make the 53-man roster and maybe won't become household names. But from the operational perspective, for two guys that love football more than anything else on this earth, that being Jim Harbaugh and his new offensive coordinator in Mike McDaniel, you know there is going to be a great clip tonight of them running around pregame, just absolutely juiced up for the start of their preseason.
Is it going to be, as the kids call it, cringe?
No.
You don't think so?
I
find everything Jim does is fairly cringy.
So I think that's a very fair assessment because it can be rather awkward at times.
Yes.
But I believe it is so genuine to Jim Harbaugh that it's hard to be cringe. I think it's cringy when you're trying to do something that clearly you are not. That is Jim Harbaugh to a T. That is what Jim Harbaugh believes. That is all that Jim Harbaugh knows. So when he goes around and he yells football and he slaps Justin Herbert and Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh are running up and down the practice field saying, "How could you not love this? I'm juiced up. I'm juiced up." That is them just being exactly authentically who they are. So thus I say no cringe.
Pretty goddamn weird to me, if you ask me. I've seen the videos.
I didn't say it wasn't
it's weird.
But like cringy, it's just them, you know?
Listen, I actually like Mike McDaniel. I've been a Mike McDaniel defender for quite some time. I even like some of his weird-ass interviews. I'm a glasses guy, as you could see. After I lost the hair, my eyesight was going away.
They look good.
Well, I needed to add
Those
structure.
are different than the last couple of days.
You have noticed that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jacques-Marie Mage. It's phenomenal stuff. You're welcome.
You should speak in French, Spanish, and Lion
Sponsor
King.
the show. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying, my guy. They're weird.
Yeah, for sure.
And putting them together could either be a stroke of genius or a true stroke.
It could be a true stroke, but I think it's a stroke of genius.
We'll find out.
Jim Harbaugh said earlier in the week that it's better than what he even expected having Mike McDaniel.
Well,
there.
you know what? If there's one man I trust at his word at all times,
it's Jim Harbaugh.
And with his history,
he has never skirted rules and regulations.
I believe everything Jim Harbaugh says.
Let me ask you what you believe is more likely to happen in this NFL season.
Sure.
The Rams win a Super Bowl, the Chargers win a playoff game.
Rams win a Super Bowl.
You think it's more likely?
I'm not even. I swear to God, I'm not throwing shade. I honest to God think it's more likely, and it's not because I don't think the Chargers are good. Look at them on paper; they have everything to win a Super Bowl, legitimately. Mm-hmm. I just don't believe they will because the Chargers gonna Charger. I'm only basing this on the last 60 years, Ben.
It's been a long time.
Only the last 60 years. Small sample size.
Dan Fouts
get.
had a chance.
Oh, did he? Did he, though? Did he really? Listen, as a Raider fan who was a witness of maybe the worst Super Bowl bludgeoning of all time, I think even the Charger fans in this city would admit the only Super Bowl that might have been worse was what happened to them in 1994.
What happened to them in 1994?
The San Francisco 49ers basically played against a kids team named the Chargers.
Wow. You know that's the Niners' last Super Bowl? We talk a lot about the Cowboys. And their last Lombardi in 1995.
But the Niners have at least gone.
They've gone 3 times.
Yeah.
And they've played in, I think, 5, 6, or 7 or 8 NFC championship games. Of course, the
Jimmy
Cowboys.
G blew it.
Yeah.
That was
Brock Purdy didn't blow it, but he had his arm taken off against the Eagles.
Yeah, that was removed from his body.
And then Christian McCaffrey was like the best player there against the Chiefs back in Vegas. Yeah, didn't work out all that well.
Sorry about that.
You know, listen, I think the Niners are in for an interesting season.
Yes, I do.
The electrical substation outside the practice facility keeps taking things over.
There is one question I have about the Niners because it's been fairly quiet because the electrical substation is the story of the Niners.
Of the offseason.
And of course, Kittle getting healthy, guys getting healthy, yada, yada. I have heard nothing about Mike Evans since he has gone to that team. Have you?
I think he's just there right now.
But he's Mike Evans. That's not a guy that's just there. That's an impact player.
I would think so, and he's their top wide receiver right now. They bring back Deebo Samuel, Ricky Pearsall out for the year. If you are optimistic about the San Francisco 49ers for this upcoming season, you got to think Mike Evans is in the fold. I don't know necessarily after 11 years with Tampa if this new spot is going to be all that for the 49ers,
I have no idea.
who have dealt with terrible injury luck because of that electrical substation.
Allegedly.
In the last few years. Yeah, allegedly. Hey, did you see the caller we have right now?
What do we got?
This is your guy.
Oh, is it my guy?
Oh,
the great. Talk to us. Oh, how you doing, my guy? Are you here to just dunk on Laker fans because private equity bought us up like they bought up your Celtics?
No, no, sir. I wish I could. What up, Ben? What up, Deck? What up, Chat? How y'all doing? 97 The Fan. How y'all living?
Chilling, my guy. Chilling.
I'm going to start, as I take a swig of my drink, I'm going to start in an obvious place. Y'all know where I'm going with this. Deck, you are a onesie guy? You rock onesies?
Yeah, dude.
That's your thing?
Bro, I'm telling you, when Christmas rolls around, a Christmas onesie is untouchable. And I got some high-ass end onesies. You're going to see. I might wear one tomorrow on the show, and you're gonna call in and apologize, my guy. You're going to be like, you know what, that is quite a fit.
I believe it. I mean, you're paying $400 a wop for onesies. You're rich, dude. I didn't know it was like that. Like, good goodness, $230. Wow. Okay, that's that LA money. Anyway, I just want to say this, man. Look, I'm an 80s baby, right? I'm an 80s baby. My decade was like the decade of greed. You know what I'm saying? There was a movie that like culminated all of it called Wall Street. There was this guy in it. His name was Gordon Gekko, played by the awesome Michael Douglas. Shout out to him. He said this line that greed is good. And the sad part is we had a president back in the day that took that to heart. And, man, it could always get worse, but I'm a little kid, I'm not knowing. Bruh, I swear to God, the stuff we're seeing right now in sports, this current administration is taking it somewhere else, right? Like greed is beyond good. We worship greed. It is so messed up what is happening to us just regular sports fans. We can't even enjoy our teams anymore.
True.
I can't enjoy my team. Y'all can't enjoy your team. It's going on everywhere in professional sports. I'm disturbed by it. I'm sick to my stomach. I'm about to, look, my Celtics hat that I wear to work every day, I'm about to get rid of this. I'm about to get Negro League hats. I'm just going to start wearing Negro League gear. Like, that's going to be my thing. Like, I'm so turned off by just professional sports, man. Go ahead, bro.
No, I get it. But may I make a suggestion? The Kansas City Monarchs, I think, is the coolest Negro League hat.
Very
if you're going
cool
to pick
hat.
one, I go with KC. Dude.
Yeah.
Definitely. I called the Negro League Museum in KC. I talked to Mr. Bob Hendricks, a secretary. He was telling me all about it. Bro, I'm on, bro, you know me. I'm trying to have that brother on my show. But anyway, I'm getting that. I'm getting blackberries. I'm just totally disgusted by sports, private equity firms tearing up sports.
Yeah.
It is so dirty what is going on. You literally... Watch how fast this federal investigation of Mr. Walters, how
disappears.
fast that goes away.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
just disgusting.
No, you're right, and there is a lot of extra issues around it too. The Great is absolutely right about how basically modern fans, normal fans that have grown up rooting for all these teams, have been already priced out of their teams, and now it's only getting worse day by day by day because the people that are owning these teams, they ain't fans of this team. Hell, publicly, the new owner of this team is a fan of the team across the street.
That's the question he has to answer first and foremost.
Yeah.
We will continue to ask those questions and provide some answers on the Lakers sale up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow. Those are weird.
Williams. Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little You bit. know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie. I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service. And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton
He's a very popular president.
I know you guys.
Yeah.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just move on? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he
give me
tell
the-
you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone,
Is
please?
that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
Fair.
First of all,
I think we
we're not-
agree that's a totally
we're
fair
not. We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me for Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one
about
there?
the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real
You're
fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a goat.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
you're
from
not safe."
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds
Holds up.
great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just.
The Los Angeles Lakers have new owners. Their names are Josh Kushner, American businessman, and the former Disney CEO in Bob Iger. What do we know about the Lakers' new owners? What do we know about the plan moving forward? How do we know how the Lakers feel about this new ownership? We will try to make sense of it all here on D-Fish and Decker. Because, Cody, I think what O was saying there in the last segment, the Great kind of breaking it down for us, there are so many things that are happening where you're like, that smells like corruption. That doesn't look like it's above board. All of these things that as a sports fan, you just want to enjoy your team. You want to be able to celebrate your team at every single juncture. And if they're playing poorly, you want to call them out for that as well. Not have to worry about how a federal investigation into one owner led to the sale of another owner in what seems to be the span of 72 hours. So if we are Laker fans, and we are here, about 26 hours after this sale and the news of it was reported yesterday morning, how would you try to sum it up or explain how Laker fans should be feeling here early on this Thursday?
Inquisitive. Honestly, you should be asking a lot of questions about exactly what the future of this organization is, because we didn't get any. We have no answers whatsoever. What we have is basically what comes off as half-truths or omissions of what has taken place. The information that we've gotten so far makes not one lick of sense. I can't stress that enough. $12.5 billion deals do not get done in 3 days with no one hearing a syllable about it. That people throughout the league are confused. Other owners are probably frothing at the mouth in pure anger at the moment. The fact that they was able to successfully flip the team for $2.5 billion, thus creating a crazy valuation throughout the league, I have no idea what's worth what at this point.
Yeah.
It was just reported like 2 days ago, let's go outside the NBA a little bit, that the Dallas Cowboys' new valuation is like $15.3 billion. Well, based on this sale, the Cowboys are probably worth $30 billion.
Yeah.
Or what even is money anymore? I don't understand any of this, and I think that is very, very much on purpose. Now, we also brought in the aspect of the announcement from the Treasury Department yesterday that now no longer you need to disclose ownerships of large corporations. That seems like a problem, especially while a massive sale is taking place in America's arguably largest sports institution of the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's also a little puzzling when it happens when it's being sold to a member of the president's immediate family. I don't know what to say other than this is ugly and ugly and uglier and uglier. And the Gray makes a good point. I'm interested to find out just when this potential investigation in Mark Walters miraculously disappears.
Yeah.
Like, this is... I wouldn't be so angry and so bothered by it if it wasn't so insulting.
And it is so crazy just to see how this all came together that even when speaking to the California Post yesterday, Iger said this sale came together in 3 days. There was some reporting into that, but I thought maybe the guys behind the scenes were like, no, we've been having initial conversations since October. Like, we've been putting in our due diligence and having these kind of things because the feds have been investigating Mark Walter for the better part of the last year. Nope. Reached out, did Josh Kushner on Friday, spoke to Mark Walter, who was not intending to sell the team as things were discussed. And by Wednesday morning, the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers has been reported for $12.5 billion. It still needs to be approved officially by the NBA Board of Governors. Sitting on that Board of Governors right now is Jeannie Buss, longtime owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, still holds about a 17% stake in the LA Lakers. She is the team representative. Under the agreement with Mark Walter, she was still overseeing day-to-day operations of this historic franchise, of which her father, of course, really breathed new life into. And I wonder in terms of what Jeannie Buss is asking in terms of those inquisitive questions on this Thursday morning. If she has an idea of what the Buss family's role is going to be. Iger said that nothing will change until it changes. So what exactly timeline does that look like? And I thought we got some reaction from Luka Doncic yesterday, who came out with a tweet and a statement that he was excited about getting back on the court and playing for the Los Angeles Lakers and bringing a championship to LA. But Luka basically said himself, I've been through a lot of change the last few years.
A lot.
Where there seemed to be a bit of hesitance, Cody, in that statement.
Very
and this
much so.
summer was about building around Luka Doncic, proving to Luka that in the next 2 years, the Lakers are championship caliber, that they can rival the Spurs and rival the Thunder, because if not, entering 2028-29, Luka's player option could become very, very crucial. And I wonder, with all of the changes made this summer, the investment into Luka Doncic with the contract extension last August, basically exactly a year ago, how he feels right here, right now, probably like many Laker fans, on much of a more unstable ground than he did just a couple of days ago.
Listen, keep in mind, this is a salary-capped league, so you have costs basically already set up for you going into the league no matter what. And I do think this needs to bring up extra things. I brought it up earlier on the show, but we do have a CBA coming up. Right now, there is one last players association that can actually do something about any of this basically crazy-ass dark money coming into professional sports, and it's the Major League Baseball Players Association. Make no mistake, we just saw more hedge fund money coming into Major League Baseball this week to the New York Yankees. They've gotten in the private equity game by getting an influx of $2.5 billion into their ownership just this week. So, again, this is getting weirder and weirder and weirder, and make no mistake, guys, if you guys are against the players in the upcoming CBA, you're wrong. This is literally the last chance to actually save professional sports in America.
Because salary caps drive up valuations for owners. It's an interesting thing. Again, it has been reported that Mark Walter has zero intention of selling the Los Angeles Dodgers or his ownership stake in the Los Angeles Sparks. There was a lot of congruency in Los Angeles sports among the professional franchises. So here's a hard transition for you.
Let's hear it.
97.1 The Fan is giving away 4 tickets.
Nailed it.
To a Sparks game against the Atlanta Dream coming up a week from tonight. Inside Crypto.com Arena on August 20th. Dream, Sparks, it's Dodgers night, where free Sparks and Dodgers co-branded baseball jerseys for the first 12,500 fans will be given away. Tickets at lasparks.com as well. We have had caller 7 in caller 5. What caller should we do today on this Thursday?
Let's
Caller CS.
He said it.
Was that
I'm
seis
assuming he
or
meant
CS?
CS.
Because
I
that
think
was
he
like
meant
a 6.
CS, which means
I'm not
6.
going to do 6,
but
7
no,
on
no, no,
air, but-
no, no, no.
Yeah.
Let's do CS.
CS.
Let's do caller CS.
So you could be 7 or 6, and if you are 6 or 7, you will get the tickets. 4 tickets to the Sparks
7 is
and the
Siete.
Dream. but you give us a CS, but whatever. Siete. Just be caller 6 or 7 here on 97.1. Again, it's 855-975-2326 for those free tickets to the Sparks game.
Yes, completely. And yes, caller number 6. Give us a call right now. It is caller number 6. We look
6.
forward to giving you these tickets, and check out those Sparks. And by the way, get your hands on those jerseys. Those are going to be sweet.
Those are good jerseys.
Yeah.
Because that's the last standing bastion of what Mark Walter owns in Los Angeles, the Sparks and the Dodgers. That could become a rarity. Maybe sooner than we all would have hoped.
Possibly much sooner than we all could have hoped. By the way, on a separate note that is moderately related to everything that we're talking about, the Major League Baseball owners proposed today a new potential salary cap and salary floor. Problem, salary floor is roughly half of the salary cap. This is unserious. This is embarrassing. This is a marketing ploy to get all of you talking about it. And I feel like they are doing this at the exact same time that this sale is happening so you guys can stop talking about Mark Walter for a day. This is a plan.
This is why we need to enjoy baseball while we have it. And there is a huge weekend series about to begin on this Thursday evening inside Dodger Stadium between those Dodgers and the Milwaukee Brewers. We will set the stage for the Brew Crew and the Dodgers up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, That's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are, I mean, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but
as big of a Major League Baseball series as you will see in the middle portion of August starts tonight on this Thursday inside Dodger Stadium. It's the LA Dodgers and the Milwaukee Brewers. Courtesy of a sweep of the Royals, the Dodgers are 73-48 entering this 4-game weekend set against the Brew Crew. Courtesy of a sweep at the hands of the Padres, the Brewers, who have dropped 3 consecutive games, are 74-47. That means, Cody Decker, only 1 game separates the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Milwaukee Brewers for that top spot in the National League. Of course, what would be the number 1 overall seed in a presumed NL postseason bracket. How critical is this 4-game series between the Brewers and the Dodgers this weekend at the Ravine?
Very critical. One, it's going to be eye-opening and seeing exactly how the Dodgers are going to be coming back after coming off a very important sweep against a team that is, middling is not a great word, quite frankly, bottom of the barrel this season was what the Kansas City Royals are. But watching also the Milwaukee Brewers coming off of getting swept on the road. This is not an easy road trip for the Milwaukee Brewers one bit. No. 4 more with the Los Angeles Dodgers. I firmly believe the Dodgers will stay right and keep themselves right, especially with their pitching staff, but the bats do need to still wake up a little bit. Yep. We had Jerry Hairston Jr. on earlier, and he was absolutely right. You got to give credit where credit's due. The Kansas City Royals played the Dodgers exceedingly hard. They went ahead and played as a feisty ball club, but at the end of the day, dude, got to swing the bats. And right now, the pitching staff that's coming in is here to shut your ass down.
There has not been the offensive explosion for the Dodgers as of late. They've done just enough at the dish. But here's where I think the offensive optimism starts to kick in. It was Mookie Betts in the 3-game set against the Royals. 6 for 11 at the plate, offering up a free pass as well. So reach base safely 7 times. 2 home runs back-to-back nights on both Tuesday and Wednesday. The first time since late June that Mookie has had 2 consecutive games with a long ball. 3 extra base hits, 3 RBIs. Questionable fielding at time at short, but the bat's starting to wake up for Mookie Betts. More hits in the series against KC, Cody, than the entirety of the 8 games prior in the month of August. We also saw with Shohei Ohtani last night, the 2-run shot in the bottom of the 3rd that put the Dodgers in front for good. Since the start of the series against the Mariners, Shohei Ohtani is now batting .364 with a 200 WRC+, that is 4th best in Major League Baseball in the last 2 weeks, a 7 .709 slugging percentage, and a 1.145 OPS, that being the best in baseball. There has been some conversation about Shohei dragging a little bit in the National League MVP race against Pete Crow Armstrong. The numbers offensively in the bat for Shohei Ohtani at this moment, very much on the uptick here as we enter this series against the Brewers.
That's what they need. They just need Shohei to get back into Shohei. And by the way, what was most encouraging is not just that he homered. It was an opposite field home run. Seeing him stay on that pitch because he has been really pulling off on outside pitches, especially off speed. We've been seeing him occasionally K and spinning himself into the ground a little bit and exposing himself to the outside part of the plate. So seeing him hit an opposite field home run last night, incredibly encouraging for the future of this team, and of course Shohei Ohtani himself. By the way, Shohei has not been hitting the power surges that he normally has, but he still has been swinging the bat relatively well, all things considered. But you are not wrong that he's been losing a lot of ground to PCA, and we heard it from Jerry Hairston Jr. Dude, the Cubs are arguably the biggest threat in Major League Baseball.
Jerry has been covering this team for a while. Jerry played for this team. Jerry covers this team basically each and every night for Spectrum Sportsnet LA. Here was Jerry Hairston Jr. from earlier today on D. Fish and Decker about just how important the series is between the Brewers and the Dodgers this weekend.
I think it's extremely important. And, this is the first hiccup, really, the Brewers have had. You mentioned them getting swept. And it's sometimes hard for those teams from the Central or from the East Coast to come out to the West Coast and play great baseball. So hopefully that continues as far as them not playing at their best so we can go out there and win this series and really make some hay and trying to get either the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. And like manager Dave Roberts said a few days ago, we were a wild card team. That's just the reality. That was just a fact at that time. We want to make sure we secure a top 2 seed because if you don't, that means you're going to be playing in that wild card series again. And I stated earlier, this team has played a lot of baseball. I mean, a lot of baseball the last 3 or 4 years. So you get that bye, you save yourself at least 2 or 3 games.
It's that added importance of this series. Only a game separates Milwaukee and LA. The Braves also 73 and 48. So the Dodgers tied for that second best mark at this moment. It could change hands a few times, Cody, down the stretch in the final month and a half of this MLB regular season, what the buys look like around the National League. But if the Dodgers can win this series, again, it's a 4-game set against Milwaukee. They will have won the season series against the Brewers and be in prime position for that number 1 overall seed in the National League.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not putting as much validity in the number 1 overall seed. Yes, it's always good to have home field advantage no matter what. But for me, it's the bye. They need to just finish in the top 2. I'm looking at the Atlanta Braves as much as I'm looking at the Milwaukee Brewers. Make no mistake. The Dodgers getting in that 3rd spot would be fairly problematic. Now, you got teams that are in that last wild card spot that give the Dodgers fits. You telling me if the Phillies are in that spot, you're dealing with a 3-game series against Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler. If you're going against the Diamondbacks, have we not proven already that the Diamondbacks very much have the Dodgers number right now, having been swept twice by this team and as recently in the last month? And the San Diego Padres are surging in a way that should scare a lot of people to the point where do I need to tell you guys in LA? The Padres only hate one team, and we're here.
It can be done, right, to win a World Series, playing in the wild card, being on the road. The Dodgers did so last year. But you are trying to, when chasing history in a 3rd consecutive World Series ring, put yourself in those A1 prime positions to have the best opportunity. It is why this series matters a ton, and it starts tonight. Roki Sasaki gets the nod for LA. He has been brilliant post-All-Star break. 4 starts, only 5 earned allowed. Shane Drowan supposed to be the starter on the other side for your guy, Pat Murphy. Are you and Pat going to meet up in LA this week, you think?
Oh, he's busy.
Yeah, he is.
I am too.
Big series for him. Yeah, you are.
I am. I'm going to Hawaii.
You're about to fly out to
Hawaii. I'm going to Hawaii. That's all.
Speaking in the baseball theme of what we have been doing here, we end this show with one of our favorite games. 3 the Hard Way, Baseball Movie Edition.
Oh, yes.
That is right, my friends. If we can get somebody, there we go. And we had a conversation. Was this off the air? I believe it was off the air, and a little bit it bled into on the air. And
it did.
A few hours ago. I know all of you listen all 4 hours, but those that don't, we decided to come up with a 3 the Hard Way, the baseball movie edition, because I've got some baseball movies, and I need you guys to narrow it down to 3 the hard way. We got Major League, Bull Durham, A League of Their Own, The Natural, and Field of Dreams. So, Cody, I'll go to you, and Give me your
Numero uno.
I will tell you this. This list seems so much easier on first. I already know what movie's out, but the rest are a problem. Let's go ahead with number one that is on this list. Number one, earmarked, stamped, of approval. The best baseball, if nay, best sports movie of all time.
Okay.
That'd be Robert Redford starring in The Natural. Barry Levinson's best work. The entire movie shot in golden hour. Glenn Close got a very well-deserved Oscar nomination.
Okay.
I can't stress enough. I have 2 New York Knights jackets.
Wow.
They are badass. My favorite sports movie of all time, tattooed on my arm, right there, Roy Hobbs rounding third base.
I can see it.
All right. There you go. Okay, now for you, my friend, Ben, what is your number one baseball?
I said it earlier. I repeat again. My favorite baseball movie is A League of Their Own.
It's a good movie.
Tom Hanks is absolutely sensational in it.
It's a good
League
movie.
of Their Own is number one for me, Raj.
All right, so that means we're going to go down to Cody, your number 2 out of Major League, Bull Durham, A League of Their Own, The Natural, and Field of Dreams.
So fun fact, when I retired from professional baseball after 11 years and setting all the records that I desperately don't want to have, I was often referred to as the real-life Crash Davis. In fact, when I retired, a lot of articles were written. The real-life Crash Davis just retired. My last name is Decker, and my name was Cody Decker, and I had the nickname of Anti-hero. Weirdly, Crash Decker was sitting right there. We never touched it. Bull Durham is number 2 on this list. Crash Davis is unquestionably the most wise sports character ever put to film. And so when everyone tried to call me Crash Davis as an insult, I would laugh saying, that is the most nuanced character in sports history. I will take it.
Okay, Neff, what about for you, Ben, your number 2?
This is going to anger one Crash Decker, but number 2 for me is Field of Dreams.
You're an insane person.
That will be the one that
You're an
Cody
insane
eliminates.
person.
For me,
You're
number
an insane
2
person.
is Field of Dreams. Now, we have talked about your acting prowess today.
Yes.
What if we did a remake of Bull Durham, starring Cody Decker as Crash Davis?
You don't need a remake.
You don't want a
Perfection.
remake. it,
Do
okay?
not remake
All right.
Perfection. Listen, I'm not even the biggest fan of what's wrong with me? Kevin Costner. I've never even been the biggest Kevin Costner fan acting-wise. Except in Bull Durham, he gives an astonishingly good performance.
Okay.
Okay, that's number 2.
No
so we
remake.
got your first 2. Give your first 2 real quick, Cody.
The Natural, number 1, Bull Durham, number 2. And now,
So
obviously,
who's off? Who's off? 2
Field
of them
of Dreams doesn't even belong to sniff this list.
Okay.
That being said,
Yeah, I didn't get that movie either.
You're putting me in a spot between A League of Their Own and the Major League, and that is a
One's
tough
got to go.
place
We got to
be.
do 3 the hard way, fam. That's
I
the way
will.
this
I
works.
will say the greatest portrayal of a head coach / manager in any movie was in A League of Their Own by Tom Hanks.
was.
He was phenomenal as Jimmy Dugan. Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. I'm going with Major League, dude. It is such a good movie. It's so funny. It is so well put together.
Mr.
Jake
Baseball's
Taylor,
in it.
Mr. Baseball.
Speaking of the Brewers,
Oh
Bob
my
Uecker.
God, Bob Uecker
R.I.P.
crushes it in that movie.
All right.
It's just, I'm going Major League.
Okay, now that means 2 are off for you, Ben. Who are your first 2?
My first 2 are in order: A League of Their Own, Field of Dreams.
Okay.
So the 2, Raj, that I am going to eliminate, and I do not do so lightly, is Major League and The Natural.
You're a bad
What
person.
is going
You're an
on?
insane person.
I love Bull Durham. Bull Durham has
So
to
do
be
I,
number
but
3.
man.
We
Okay.
just talked about why it's one of the great baseball
You're
movies
leaving
of all
off The
time.
Natural?
I have to leave off The Natural, and it pains me because my brother-in-law was almost going to name his son Roy Hobbs. And we had a joke while his wife was pregnant that we would call the unborn baby Roy Hobbs.
Roy Hobbs is
So it means
so
a lot to me.
impactful.
My nephew.
We don't have Brett the Hitman Hart if it weren't for Roy Hobbs.
I know.
Best there is, best there
It's
was, best
3
there
the
ever would
hard
be.
way. This is hard.
Yeah, very hard.
And I love Field of Dreams, and I won't stand the slander from you or Raj
It's
about
only
how
because
it's a
you're
bad
wrong,
film.
Ben. It's only because you're wrong.
James Earl Jones. 3 words. That's it. Field of Dreams game tonight, by the way, between the Twins and the Phillies
Don't
in
watch
Dyersville,
it.
Iowa.
Watch anything else.
That is what sports is about. Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa.
Watch preseason football over the Field of Dreams game, or of
do
course Roki Sasaki.
Don't do that. By the way, Cody Decker will be in a onesie for the final show of the week
No
here on
question.
D-Fish and Decker on a Friday. Brock and Alex up next on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
We'll see.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Ceraulo in for Brock. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you're part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Joe, you're off to a great start here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome
thank
to
you.
Middays.
I'm excited. I didn't have to wake up at 4 a.m., so that was nice.
You're
and
welcome.
I don't have to see Cody, so that's also
yeah,
very
yeah,
nice.
you did. What do you mean? We
Well,
just saw him
briefly,
walk
but-
out, and we got like a little bit of banter.
Yeah,
of
I'm curious to see what he texts you mid-show.
I'm
I
excited.
feel like
He
there's
told
gonna
me
be
he was
some
going
update.
to give me some content to give you a hard
Some
time,
dirt? Is
which
this-
I love. I'm down for all of it. If
So
you give
LA,
it to me,
so salacious.
So LA.
So
You're
LA.
talking to a couple LA natives here. You're on an LA Sports Talk
Oh, I'm
radio
aware.
show.
I'm aware.
And you want to be a part of this LA scene. You're going to have to be so
I do.
LA
I
too.
love this LA scene.
I know.
As
you
Cody
do.
can attest to. I have a good time on this LA scene.
So, okay, yesterday was a big day in LA. It was
Yeah.
kind of a where were you moment when you found out that the Lakers were sold again. Mark Walter selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And we had a lot of fans calling in yesterday. And hey, LA, we still want to hear from you today. If you want to vent, tell us how you feel. Call us at 855-975-2326. But a lot of the feeling was an ick. Like something is sketchy. Something's not really like there's more to the story than we're actually getting fed at this moment. And it's hard for Lakers fans because the Buss family was such a dear part of kind of our LA culture for as long as I can remember. For a lot of Lakers fans, there was a love for the ownership. And now there's kind of this ick. And Joe, you're a New York kid, a Knicks fan. You've never loved your owner.
Well, that's why I laughed when you said a love for the ownership. I'm like, what's that like?
What do you mean?
What a concept. Loving an owner? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I can't fathom what that's like.
So, okay, advice for LA fans who are going through it right now, who are like, I'm used to loving my owners. As a fan of the Knicks, who, again, like he gets booed when he walks into Madison Square Garden.
Well, he's also just a miserable person, Jim Dolan. Like, if we're being completely transparent here, he's just not a nice person. He's not a happy person. You're sitting on billions of dollars. You've got a ring now. Enjoy life a little bit. He's incapable. Things will be forgiven, though, and forgotten if, this new ownership regime delivers a championship.
But that solves everything.
All. Yeah,
Winning
exactly.
cures all.
Yes, always. If they don't win, I think a lot of Laker fans are going to be like, well, what the hell is going on? 3 ownership groups in the span of, 10 months? I mean, that's pretty unheard of.
It's just, it's sad. And I tried to do a really positive spin on it yesterday just because, like, I'm that person where, like, I need to find the positive angle in all of this. But the more I keep talking to a lot of Lakers fans, friends, family, it's really hard to find a positive in this because I think the joy for Laker fans was, there's proof of concept with Mark Walter. Like he took the Dodgers organization, completely turned them around. So yeah, he is a beloved guy, even if he's not like the forward facing, that's magic. That's what he has magic for. But he's invested in LA sports. This is the plan. This is the future. And then in less than a year, it's like he flipped the Lakers like you flip a house for $2.5 billion.
Well, am I crazy to now wonder if he might do the same with the Los Angeles Dodgers?
No, not at all. That's what everybody's asking.
I mean, if you're a Dodger fan, you're settling into a groove. You're going for a three-peat. You're on top of the world. And now you're like, hold on. Obviously, there's some stuff going on with Mark Walter.
Yeah.
Like, he's... I would say, in a sense, especially with this deal, kind of pleading to the government of the United States to maybe not go after him, too hard on some financial, we'll call them some curious financial decisions.
Oh, no, he's getting, like, investigated by the federal government for tax fraud.
Yeah.
For tax fraud. You say what it is.
So, and then, he sells the Lakers now to a member of the First family. I wonder if I'm a Dodgers fan, is he going to be selling the Dodgers next? Is there going to be another backroom deal cut? And will the continuity and the winning ways of the Dodgers potentially suffer because of this distraction?
I think, like, the rest of this season will be okay.
Yes.
But
In a post-lockout world? Who knows?
Post-lockout world, obviously he's like strapped for cash, like a billionaire who we thought was like, there was no end to this like flow. Shay, did you just walk out? We have some sound we want to play because President, CEO, and part owner of the Dodgers, Stan Kasten, was asked about this exact situation yesterday during the pregame availability. Obviously, that is the biggest question that everybody has, and this is what he had to say. Oh, not yet? Okay. Well, as you can imagine, as you said, I'm sure Dodgers fans, I'm sure, I mean, Lakers fans are like, well, this was your guy.
Right.
So if we were easily this dispensable, who's to say that the Dodgers aren't as well?
And also, you know, if you're a Laker fan, and I know Laker fans kind of have this, I guess, weird love-hate relationship with LeBron James. I mean,
I am on a LeBron James island, and I was the only one that said I was extremely sad to see him go, and I thought it was a mistake.
And I'm with you in terms of thinking it was a mistake. I love LeBron James.
Okay, welcome to the LeBron James island.
Yeah.
There's a very few of us here in LA, but like, how could you not? How could you not? Arguably one of the great.
To me,
one
he's
of the
GOAT.
greatest. Okay, there you go. Greatest player of all time. One of the greatest. Wherever you rank him, still top 25 player in the NBA.
Absolutely.
Still absolutely put this team on his back to win that first round of the playoff series as the quote number 3.
Right, and they were dogs. They were sizable underdogs against Houston.
Everybody
from a
was
betting
like,
perspective.
they're gonna get swept.
Yep.
Everyone thought they were gonna get swept. Not a chance. Put the team on his back. It was a gift. I think that was a gift for LeBron fans to actually see him like old school LeBron put a team on his back and be like, oh, let me prove you wrong. It was beautiful. Obviously, the same thing was not going to happen against OKC.
Right.
It just, Houston, it worked. OKC was not going to work. But to let that go and be happy about it, and to be happy about it is insane.
It felt, and like you said, it felt more like they were driving him out of town.
Well, no,
than
it
letting
was like,
him go.
Who's going to break up with each other first?
Right.
Like, we're going to be really nice about it. I think you're really nice. Like, you know, it's been a really great time. I just, you know.
Are you reading my text right now,
I know.
Alex? What's going on?
I actually can see him from afar. I'm far out of the dating world. I am 20 plus years out of the dating world. So I don't know how that goes down. But yeah, it's just, you knew it was, both parties weren't happy, but who was going to break first?
Right. And I thought, frankly, that keeping LeBron should have been a priority.
Yeah,
for
hands
the
down.
Lakers.
But it wasn't on Luka's top 3 list.
Right.
And that right there, we heard that he wanted them to keep Austin Reeves and get a star center, which they got Kessler.
Yeah.
There wasn't a keep LeBron James. We heard I would be okay if he stayed.
Right. Which, by the way, they could have done all that given the pay cut that LeBron took. I mean, what's he making? 7-8 mil from Philadelphia?
Minimum.
Just a hair over it? I mean,
minimum.
You know, I got called crazy because I was on these airwaves doing evenings in May.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I think LeBron would come back for 10 mil. And people were like, no, he's not going to do it for less than 20. That's crazy.
I said 25-30.
He took 7-8 from Philadelphia. So if you show him that you can win, because he's not in it for the money. Guy's a billionaire with a capital B. His salary means nothing. When you look at his endorsement deals, his salary alone means absolutely nothing. So show him that you can win. And he'll buy in. And Walter just didn't want to deal with that. That ownership group was like, couldn't wait to get him out of here. And then, like you said, just like a renovated house, they flip the Lakers, make a cool $2 billion profit.
$2.5 billion.
Oh, yeah. Who's counting on half at that
I
point?
mean, $2.5 billion. So, like I said, yesterday, President, CEO, and part owner of the Dodgers, Stan Kasten, was asked about the Dodgers situation and could Mark Walter potentially sell them as well? And this is what he had to say yesterday before the game.
Whatever you know already, it's just that I talked to some of you earlier on background and I told you I'd go on the record if you need it. As I say, this is a Lakers story. It's not really a Dodger story. It really has nothing to do with the Dodgers. They're completely separate, and so there are no changes here or contemplated here. And I think that pretty much is the whole story, but you probably have questions that I won't be able to answer, so take your best shot.
That is the most awkward response he could have ever gotten. This is a Lakers story, not a Dodgers story. No, this is an ownership story who owns both the Lakers and the Dodgers. And a good chunk of your staff works for both the Dodgers and the Lakers. So, yes, this is a Dodgers story.
Yeah, there's dancing around a question, and then there's flat out lying to everyone's face. If I was a reporter, I'd be pretty pissed off in that room because you just insulted my intelligence.
Yeah.
You just lied directly to my face.
That's insane.
That was a bizarre answer.
That's insane.
And that tells you that I think everything in Dodgerland, obviously not as perfect as it seems. I think there are people worried about their jobs in Dodgerland. There are questions about, whether or not, like you said, this season, they're fine. I don't think it's going to impact them at all this season.
No.
But once the offseason hits, once the lockout hits, I think the Dodgers are up for sale.
The new CBA negotiations, everything that the Dodgers have done to create this dynasty and get to this point, what we thought was unlimited funds and a group that was willing to do whatever it takes and pay whatever it takes, doesn't have the capital, is what we're learning in this entire situation. So why would it not be for sale? That's the bigger question there. Why wouldn't it be if he's strapped for cash and flipped a legacy brand and franchise like the Lakers in under a year?
Yeah,
there's no way
easy
you
cash
don't.
grab, and the Dodgers are at their peak right now, especially if they complete the three-peat. Like, they're never going to be worth more. Well, they'll always be worth more down the line, but like if they complete the three-peat, this is the
However,
perfect time.
there is something in Shohei Ohtani's contract that if Mark Walter and Freeman are not a part of the Dodgers organization, he has an opt-out. And he is the cash cow
That's interesting.
of the Dodgers. He is Shohei Ohtani single-handedly made the Dodgers the first ever Major League Baseball team to earn $1 billion in a year.
Yeah.
Last year.
Well, because you look at like stars in Major League Baseball, and most of them are superstars in the U.S. and maybe Canada too with the Blue Jays and whatnot, but not really elsewhere. Shohei is the most global product that you have in, North American sports. He's right up there with LeBron right now. You look at active players and their global presence, I would say it's Shohei and LeBron.
It's crazy because the Dodgers have become Team Japan.
Yeah.
Right? And I have my dog walker babysitter is Japanese and has family over in Japan, and she went over to visit during the World Series. And she came back and she was like, Alex, you don't realize, like, Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers are a religious experience over in Japan. What they have over 122 million people in Japan. So think about that. Like, you literally got an entire country. And I said this when the Dodgers were paying him his over $700 million deferred contract. I was like, they're going to make that back in partnerships, sales, jerseys, fans coming over wanting to see the game, in a year.
Oh, easily.
And they did. And so it's wild because Shohei Ohtani is the moneymaker of the Dodgers. It's just, this whole situation is insane. But let's switch gears and actually talk about the Dodgers last night, because it feels like they're finally getting back on track, completing the sweep, 4-2 win last night, their 35th comeback win. They don't make it easy. They're always going to kind of keep you on the edge of your seat. But there was a lot of good, and then we had a really scary moment last night. We'll start with the good of the bats finally showing up. I think Mookie Betts is maybe on the back end and snapped his, I don't even know if you want to call it a slump, but his struggles.
He had a rough July.
At the plate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the first time this season he's gone back-to-back home run games since June 23rd. So it's been a month plus since we've seen like a dominant good Mookie Betts.
Yeah, June he was phenomenal. Hit 290 for the month. We saw some power. I think he had 5 homers that month. July just completely fell off. And that was discouraging because you figured, all right, when he came back in May, it took him a while to acclimate, to get back to his old self.
Yeah.
June he looked like that old self, and then July just fell off a cliff. So he's had a pretty good August thus far. Back-to-back big games in this series, which frankly, yes, they swept Kansas City, and that's great. A win is a win is a win. They didn't look dominant like I expected them to against the 4th worst team in baseball.
I don't think they need to. And you know what? Sometimes the ugly wins of just scratching your way to get the W is a way that can kind of snap them back in. It's like, okay, look what we just did. It was nowhere near our best stuff, but we can do it. Come on, we can do it. This is the beginning of, we are in the dog days of summer. And the Dodgers, if you look through their last handful of seasons, every year this time of year, they have these kind of slumps.
Absolutely. And every team does at some point. You know, right now the Cubs are rip-roaring hot, right? People forget the Cubs lost 10 in a row earlier in the year, and they were like 34-34 at one point in late May. What concerns me, because I normally agree with you, like, you don't have to always win pretty. If you're winning, a win is a win is a win. What concerns me is that the Dodgers, coming off a stretch where they lost 8 out of 9, I needed to see something that showed me, like, all right, they're awake. Like, they dominated a bad team. And I didn't exactly see that. So now, you know, the test, we'll talk about this as the show progresses.
Yeah.
Milwaukee comes into town, and I think this is a chance for the Dodgers to assert themselves. Because what they did against Kansas City was get back in the win column, but I don't think they necessarily asserted themselves as a dominant or a scary team. I mean, even Skubal got touched up by them. The best news was Blake Snell. That was the highlight of the series for sure.
Yeah. 2 days ago. Like, the fact that Snell was able to dominate the way that he did, second outing of the season after surgery, and not having the greatest rehab assignment either.
Right.
Yeah, I would say that was definitely a bright spot. I want to get back to Mookie for a second. He talked to Kirsten Watson after the game on Sportsnet LA about staying hot right now.
I feel like I haven't felt normal in a long time, and there's been glimpses in there, but no consistency. So this is probably the most consistent as far as days in a row that I've been in a long time. So hopefully I can keep it going. The boys are back winning in our winning ways, and it's fun.
And we heard Dave Roberts also kind of talk about Mookie and when he was in that kind of struggle window of we're all talking to him. Like, even you have to remember, like, even the best of the best, like, you have MVPs, you have all-stars on this Dodgers team. Everybody at one point is going to go through some sort of stretch slump. 162. It happens. And if it's going to happen, right now is the perfect time. I don't want you hitting your stride until the end of September.
Right.
That's when I want this team to show me they are dominant and red hot, which they are. It's just getting everybody back on the same page.
And I will say the Mookie stuff is so imperative to this team's success. We talked about the three-peat a few times already this segment with the ownership group. But when you look at this lineup, they are so lefty dominant, right? Obviously, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Max Muncy. You mentioned like the all-stars in this lineup. They have an all-star hitting 8th most nights in Max Muncy. Like, what other team can say that? Kyle Tucker, who's having a down year. But, you know, if you have to pick, you look at some guys having down years, Kyle Tucker, Mookie Betts. Who do I want to hit their stride come October? I think it's more important Mookie does because he gives a lefty-heavy lineup a dominant right-handed bat. And you look, I mean, they've got a couple righties, right? Will Smith's on the shelf right now. Andy Pajes, amazing first half. So if you look at his numbers for the year, overall, they look really good. But he has really cooled off. I don't think when you get into the postseason, Pajes is necessarily a guy who inflicts fear in opposing pitchers.
But I like that because he's like, he is doubted. That's
he'll get pitches to hit.
That's his sauce.
Yeah.
Is that like no one fears Andy Pajes.
Right.
And that's what makes him sneaky great.
But you have Mookie in there, especially if he's hitting cleanup, like he, you know, when he's going well and he's healthy, he usually hits cleanup in this lineup. You have Mookie in there. If he finds his stride, not only is that great to give you a dominant, fear-inflicting right-handed bat, Freddie Freeman's also going to get better pitches to hit as long as he's healthy and he's hitting third ahead of Mookie hitting cleanup. Like, if Mookie's hot, I think that the whole team just kind of flows a lot better off. And I think he's finding his stride, and that's going to be scary.
Yeah, what was scary was Freddie last night. He was looking up, trying to catch a foul pop ball, and he fell down the stairs, you guys, into the Royals dugout. If you were watching this in the 8th inning, I think everybody, we saw the broadcast showed the entire Dodgers dugout just like kind of covering their faces, holding their breath. Thankfully, he walked back up the stairs. Shay, do we have the Freddie sound talking about after the game? Because he stayed in initially, and then Tommy Edman came in to pinch hit for him. And then you were like, okay, was he just running off of adrenaline to stay in the game in that moment? But this is what he had to say after the game.
I didn't hit my head, so that was the key part there. I am sore. Kneecaps are sore, shoulder sore, hands sore, wrist sore. I fell. So I'm in good spirits. I've already cold tubbed. I've done everything I needed to do to put myself in a position to be able to hopefully play tomorrow. I just talked to Doc and Andrew and Gomer and everybody in there. So we'll just see how I feel tomorrow when I wake up. I was already, I think, going to have Friday off. So we'll just see how I feel when I wake up tomorrow. But right now I'm just sore.
Yeah, let that ball go.
Yeah.
Let that ball go.
You think?
That was insane.
But you can't tell that to a competitor. It's so hard to tell that to a pro athlete. Like, let that ball go.
But he fell face first down the stairs.
Yeah.
Like, that could have been so bad. Like you said, he didn't hit his head.
Thank God.
Most important thing. But, like, catching your fall with your wrist. His kneecaps. He like skidded down the stairs.
Those spikes on those stairs. It's like
you slip.
Yeah, 100%. It's scary. I think whether or not he can play tonight. He mentioned he was supposed to get a scheduled day off tomorrow.
So they'll probably give him back-to-back days.
Milwaukee's running back-to-back lefties out there, right? Drohan and Gasser. Why not just give him a couple days off? You got Kike in there who could play first and also who rakes against lefties. Like, this is the luxury of being the Dodgers. When you have an all-star like Max Muncy hitting 8th in the lineup on a night-to-night basis, you can give Freddie Freeman back-to-back nights off. Slot Kike in there, move Muncy up, and, you're good. And there's a good chance you might not even notice Freddie's gone for a couple of nights.
They'll notice Freddie's gone for a couple nights, but yeah, if you heard him say there, I'm sore. So if he's sore like an hour after the situation, the next day is when you are at your worst.
It's like leg day, right?
It's
like the next day always hurts way
I
more.
swear day 2 sometimes come in even harder.
Agree.
Like trying to get out of bed, your hammies are like, what did I just do to myself?
Yeah.
Why did I do that?
That's a great take. So the 2 days after the
2
fact,
days after,
give him a couple days
toast.
off, and then Saturday, hey, you're back in there. By the way, Mizorowski's pumping 104 at you.
Is Miz
That's
slated
Saturday.
for Saturday?
Yeah, national TV Saturday. Well, welcome back. Here's Mizorowski.
But that's okay. I
mean, if anyone can do it, it's Freddie with his back control. So, I would say rest up and have him be as close to 100% for Saturday as you can.
No, I'm with you there, too, especially hearing him talk after the game, talking about how everything's sore.
Yeah.
His wrist, his shoulder, his knees. Like, he literally, you guys, it's really hard to watch, but they have it online if you missed it last night and want to see this, like, veteran tumble. It's brutal. Thankfully, he's okay. Did not hit his head. But you heard Freddie Freeman. He has a scheduled day off Friday, and good possibility Dave's also going to give him the night off tonight. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we have, real exciting, you guys. AVP is in Manhattan Beach this weekend, the Manhattan Beach Open, and we have the reigning champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Fernando
That's
Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's
yeah.
really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, AVP professional volleyball player, Olympian, and former NBA player, the reigning Manhattan Beach Open champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Chase, thank you so much for being here. Now, you have a very unique story as an athlete. And we always hear a lot of athletes talk about, like, if they played one sport, like, oh, I could definitely dominate another sport. But you did it at the highest level, successfully transitioning from the NBA to an elite Olympian and beach volleyball champion. For people who might not know your story, can you kind of explain when you decided to make the jump, and did you always love beach volleyball?
Well, first, I've always loved beach volleyball. I definitely came from a background in both sports, in basketball and volleyball. So this wasn't something new that I just all of a sudden picked up and wanted to try it. This was something that I was very good at a young age. Once I got to college, I kind of stuck with basketball. I wanted to see how far it could take me. It got me to the NBA, played there for seven years, had a good career. And then when I was done with that, I found myself back on the beach, living this lifestyle that, you know, that most beach volleyball players will say it's one of the best lifestyles you will ever experience. And I've been enjoying it. I've been, playing very good ball recently. And I've been able to hit all the goals I've been setting up for myself so far.
So, Chase, you win the Manhattan Beach Open a year ago, obviously premier event on the AVP Tour. Now to go back-to-back, what do you need to take from last year? What do you need to change to feel confident about your ability to go back-to-back here this weekend?
Yeah. Well, I always feel like the first one to win is always the toughest. Once you figure out how to win, you get to the finals, you finally get that first win. Now you kind of know how to do it. You kind of know how to get there. You kind of know how to do it when you're in the finals, how you have to play. So I'm very confident in myself, but as well as I have a partner that has won it 4 times. So I have a new partner in Trevor Crabb. He's been there. He's done it multiple times. As I just said, he's won it 4 times. And it definitely is the most prestigious tournament that we have, just because when you do win it, you get your name on the Manhattan Pier, and that will forever be there.
I love it. Chase, I'm born and raised Manhattan Beach, so I personally believe that the Manhattan Beach Open is the best stop on the AVP Tour. And I was just explaining to Joe that you get your name on the pier when you win, which I think is what makes it the best of the best. But from a player's perspective, why do you think the Manhattan Beach Open is different from all the other stops and makes it so elite on the AVP Tour?
Well, not just the getting your name on the pier, but also I think it's just the most prestigious. It's because the South Bay, Manhattan Beach, is kind of the mecca of beach volleyball. It's kind of like where it all started. This is where all the best players live and train. So it's kind of like in our backyard. And there's so much history that goes involved with this tournament. It's been going on for, since the 60s. And, like I said, once you walk down that Manhattan Pier, you could see all the names, all the legends that have won it before you. And for me, I finally get to experience it today, getting the plaque ceremony, get my name on that pier today. So it's something that, like I said, it'll forever be there. It's something that every time I get to walk my kids down the Manhattan Pier, I get to show what Daddy has accomplished.
Oh, congratulations. That's so cool.
That's awesome, Chase. I want to look ahead a little bit here. A couple of years from now, the Olympics, obviously in town. You are an Olympian from Paris 2024. How important are the upcoming Olympics to you? And I know it's kind of tough to train for something that's 2 years out, but how often are they on your mind every time you hit the tour and you take the, I was going to say take the field or take the court, but I guess take the sand in this case?
Like sand. Yeah, it's definitely important for me. I'm all about the journey, and going through the journey once of making the Olympics and that process, just really excites me because it's a long process. It's going to start up here in November. It's like kind of a 1.5 to 2 year process. So
wow,
it's coming up quick.
Wow.
It's coming up quick, the qualification process. So I'm very excited for that. I have a new partner, like I just mentioned, in Trevor Crabb. So, we're going to definitely go for it. And like I said, doing it once before just gives me more confidence in myself and just how to reach it, how to get there. And then hopefully once I do reach it, again, playing at home, what better scenario is that with, having all USA behind you.
That's so cool. Now, as you keep mentioning, you have a new partner in Trevor Crabb. How do these... Because I for people that are unfamiliar with the beach volleyball world, you can kind of move around partners throughout your career. Explain how, when you're coming in as the defending champ, you decide to kind of make that switch and find the best partner for you.
Yeah, me and my old partner, we had a great run. We played together for 4 years. We made the Olympics. We won the Manhattan Open. We won the Hermosa Open. We've won a lot. But, I think for me to get to the next level, to get to the next Olympics, to even medal at the next Olympics, and that's kind of where my mind is at, is not just making the Olympics, but trying to medal at the next Olympics. And I truly believe that playing with Trevor is my best partner to do that. So I'm definitely thinking long-term from now.
Chase, I'm curious, when you look back at your basketball career, could be physical, could be mental, what part of your long career playing in the NBA, obviously playing basketball your whole life, has helped prepare you for this transition the most?
I think the work ethic that I had in basketball definitely helped me translate into the beach volleyball. Sometimes you see some beach volleyball players can kind of get sucked into the lifestyle, and that's kind of a more lazy, more relaxed lifestyle of just cruising down to the beach and practicing maybe a few times a week, right? So I really just took that basketball work ethic of like, you really have to put in the time, put in the work, put in the extra work each and every day to get better. And I definitely had to do that myself just because I was years behind in playing. So I definitely had to play that catch up role into, getting myself back into the beach volleyball game. And I think that's just really helped me. It's really helped some of my partners to kind of elevate their games as well, of just, making this more of a professional lifestyle instead of just a normal beach volleyball lifestyle.
It's kind of a mix of both. As someone who grew up in Manhattan Beach, and now you see a lot of professional, former professional athletes kind of retire to the South Bay. You see Richard Jefferson down there all the time. You see Luke Walton down there all the time. And yeah, they're part of like the 6-man teams at the tournament that just happened this last weekend. But it really is this lifestyle. And I think the Manhattan Beach Open really brings it all together, but as you were saying, to a different level, that elite top tier level. So for someone in LA who has never been to the Manhattan Beach Open, what would you tell them about this weekend, the atmosphere, and why they should come down and really check it out?
Oh man, this weekend it's special. The stands are fully packed, probably from 9 a.m. all the way till 5 p.m. People on the boardwalk, people all around, just standing around watching. It's a very exciting weekend because the people come out and they support it. They come out and watch it. They come out and they're loud and they're cheering. And the volleyball, you're playing the best volleyball against the best teams in the United States. So everyone's bringing their A game. Everyone is, vying for that spot to get their name on that pier. So it's definitely high stakes, high rewards type of tournament. And, when you first look at it, if you have never been to it, when you're walking down that pier, walking down Manhattan Beach Boulevard, you're going to see this grandstand there just sitting there. And most likely it's going to be filled up with people.
It's so magical. You're giving me chills as you're describing it right now. Chase, we appreciate you so much for coming on. Good luck. And we're rooting for you for that back-to-back.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chase. Good luck, man.
It's so fun because, and again, we have a lot of former athletes on our network, and a big conversation is always like, football players always believe that they could play basketball. Basketball players always believe they could play this other sport.
Yeah.
So to see an athlete actually do it at the highest level, spend 7 seasons in the NBA, and then make that switch to professional volleyball and be an Olympian and win the biggest tournaments on the sand is like, that is the biggest flex.
It's insane.
Right there.
And I feel like those are two sports that you could probably translate basketball into volleyball.
Well, but
to do it at this level?
But on the sand.
Right.
So Richard Jefferson's a dear friend of mine. And when he retired, he also is South Bay, owns Soho Yoga. And like, that's his whole, like, got into the yoga thing after to help with the body. But then they all have like, there's a group of them. They go down and they play beach volleyball. And it just kind of keeps them. He said, like, there's the lifestyle people who play where it's like a couple times a week, just getting out on the sand. But to take that like in-season mentality, that's why he's successful.
It's incredible.
It's
it
wild.
Really is incredible.
Were you a multi-sport athlete?
I was, but I mean in high school, not not past
I was
this.
Like
he's doing this professionally.
I'm like insane. I'm like, what would be your second sport that you're like, oh, I'd crush that?
Like, I mean, in high school, I was football, basketball, baseball. You know, like the standard trio. Although it is funny because growing up in New York, that's like the normal trio, right? I've heard from people out here that tell me like all the time, like, oh, you would not have played basketball. You would have been a volleyball guy out here if you grew up in Southern California.
How tall are you?
6'4".
Yeah.
6'4" and can jump. I dunked for the first time in 10th grade. They're like,
especially like Costa, like Manhattan Beach, where I grew up, the high school. It was like, that was it.
I kind of regret it. I've never played beach volleyball. I've lived out here for 4 years.
Oh, that's all people do when you're down on the
I'm
Strand.
dying
Well, because you haven't. See, you're up. You're a little north. You're in Brentwood. You got to
Yeah.
come down to the South Bay. You got to come down to like Hermosa or
I'm
Manhattan.
waiting on the invite.
And it's
I mean, I'll be
literally
there.
just like courts everywhere.
Yeah.
We'll get like Cody and the crew down there because he's
We'll
down
get
in
a
my
game
hood
going.
now all the time. Let's just have some fun.
Yeah.
Have some fun. There's I'll share the local volleyball game that everyone plays, Ace, later. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, Do You Care, LA? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field, and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say I can track the ball pretty well, and now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good
Comedy Store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
You keep. Should we do it? Say, what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
So I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Sorialo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How we doing, guys? Producer Shay, LA's favorite producer, is here and ready to give you the news of the day with Do You Care LA. We got a new face sitting over there, though. No Brock today. He'll be back next week. We got Joe Sorialo with Alex, guys. Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Joe and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a LA perspective, guys. Joe, welcome in.
Shay, it's great to be working with you, man.
Let's
it's been
do
a
this.
while.
It's your first
You
Do You
were doing
Care.
some double duty shifts
A little
with me
bit,
in
yeah,
late May,
yeah.
but it's fun to be in this chair.
When you were doing like the evening
evenings,
show,
yeah.
he would be like, yeah,
Shay was
man, I'm
sleeping
just
in the
here all
studio.
day. I'm
Yeah.
just here all day.
I'm happy because I would actually watch your guys' show to prep for mine.
Oh, beautiful.
For those few
so,
weeks.
okay, that is the positive part about having later shows in the
Yes.
day, because when I would have an afternoon show, that's what you do is you like listen on your way in. And it's funny because like
100%.
DMAC and Reiter would be like, oh yeah, no, listen to your show. I listen to about like when I'm in my car. Like
Yeah.
that's when I'll get it. So I'll get about like a 30-40 minute of the
Yeah, because you have a decent commute.
Not bad. I mean, it depends what time I leave.
Right.
We talked about this yesterday, is like rules of driving in LA. If you leave like 5 minutes early or like 15 minutes early, you'll be on time. If you leave 5 minutes late, you'll be like an hour late and you're in the car. It's insane.
But I was
It's
going to say,
wild.
from watching your guys' show like every day during that stretch, I'm very happy that the bed music has remained the same.
Yeah, no, I'm not
because,
changing this.
I mean,
Are you kidding me?
This just gets
it
you
keeps
going,
my
Shay.
hips
It's
going.
palpable,
It keeps my
man.
shoulders going. They know.
Shay.
If you're checking on radio, check out our YouTube right now, The Fan LA, if you want to see these shoulders move. But Do You Care LA, guys? The segment where I tell Joe and Alex different stories from around the sports world. Jaden Daniels is mad at LSU gave away number 5. What does that mean, guys? So Jaden Daniels' attorney sent LSU a cease and desist letter after the school allowed sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear number 5. the number Daniels wore during his 2023 Heisman season. So Daniels' family says he made it clear he did not want the number given to another player and feels LSU disrespected his legacy. LSU never officially retired the number and has never officially really retired anyone's number in that stature. It's Joe Burrow's number is still being worn. So it's like, what are we doing here, guys? Doesn't make any sense. Do you care, LA?
Yeah, if it's not retired, what are you doing? The school did not retire your number, meaning anybody can wear your number. That is not disrespectful. Jaden Daniels, this is a bad look.
Yeah, I don't see
bad look.
I don't see the grounds for the cease and desist letter. A little confused by that, especially, it hasn't been retired. There's nothing
This is an ego.
contractually binding it. Also, Jaden Daniels, you were an incredible rookie. Last year, you kind of stunk. The Washington Commanders season blew up, and I know he had the injuries and everything, but no excuses. Last year was a real disappointment. Shouldn't you be focusing on your upcoming season and not who's wearing number 5 at LSU? Also, you were a transfer. It's not like you were at LSU for 4 years. You started at Arizona State, and then you went to LSU for a season?
No.
Come on.
This is giving prima donna.
That's bad.
And I'm the best. You need to, your number's not even retired. This is ridiculous.
Someone thinks his stuff don't stink.
Absolutely not.
I don't like that. I will say the kid who's wearing number 5, DJ Pickett, that is a great last name for a cornerback. Pickett?
Hey!
That's incredible. That's my biggest takeaway. I hope
Like
DJ
that.
Pickett has 6
Go
INTs
off.
this year. Yeah.
Go off.
Wear number 5 and take
Go
it to the
off.
house every damn
I
Saturday.
want him to be doing social posts of the best number 5 ever at LSU.
Absolutely.
Lean into it.
Embrace it.
Lean into it and go hard at Jaden Daniels. Yeah, absolutely not. That's ridiculous.
The only number that is fully retired by LSU is number 20. It was worn by 1959 Heisman Trophy winner Billy Cannon. Fun fact, guys.
Billy
Fun
Cannon.
fact. Yeah,
I
Billy
remember
Cannon.
him,
We
yeah.
all know him.
You remember
Come
Billy
on.
Cannon, right?
On to the next
being
one,
serious?
guys.
No, I've never heard of that man.
What?
We have no idea who that guy
You
is.
guys,
I
what
have
did
no
I
idea
miss?
who that is.
What did I miss? Am I supposed to know Cannon? Go on.
On to
Go
the next one, guys. 49ers injuries caused by a substation. So that's actually a myth, guys. There's been a theory floating around that an electrical substation next to the Niners practice facility could be contributing to the team's long list of injuries, guys. So Publitorian Science-Verse host Wendy Zuckerman looked into it and found no credible evidence connecting EMF exposure from the substation to player injuries. The Niners also did their own testing to look into the exposure levels, and they found that it was hundreds of times below established safety limits. So they found that it was good on their end as well. So instead of power lines, the conversation is shifting back towards things like roster age, training methods, things like that. The tinfoil hat has come off, guys. Do you care, LA?
Nah, tinfoil hat's still on. Tinfoil hat is still on. That substation is absolutely not. Absolutely
you
not.
too?
Yep.
You too with this?
Yep.
I don't buy it. I don't know. Guys drop all the time in this league, especially I'm a Giants fan. Guys on the Giants and Jets drop like flies. It's the turf out there.
Well, yeah, that's your turf.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
not
your
buying the
turf. That's
substation
what it
thing,
is.
though.
For sure buying the substation. But I grew up in a hippie household where I had special things on our computer so the EMFs wouldn't come out at us. So no, I believe this. I'm in. Last one. Let's go.
On to the next one, guy. J.J. McCarthy loses Vikings QB job to Kyler Murray. The Vikings named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback, sending former first-round pick J.J. McCarthy to the bench. McCarthy says the decision was out of my control, but says he still wants to stay in Minnesota and be ready if his number gets called. Do you care?
No. But also, I'm not surprised. When you go and get Kyler Murray, you're saying right there, we don't believe in JJ. And it's hard because I think from the get-go, the Vikings just made so many bad moves, letting a lot of guys go who then had success after, Sam Darnold being one of them, winning a Super Bowl. So it's a hot mess in Minnesota quarterback situation. But can Kyler Murray be the old Kyler Murray?
Well,
I don't know.
I care because what you just said, that it's a hot mess out there.
Yeah.
People would have said the same thing going into Sam Darnold's season, and he led him to 14 wins. People would not have assumed that
So
was
you're
possible.
you're believing in Kyler Murray, basically.
I'm interested. I'm really intrigued to see what KOC can get out of him. Look, JJ McCarthy's cheeks. I've been on the JJ McCarthy stinks train since he was in college. Cheeks.
What's
Absolute
cheeks?
booty cheeks.
What, he stings?
Yeah, he stinks.
I've never heard that.
JJ McCarthy is terrible.
Is that a thing and I just didn't know? Cheeks?
When he was in college, I called him Zach Wilson with a higher IQ.
Oh.
JJ McCarthy stinks, so I'm all in on this.
Dude. Yeah, I just feel sad for him. But yeah, you know what? Kyler Murray, can you do it? Who knows? When we come back, you guys, LA, how we feeling about the Lakers being sold again? We're diving into that in hour 2.
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses.
There
2.
we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? Like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh yeah, great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team, but Magic Johnson is there on the sideline. Just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. It just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you?
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you?
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate when you're a part of the show, and we love when you're a part of it. So if you want to call in, talk to us anytime, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because coming up, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. It also happens to be Dodgers night, and the first 12,500 fans get a co-branded LA Sparks Dodgers baseball jersey. So just keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. And in an hour, we're going to be giving away a pack of 4 tickets to the Sparks game. All you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326. It's
a sweet jersey.
Right?
That is
It's
really
sick.
nice.
Los Angeles Sparks across the front, Dodger logo with 26 on the back. So yeah, stay tuned. If you want to win 4 tickets to see the Sparks. I just realized we have a full slate of preseason games tonight for the NFL. Like,
insane.
It is back. Like, we are so back, you guys. We got the Chargers and the Raiders playing tonight, 4:35. Dude, we got games starting at 4. Lions at Bengals, Packers at Steelers.
Is this the Mendoza versus Beck game?
Oh.
Yeah.
With the Cardinals and Raiders at 5.
Yeah. I would assume we're going to get a little Carson Beck, Fernando Mendoza action.
I would love that.
Where did you stand on the Hall of Fame game and Carson Beck's performance? Did that interest you at all? Because I
No.
watched exactly 0 minutes of it in real time.
No.
I'm not a big preseason football guy.
So I am when you want to get a look at a certain player.
Right.
So, yeah, I love sweet baby Fernando.
Yeah.
Like my sweet
He's so
baby
nice.
Fernando. Like there could not be a cuter human. Like the way he loves his mom, his post-game interviews, just everything about him. The way that the Raiders leaned into their schedule release with Kirk Cousins and Fernando doing like the whole, I think it was like Step Brothers vibes, where they were just like, yeah, we're nerds. We're leaning into it. Like they're not a better duo to be the quarterbacks in Vegas and not have to worry about them going out and like raging and staying out all
Those
night.
2 guys in Vegas, it is, yeah. It's not exactly what you would deem a natural fit. I will say with Mendoza, I saw him at Radio Row up in San Francisco this year. And there was a disabled gentleman in a motorized wheelchair who was asking for a picture.
Yep.
And Mendoza, you know how Radio Row goes. Like, you're just going
It's
station
wild.
to station. You have no time to think.
I had a
eat.
show. I was up on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you know how those athletes get, like, herded around like cattle,
I
right?
got Kirk Cousins on my show. They were like, hey, he has a moment. Do you want him to come on? I was like, bring him up.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so Mendoza's being, rushed from interview to interview. And one of his
saw him.
handlers
Yeah.
told the gentleman in the wheelchair, like, nope, sorry, he's got no time. And Mendoza, on his own accord, stopped and talked to the guy and took a picture with him. So, like, he's the real deal.
Of course he
even when the
is.
cameras aren't rolling. And I know at Radio Row, they're always rolling. But, like, he was just going interview to interview, station to station there. And he stopped and took his time. I hope this kid's successful.
I know.
I worry about anyone going to the Raiders being successful.
Well, and
but I hope
the only news that we've gotten out of Raiders camp is that Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins have already gotten a fight.
Yeah.
Your 2 veteran leaders, like, because Max Crosby was hitting Kirk Cousins, even though he was in the do not touch red jersey. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, that's
and
what
Crosby, of all people, come on now. Like, you should know better.
Well, he
You're
does
a vet.
know
You've
better.
been there, done that. That's ridiculous.
It's interesting because Brock took the side of like, no, you should be mad at the O-line. He was sending a message to the O-line. I was like, I don't care who you're sending a message to. This is your new, like, setting an example, being a mentor to the face of your franchise and Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins. This is a fresh team, a fresh environment. Like, you're supposed to be the veteran leader on defense, and you're coming in and you're breaking the rules right out of the gates.
Well, I appreciate Brock's perspective as, he was a defensive player, right? What was he, safety, right? I mean, if you ask his brother would have a very different perspective being an offensive player. I see what he's saying. The offensive line should have jumped down Crosby's throat.
Yeah.
All 5 of those guys.
It happened twice.
Yeah, all 5 of those guys should have been on a dog pile on top of him. But no, you have to know better. I get the competitive nature and everything, and sure, be mad at the offensive line a little bit. but this is your first overall pick.
It's insane.
This is the face of your franchise. I'm sorry, not Cousins, but
Yeah.
still, this is your quarterback. You
Yeah.
know, like you can't be doing that.
But he's leading, and he is there to kind of set the table, be that bridge
Yeah.
and that mentor for the face of your
Well,
franchise.
and that's the thing. What kind of message are you sending to Mendoza if you're
Oh, yeah.
Crosby? Like, even though Mendoza's not the one taking the hit, you know, he's on the sideline watching. Like, what are you saying? That as soon as you get in there, this is going to happen to you too?
Dude.
Not the time or place for it. Crosby also,
No.
there's a social media video I saw yesterday where it was like, raise your hand or speak when you hear a pass rusher who's better than you. And they said Myles Garrett, and he stayed quiet. I thought that was pretty funny. Also, you kind of have to. Like, do you expect him to go out there and say, like, oh, yeah, this guy's better than me?
No.
But when he stayed quiet, when they said Myles Garrett, I thought that was kind of funny. It was cute.
Again, when you're in like your peak, and again, like he had a weird offseason. Like he was traded to the Ravens.
Yeah.
The trade fell through. He came back to Vegas, was like, all right, this is my home. Like I love this place. I want to finish my career here. So I understand he's coming in with a lot of emotions, and you have to. When you are at the peak of your game, and again, he's coming off of injury, which is why the Ravens decided, oh, like we can't do this. It's like you knew that, like, what happened. You knew what you were trading for.
It was a bizarre 24 hours.
It was wild. But you have to have that mentality. So I love hearing kind of that I'm the best. Like, when you are on the field and in that game zone, you better believe that you're the best at your position.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah.
Like, you have to.
No, and I agree with that, which is why, like I said, what do you expect? You know, you can't expect him to speak up. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Because Myles Garrett, you know, he's a freak. He's the best on the face of the earth right now.
Oh, I know.
No question about it.
And completely opposite mindset. That man is so humble.
Yeah.
If you've heard any of his interviews like leading up to the season, half of them he's being asked if Aaron Donald is coming back and if he'd be happy about it, and he has
Right.
welcomed it with open arms.
If he'd be happy about it. Wasn't his first stop when he landed in LA back in, what was it, late May, early June? Wasn't his first stop to see Aaron Donald? Like, they were spotted together day one here for Myles Garrett.
If you have that tea, I'm down for
I don't know
that
if it was
tea.
his first stop, but day one he was spotted with Aaron Donald.
Because he's recently said like they need to break bread together.
Yeah.
So I know he's been asked about him
Yeah.
from day one.
No, I'm pretty sure
But
they were.
if you find that like TMZ video
Yeah.
photo, like we need to be talking about that more.
Yeah, I'll hit up my girl who works for TMZ Sports.
Uh-huh.
I'll see if there's
Yeah,
some
yeah.
Garrett Donald
Do
intel.
you have any like? Because that we're waiting. We have a not a poll, but like we have a calendar where everybody that works at the Fan is guessing what day
The contest?
what
Yeah.
day Aaron Donald is going to announce his comeback. And so we're just, I have the last day of the month, August 31st. If you had to pick a day,
Oof.
what would be your day?
I'm gonna let me pull up a calendar here
'Cause
because days of the week matter, and you're
Rams-
on to something.
Yep, Rams have their first preseason game on Saturday at Kansas City, 1 p.m. Obviously, Sean McVay doesn't play starters, so
Yeah.
we're not gonna see anybody.
Remind me when cut day is. Final cuts.
I think it's the weekend before. It's that last weekend. So
Like Saturday the
Sunday,
29th, Sunday the 30th?
Sunday, I think it's Sunday the 30th.
I'm gonna say Monday the 24th. I like your theory of a Monday. I'm gonna say it's before final cuts.
So it's Cynthia Freeland's birthday, and she said it's going to be on her birthday. So you're with Cynthia's
Love
pick.
Cynthia. Amazing.
Yeah. So, and she's the numbers. She's like NFL data science, like the numbers queen.
She's a computer.
I
love Cynthia. She's
literally
great.
a
Good person. too.
Literally a computer.
Yeah.
Oh, she's like my best friend, and we could not be more opposite. It is the most beautiful way, the way her mind works. I'm like, what?
Right.
No,
Can't
I'm not
even
there.
fathom it.
No, but thank you. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We got to talk about the insane news that dropped yesterday, you guys. Ramona Shelburne from ESPN reported that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. A quick $2.5 billion flip in under a year for Mark Walter. The craziest thing when you think about this, and again, like it still needs to be approved by at least 23 of the NBA's 30 governors, but the two biggest franchise sales in sports history have happened in the last year, and they were both the Lakers. $10 billion when Mark Walter bought the Lakers from Jeannie Buss in 2025, and $12.5 billion that announced yesterday, Mark Walter selling to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Where were you? This was like a where were you moment when you heard the news.
Yeah.
Where were you and what was your reaction?
Oh, goodness. I'm pretty sure I was just in my living room and like had to clear my, like, I was like, am I groggy? Like I had to like clear my eyes, reread.
Yeah.
Like I got the push notification and I was like, is
it real?
Is this accurate?
Is it
no
real?
way.
Are
Because
you
weren't
sure?
they just, no, like they were just sold. That can't, bizarre.
Yeah.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that it still needs approval from 23 of 30 governors. I'm curious your thoughts on the approval. I don't think that they're going to have any roadblocks.
No, absolutely not.
I think it's going to go right through. Yeah.
Because this like elevates every other franchise's value.
Yes.
So it's like, oh wow, so it was $10 billion last year, and in 1 year, if we do this sale, that basically rises everybody else's value. Lakers, I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around $12.5 billion because it just feels like fun money, monopoly money
Right.
when we're talking about
It's all
it. Like,
fugazi.
us normies, you're like, yeah, okay, like it's a number in a bank account, and then it just goes here, goes here, goes here.
Right.
But when you look into it and you look deeper into it, which is why I think a lot of Laker fans have this ick feeling with Mark Walter, obviously owner of the Dodgers, and was, I don't even know what we call it, the in-between Lakers owner right now until anything becomes official, is under investigation by the federal government for tax fraud. And a couple weeks ago, he was just at the White House putting a World Series ring on the president.
Yeah.
And the connection, Josh Kushner's brother,
There it
is married to Trump's daughter. So Josh Kushner he's been in the news recently because he was also trying to be a part of buying FIFA that the world boycotted.
Yeah.
We know that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner were a part of the group that was trying to buy the expansion team in Vegas. So they have their billions together and burning a hole in their pocket of like, we need a sports team now with whatever it was. But the way it went down and how fast it went down, a phone call that happened apparently on Sunday, calling Mark Walter like, hey, any chance you would you'd want to sell for $12.5 billion, make him an offer that he can't refuse, to then in a couple days just decide to sell, feels really sketchy to me.
Well, you know, it's funny, and this is like, it all happened so fast. Like you mentioned, the timeline of Sunday to Wednesday here. But you look back a couple weeks at the Dodgers going to the White House, right? And obviously, controversial.
Yep.
A team from Los Angeles that's pretty opposed to the current administration to go there. A team who's got some really important and beloved players like Mookie Betts and Kike Hernandez, most notably, who have spoken out against this administration. And then, okay, it's one thing you go to the White House, you take your picture, you leave.
Yeah.
But to then present the president with a ring. And we all know, I mean, we saw it when Spain won the World Cup. This president likes to insert himself into things that he didn't necessarily earn. He was trying to be front and center with the Spanish team after they won the World Cup. And they were like, hey, get off to the side. But the Dodgers were...
They took him out of all the post-game photos.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, he got edited out.
But the Dodgers were kind of making him front and center. And for a guy who talks so much crap about Los Angeles and can't stand this city, to make him front and center when you get when you win a World Series and present him with a ring, I found that to be quite precarious. So now it all makes sense that Walter was obviously buddying up, and then he makes the sale to his son-in-law's brother, part of the group with Bob Iger, and I mean, Josh Kushner can say he's removed from this administration and he is a registered Democrat, so he can say he's not a part of this administration. Family is family. And I'm sure that...
Money's all connected in some way. Your billions are all connected somehow.
And that's why it also, when it comes to the 30 NBA governors, getting a say in this, it's the Billionaire Boys Club.
It is.
They're not gonna get in the way of this, both from a business standpoint and a political standpoint.
It's just wild because yesterday I like to find the positive side of things, and I was like,
Good luck.
I need to find a positive here. Okay,
Yeah.
I need, for me as an LA native, a Lakers fan. And so I tried to go the Bob Iger route.
I was gonna say that,
and
yeah,
I
the
was
Disney
like,
route.
I'm gonna go Bob. Okay, for a couple different reasons, but we'll start with like he is a big NBA fan, And he was a big reason. He's very popular within the NBA circle because he was a big part of the bubble that saved the 2020 season. When he was the CEO at Disney, that was him and Adam Silver that really made things happen. And the Lakers went on to win that bubble championship. Now, his connection with LA basketball was with the Clippers.
Right.
So when he moved to LA, he actually shared, he was on JJ Redick's podcast 5 years ago, The Old Man and the Three, and he shared the story of why he became a Clippers fan. Now, he grew up in New York and he was a Knicks fan. Now, you're a New York native, you're a Knicks fan, so I think you can probably talk to that more than I can understand. But he said he could not, as a Knicks fan, he couldn't get himself to get Lakers season tickets when he came here. So he just, he still wanted to be at NBA games. So he got Clippers season tickets and he became a Clippers fan, and you would see him courtside all the time. And he also joked, he's like, well, and I didn't have to spend as much for Lakers tickets, which is a funny full circle moment now, because now you own the Lakers and you were being interviewed by your head coach.
Yeah, well, I think it's hilarious because you were worried about what you were spending on Lakers tickets and you just bought them for $12.5 billion. So, yeah, I'm sure he's really worried about, what he was spending money on. I will say, being from New York, as Bob Iger is, it is funny to me because my generation, right? I'm 28 years old.
Yeah.
There's no animosity towards the Lakers. The
No,
Knicks and Lakers.
You just felt glory again for the first time in decades.
First time in my life. First time I felt anything in quite a long time.
Am I here? Yeah. Okay, we're fine.
It's been a long, painful 10 years as a Knicks and Mets fan. But it's funny because people...
Knicks and Mets?
Yeah.
Dude, what?
Yeah, you've got another 2.5 hours to roast me for that.
Why?
But there's no animosity towards the Lakers for anyone my age. That generation, though, and I can speak to this, one of my closest friends out here, one of my dad's best friends, has lived out here for 50 years, went to UCLA Law and never looked back. And he's from the Bronx, was a huge Knicks fan. Can still tell you 10 guys on the 1969 champion New York Knicks team.
Love that for him.
He got Clippers season tickets because he loved basketball and was like, I can't put $1 in the Lakers' pockets, so I'm going to go the Clipper route. He doesn't care about the Clippers. I can assure you, Bob Iger doesn't care about the Clippers.
No.
My dad's friend never cared about the Clippers. It was just that generation because, the Knicks only 2 championships prior to this year, 1969, 1973, against the Lakers. So Iger was 18 in 69. He was 22 in 73. Those are important years as a sports fan. To me, I never saw a meaningful Knicks-Lakers game in my 28 years. So there's no animosity. But I get it. I mean, now, though, you're the boss. It doesn't matter how much you hated that team in the late 60s and early 70s. You get a chance to own the Lakers.
So that's the other hard part, too. Is I was like, Bob Iger will be the positive, NBA fan. And then this clip kind of resurfaced. Shay, can we play the sound of Bob Iger on JJ Redick's podcast, The Old Man and the Three, from 5 years ago?
Crazy.
I am a Clippers fan, having moved from New York to Los Angeles back in 2000, and being a big NBA fan, I needed a team to root for. And in my youth, the Lakers were a big rival of the Knicks, the team that I grew up rooting for. And so I couldn't root for the Lakers very easily. It just was not in my DNA. And so I decided to adopt the Clippers, which was actually a good thing because their seats were a lot cheaper than the Lakers.
That's funny.
That's your new owner of the Lakers, LA.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It wasn't in my DNA to root for the Lakers, and now you own the team when you couldn't even go and root for their games when you moved here to LA because you were such a big Knicks fan.
It was so different back then. What were there, 12 teams, 16 teams? Knicks and Lakers were seeing each other in the finals regularly. Knicks won 2 of them. They lost a handful as well. Different times. We're talking 55 years ago.
This
You're not buying it.
This was my one positive I was trying to go off of yesterday. And I'm back to the ick.
Yeah.
I'm back after
You're not buying
hearing
it.
that. I'm like, where's the love? There's no love. And that's the hardest part because I think Lakers fans, we got spoiled for most of our fandom with the Bus family, where this was the heart and soul of LA and of the city and everything they did. And they were such a big part of the community, and they poured their life into this franchise, and we fell in love with the whole everything around it, what the Lakers stood for and what they meant and and everything. And just in the last year to get bought by Mark Walter, then flipped and sold to make a quick $2.5 billion in less than a year, to now the Kushner I was having a hard time wrapping my head around. And then the Bob Iger yesterday, I was like, you know what? He's an NBA fan. Like, we can do this. And then hearing that audio, like, it wasn't in my DNA to root for the Lakers, and now you own the team. Ugh.
I think compared to the Kushner of it all, that most people in Los Angeles,
there's no
Iger's
good.
the least of it. Iger's the
I
least
wanted
of it.
there to be good. They need to come out and they need to do something extravagant to win over the Laker fan base.
Like trade for LeBron or something
No,
like that.
that's not going to happen. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, so excited to have MLB.com's Dodgers beat reporter Sonia Chen joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but no.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong? Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all
in.
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get Get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No
Let's
question.
talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But so anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being a part of the show, and I am so excited to bring in our next guest, Dodgers reporter for MLB.com, Sonia Chen, joining the show. There she is.
Hey guys, happy to be here talking Dodgers.
Yeah, let's do it. I feel like Dodger fans are finally happy today after finally completing the sweep against Kansas City last night. It looks like they're starting to get on that other side of the rough patch. You're around these guys on a nightly basis. Was there a different feeling in the clubhouse after completing the sweep last night?
I think so, for sure. You look at the series against the Royals, and honestly, like the first two games especially, they still weren't playing their best. Yesterday, I think we really saw them put it all together a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And again, even if the play on the field still isn't the level that they know it can be and that they want it to be, it still obviously means something to come into a big series on a 3-game winning streak, and that certainly improves the mood, and I think it leads to a better, more like elevated play from here on out.
Sonia, I want to talk about a guy you could consider a hero of yesterday's game, Eric Lauer, throwing 112 pitches. I don't believe a single Dodger has thrown that many in a game this year. You look at Lauer, and he specifically requested to not get traded at the deadline when his name was being shopped around. He wants to be a part of this team. What do you think his role is going to be throughout the rest of the regular season, and do you think he can pitch his way onto a spot with a playoff roster here?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Lauer goes forward. He's been incredibly valuable in his time with the Dodgers, stepping into the rotation when they needed someone to eat innings, and he's done more than just eat innings. He's pitched some really valuable innings and had quite the resurgence in LA. I think right now, the way we look at it, he probably has one more starter. Tyler Glasnow comes back to the rotation. And for Glasnow, he'll make 2 more rehab starts. So that is, week and a half from now, 2 weeks. But Lauer, the thing is, like, he's so versatile. He has some experience in the bullpen. So I think the plan right now is for him to become a long relief option. But if Justin Wroblewski continues to struggle the way he has lately, if Roki Sasaki takes a step back, then the Dodgers already have someone who could step up back into the rotation if needed in Lauer. So I think we could see him used in kind of a versatile role down the stretch. And then whether he makes the postseason roster, I think that depends on, how many arms the Dodgers have, who's healthy, who's performing, their philosophy is generally to carry the best, 13, 14 with Ohtani pitchers that they have on the postseason roster. So we'll see how it's shaping up at the time, but I think he's definitely making it a conversation.
Sonia, let's stick with pitching and talk about Blake Snell, because that was an incredible first game back, especially the way that his last rehab assignment went, not getting as stretched as long as they thought he would. It didn't feel like maybe he hit every milestone they wanted him to before coming back, but he looked so locked in and he felt so comfortable and confident out on that mound. What does having Blake Snell back at this level do for this Dodgers rotation?
Yeah, I mean, this was the Blake Snell that we saw in the second half of last season when he came back from the IL then. It just brings a completely different feeling to the rotation because, the way that the group looked in the beginning of the season for the first couple months, it's like this, they could run out a starter every single day who was giving them chances to win. And the group, tailed off a little the last month or two with some of the health issues, but you have, leading the rotation, you have Yamamoto, you have Skubal, and now you have Snell. They're going to get Glasnow back. Like, this group just feels like a gauntlet again. And yeah, Snell looking the way he did, it's like, you never know like what that next outing will look like, but just seeing that once, it just makes it look so much more dangerous. It really sets the tone. Kind of feels like we're back in October almost, the way he was throwing the ball.
So you've mentioned Tyler Glasnow a couple of times now. What's the latest on him? And if he comes back and he looks like peak Tyler Glasnow and he just goes out there and shoves, is reliably giving you 5-6 innings, K numbers look good, will that, do you think that will impact the Dodgers maybe not trying to rush Ohtani back to pitch in the postseason if Glasnow looks sharp? How much of Glasnow's success, or how much, I should say, of Shohei coming back depends on Glasnow's success or lack thereof?
Yeah, I think that the way that the Dodgers see it, they're going to pursue bringing Ohtani back for as long as that's an option. And I think where they are right now, it's still looking very realistic. They're kind of viewing him as like separately from the rest of the rotation, or, which is to say like that the health of everyone else, the performance of everyone else, like shouldn't have much bearing on how his progression looks. They're going to take his time, make sure that they're doing things the right way as they build him up. And with Ohtani's buildup, he's playing long toss right now. At some point, a bullpen session could be next. Not quite sure when that will be, but that's probably the next big step forward he can take. And if he does continue to progress like this, he should at some point in September be ready to pitch in a major league game again. But with the limited time to build up, he might be more of kind of a multi-inning opener during the postseason, similar to last year when he was earlier in his build-up. So you will still need, a Glasnow, someone to do to pitch bulk innings behind him. And it's kind of crazy thinking about someone like Tyler Glasnow, if he does come back looking as good as we know he can be, being kind of the piggyback guy for Ohtani. But if the Dodgers have all the depth that they're expecting to have in the postseason, then that may very well be the case.
Could you imagine an Ohtani and Glasnow 1-2 punch? That's
champagne
insane.
Problems, right?
That's insane. But let's talk about Freddie Freeman, because he had a very scary fall into the dugout last night. I think everybody was holding their breath. Thankfully, he said he didn't hit his head, and we saw him walk back out onto the field and stay in the game before coming out of the ninth. But what is the latest? And he said he was sore. Are we expecting to see him today? Are there any concerns surrounding Freddie Freeman?
For as scary as that looked last night, and I think you were spot on with that, everyone was holding their breath. It seems like they've really dodged a bullet. Freddie last night, he spoke to the media. He was cracking jokes. He was in good spirits. He was kind of making more light of the situation than anyone else was, I think. And he's also someone who never really wants to take a day off. He was hopeful he can play today. We'll see if that happens. He's supposed to get the day off tomorrow, if not. So I think there's a chance maybe they flop those days. Make sure that all the soreness subsides before he's back out there. But yeah, he sore all over on the right side, but believed that all was okay. Felt good enough where he didn't think he needed x-rays, which again, like you look at that, it's hard to believe that he's fine. But
that was insane. Like, that was absolutely insane.
Especially to deny the x-rays after that is
No.
crazy. Speaking of injuries, what's the latest with the catcher situation? Will Smith, what do you think his timetable is looking like? And then Dalton Rushing. If that UCL is damaged to the point where he can't throw and he can't actually catch or play defense, what do you think his role potentially looks like? Would they carry him on a postseason roster just to have a power bat coming off your bench from the left side there? What's the latest on Smith and Rushing?
yeah, with Smith, at some point by the end of this week, he's supposed to start taking batting practice on the field, which that's a pretty good next step. After that, then you kind of look ahead, and maybe that lines him up to start taking some live at-bats next week, potentially. And if he can get to that point, then maybe around the last week of August, he can go out on a rehab assignment. And since he's been out since June, I would expect him to maybe spend a week out on rehab. It kind of depends case by case the way that the Dodgers do rehab their players, but I would expect it to be more than just a couple games, at least getting his feet back under him. So Will Smith, I would think at the earliest, early September. And then for Rushing, we will have to see whether throwing is a possibility. He hasn't closed the door on that. You know, like any player, no one wants to say that they're going to be limited for the rest of the season. So we'll see about the throwing and how his elbow responds, but he has started swinging again. And I think, there's definitely a pretty big case to carry him on a postseason roster if he is hitting, if he's feeling good, because you look at the bench and there just aren't that many left-handed impact bats. And there have been like a couple scenarios over the past week where you kind of see what's happening with the opposing bullpen and you think this would be a great spot for Rushing to hit, and there's just no one who really fits that bill. So I do think that if he's feeling good, the swing looks good, then he could certainly be on the postseason roster.
Sonia, before we let you go, the Brewers are coming into town with the best record in the National League. Just one game separates them between them and the Dodgers. How significant is this 4-game series, and is there any added pressure within the clubhouse to make sure you take this series to get ahead of the Brewers?
Yeah, I think that anytime that you are going head-to-head with someone directly in front of you like that, it's an opportunity that you can't really afford to waste. So in that sense, I think that there is a bit of pressure, but at the same time, this Dodgers clubhouse, they've been through this before, and they know when to not make too much of a regular season series. You would like to win this series, obviously. That puts you in a much better position down the road. At the same time, it's not the end of the world, but when you have kind of the opportunity to take things into your own hands like this, then I think you need to rise to the occasion. And especially after the way that they were playing before the sweep of the Royals, they recognize that this is the time to step up. But that comes from more of, I think, like an internal desire to play better and play well rather than too much external pressure, which I think is an important balance to look at, like going into this weekend.
Sonia, thank you so much for coming on. And yeah, the Dodgers, they got back on track at the perfect time. Have so much fun tonight. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you, Sonia.
So yeah, interesting. I liked your question about rushing. Like, would they still consider carrying him? And she said that he's swinging the bat again. So that's
that UCL is not going to affect his bat. It's just a matter of, do you want to carry 2 backup catchers?
Yeah, I mean, do you need the extra bat? Is what you need. Because we saw this with Shohei Ohtani when we found out he was getting Tommy John surgery. I think the next game he came out and he hit a home run.
Right.
Like, that's
and then he
just,
put up a 50-50 season like it was light work.
Insane. Like, insane. So that's the part you have to remember is, like, it doesn't necessarily fully affect the hitting. It's just a catcher. Like, if you get the Tommy John, that's...
You're down a defensive option, you know? And the other left-handed bat who I could think of was Kim, who's down in AAA right now.
Oh.
And he's a career, small sample size, like 2 parts of seasons, but like he's a career 270 hitter, left side, doesn't have power like rushing. He's got no power.
Yeah.
But he can fly, he makes contact, he can play like 4 different positions.
Yeah, he can.
But he's not hitting a lick in AAA right now.
No, and he was struggling up here as well. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're heading to Rams camp. It looks like they have made their decision at QB2. We're diving into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex.
Amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean misspoke? You just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff.
You?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
to
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's like, I forgive you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team, when clearly that wasn't his original plan, isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because in about 15 minutes, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th, and it just so happens to be Dodgers night, and they're giving away a co-branded jersey to the first 12,500 fans who show up. So keep listening right here to Brock and Alex. So in about 15 minutes, you're just going to call in 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sparks take on the Dream at Crypto on August 20th. But right now, let's head to Rams camp, okay? So we had the joint practice this week, and a lot of news coming out, whether it was surrounding the Puka Nacua injury and the NFL investigating him, and he might be possibly suspended for a game. And then you had Myles Garrett for precautionary reasons sitting out of that joint practice. So that was kind of the focus of the week. However, the Rams' first unofficial depth chart now has been out, and Stetson Bennett is listed as QB2 behind Matthew Stafford, which I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Like at all, because Ty Simpson has such a small sample size of games, starting college games, that it had to be Stetson Bennett. But if anything happens, and I will continue to say this, if anything happens to Matthew Stafford, one of these two guys is not going to be starting for the Rams.
Ooh.
Like, no, they're going to go out and they are going to find a veteran arm
100%.
if anything happens to Matthew Stafford. This is just the
window's
cushion.
too short.
You can't. This is the year.
Yeah.
And everything is riding on Matthew Stafford being healthy and being QB1. So when you hear Stetson Bennett, backup QB for the Rams? First thing that comes to your mind.
I hate Stetson Bennett.
Wait,
That's the first
what?
thing that comes to my mind.
Okay, give me the tea. Why do we have such strong feelings for Mr. Bennett?
Stetson Bennett, when he was a senior at Georgia, just spent a lot of time in the DMs of the person who I was dating at that time
it's personal.
for his senior
it's
season.
Personal.
So I'm not a Stetson Bennett fan.
Okay, so we're a little hurt.
Now, bias, not hurt at all. I mean, hey, nothing ever happened. Bias aside, when I look at Stetson Bennett, I see, what do they call those guys that are like washed up, they're retired, something, weekend warriors, right? That like play in like adult, beer league, softball, or pickup hoops, right? Like Stetson Bennett is almost like a weekend warrior where, preseason, he's going to go out there and light it up.
Yeah, he is.
Weeks 1 to 18, maybe week 18. Weeks 1 to 17, my man's not seeing a single snap out there.
Well, he hasn't. He has never played a regular. He's never started a regular
his
season
only
game.
bet to ever even get in on there is like week 18 if they've got the 1 seed locked up and you're benching all your starters, right? Like that's Stetson Bennett's only shot at regular season.
You're putting Ty Simpson in that moment, getting him a little gameplay if you believe that's your future.
Maybe, yeah. For sure. But no, Stetson Bennett, like being QB2, it doesn't shock me because he is just their preseason guy.
That's all it is.
To his credit, like he's been really reliable in that role. He lets McVay just run him out there, and Stafford's not, going to see any preseason action, nor after winning an MVP and being in this league for
absolutely not.
God, what are we looking at? Almost 20 years now, like 18 years.
You don't take that chance.
Absolutely not.
No.
So Bennett's perfect for that role, and then. You wouldn't want to make Simpson your QB2 because I don't know if you've noticed, especially in recent years, maybe in the past, rookies would be QB2. You're either starting or you're not dressing as a rookie. Like, look at last year what the Giants did with Jackson Dart. Weeks 1, 2, and 3, Dart was not QB2. Russ was starting and Jameis was QB2. You don't want your rookie's first experience to ever be as the QB2, as the backup quarterback. Like, all right, come on, get in there now. Stafford just went down. Like, no, you're probably not going to dress because you want your rookie quarterback, who you think is the future of your franchise, to start on a high note and to go in when he's prepared to go in.
I guess the question here, you think Ty Simpson is the future of the Rams franchise?
I think he could be. I think they're probably going to put a trade package together.
No, I view him as this is the best development system that you could be in with the Rams. In the Sean McVay system, behind Matthew Stafford, the MVP. They are a Super Bowl winning team. They are the Super Bowl favorites this year.
Yeah.
We've seen everything that the Rams have done with those first round picks. F them picks.
Right.
Okay.
Simpson will probably be in a trade package to Cincinnati in the near-ish future, if we're being very honest.
So you're on the Burrow train coming to LA.
If you want a hot take, August 13th, it's more likely Burrow starts than Bennett for the Rams. Absolutely. Even this year, God forbid something happened to Stafford, more likely Burrow starts than Bennett. What?
Damn.
You're looking at me
well,
like...
I'm like, there's no way Cincinnati is like making a move like that. Well, you're saying
if they're out of it, if it's week 9 and they're
what
sitting
are we?
there
You
at
said
3 and 5.
August 13th, so that's today.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying like August 13th. If something happened to Stafford, that's what's happening. I was like, wait a second,
saying
mind
this on
blown.
No, I'm
okay,
saying this
got
on
it.
August 13th.
I was like, math is not mathing in my head right now.
If a week before the trade deadline,
Got
Cincinnati is
during the
below
season.
500, and they can get Ty Simpson and a bunch of picks and whatnot back from the Rams, that it's more likely Joe Burrow would be suiting up for them than Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, so we're going to see Bennett on Saturday in Kansas City. Rams preseason first game, 1 p.m. I mean, do you take and it's so funny because whatever Sean McVay does, the league tends to follow, and he was really the first to not play starters in the preseason, and just what he does. What are you expecting to see? I guess we're guessing here it's Stetson Bennett and from this Rams offense on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see anything. I mean, it's going to be more of the same. What we saw last preseason, what we saw the preseason before that.
Okay.
You're not going to, McVay's not going to show his cards here in their first preseason game. And remember, like with Stetson Bennett, it's not like you're looking at this guy as if he's a kid. I know it's only is this going to be year 3 or maybe year 4 for him in the NFL, I believe. He was drafted in 2023, but he's not a kid. He's older than me. Like, the guy was in college. I was earning a paycheck. I mean, he is not a kid. So it's not like Stetson Bennett's going to go out there and wow you and you're going to be like, oh, there's potential there. Like, no, he's 5'10" and he's older than me. He is nothing more than a preseason quarterback. And McVay's not going to show any cards or divulge anything.
So he's 28.
Yeah.
He's listed as, what'd you say, 5'11"?
Yeah, which means he's 5'10". I mean, not me. I've stood next to him. He's a shrimp. He's a shrimp.
I can feel the... I don't even know what
Animosity?
yeah, like whatever it is. I can't ask you anything about Stetson Bennett because all it's going to be is like, no, man, I don't believe in that guy. No, man, he's not going to do great. No, he's not going to do anything. The Rams are using this as like the lead stand-up like comic. They're just going to go out test out material in this preseason game. Like you're not going to see anything that's going to be game changing. All right, guys, we're taking a quick break here. When we come back, do the Dodgers even need Shohei Ohtani to pitch again this year? That's coming up next.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a,
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally
we're
fair.
not. We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac, remember, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
You're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time, you probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season.
Yeah.
And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo. In for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate when you're part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Moments ago, you guys, the NBA schedule just drop. So we are going through this and we are looking at this Lakers schedule like in real time right now. And we got some of the big dates a couple days ago when they did that slow rollout. Obviously the Lakers opening up their season 10-21 against Golden State, and then 2 days later on Friday they got the Clippers. But just kind of looking at all of this, obviously, I think the big moments are going to be that Christmas Day game when LeBron and Philly come back to LA, and then they don't really have that OKC. Last year, it felt like a gauntlet because it was so close in X amount of weeks, but they play January 26th, March 6th, and then
the April
1st.
Yeah.
So it's just 3.
3 in the back half.
What stands out to you here?
You know what stands out to me is that they don't really have too many treacherous trips on here. First half travel, I think, is pretty friendly.
Very.
I'm looking November. I mean, at Detroit, at Atlanta, back to back. Not the best. But then even like the Milwaukee Phoenix, you get a lot of days off in between Milwaukee and Phoenix, and then you're back home. Correct me if I'm wrong. That long trip, what is that, a 7-game road trip, late January, early February?
Usually that's supposed to be the Grammy trip.
Okay. And then they have an Oscar trip, I assume, is the 5 days in late March?
That probably. I don't know the Oscar dates. But there's the Grammy trip because every team that plays at Staples Crypto has to get out of town for like the week plus.
Yeah. So that's their rough road. That's a 7-game road trip. They're out of town for it looks like 2 weeks. But outside of that, the travel's not terrible. So I noticed that's one of the first things that jumped off to me, especially at the end of the year. I mentioned they have the 5-game road trip in late March. I imagine it's got to do with the Oscars. But then they come home for 5 straight to end the year. And if you're fighting for playoff seeding, what more could you ask for than to be home for 5 in a row? Now, they're tough games.
They're very tough games. Well, especially because right before... the last road trip leading into that last homestand
gonna be tough.
Is gonna be tough. You're at Miami. At
home, you're like, all right, we can win 3 out of 5 there, maybe even 4, and up our playoff seeding down the stretch.
You're a Knicks fan here.
Yeah, March 11th, I'll be at Crypto.
Is that? Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
That's gonna be fun.
I actually just saw the Lakers for the first time. So I've been in LA for 4 years, and this past March was my first ever Lakers game. And I went Lakers-Knicks.
Because Knicks were in town. And
Knicks were in town. It was a Sunday. The person who I was dating at the time was very kind and got us tickets in a suite So
Fancy.
It was a
You're doing it right.
fun experience.
I will actually, I have to be honest, love suites, not for basketball games. Because I feel like I'm not paying attention. I'm not like in the zone and in the mix. I'm a little too far away. There's a lot of conversations going on in the suites.
I was very much paying attention. Like we were there with the CEO of this company that she was still does work for, and so like it was, they were networking, doing their thing.
Oh, so then you could. You were like,
I was in it.
Yeah, I'm your +1. You do you. I'm gonna do the game.
Bingo.
That's
and
great.
I was loving it. It was also it was my first time. Not ever at crypto. I'd been for a Kings Devils game. I'm a Devils fan for hockey, so I'd been for Kings Devils.
Different vibe.
Very different.
Incredible, but different
Very
vibe.
different.
Like I'll take a suite for hockey any day because you could see everything.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I feel like
also-
for hockey, it's just a more raucous crowd. I want to be in the mix.
Yeah.
I actually would prefer a suite for basketball.
Okay.
One thing that stood out to me
Different.
about crypto, tell me if I'm wrong here, please,
Okay, I will.
because this was only my second time there.
Okay.
I value when I go see a new arena or a new stadium, mostly with baseball, because MLB stadiums do it the best.
Yeah.
But part of the experience is the food. I thought the food at crypto stunk. Did I just not know where to go?
It's weird.
Or is
So-
the food very underwhelming?
Staples Crypto was my office for
Right.
a bit when I worked there, and I always pack my own lunches.
Okay.
And dinners. Like I don't eat the stadium food.
Right.
Ever. So I never really experienced it. And
Interesting.
if I did, it was in a suite, and that food was always like better because it was catered.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I don't know. I haven't done I
This was
haven't
interesting.
done the actual like in arena food.
Yeah, the suite wasn't catered.
Oh.
So we didn't have any food in the suite.
Brutal.
Yeah, it was a little, I thought that was a little odd.
Yeah.
So we had to go out into the concourse, and I'm like walking around the concourse. I'm like, it's LA. There's got to be great food options. And it was
I don't
nothing
know.
notable.
It's hard because like again, most of my time at Staples Crypto is working.
Because when I go to when I go to a Dodgers game,
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, Dodger dogs stink, but I'm hitting that like Mexican barbecue joint in left field by the bullpen, home run territory. You're looking at me after saying Dodger dogs stink. Like,
Yeah, no, that's a bad take.
I think
That's
they're
a bad
disgusting.
take. That
They're
is a
vile.
That is a bad
They
take.
are vile.
No,
but there's
Dodger
other
dogs
really good
are
food
iconic. But the Dodgers have incredible food.
Yeah, the Angels, they have that mac and cheese place. I don't know if you ever tried it when you were.
So I'm gluten free, so I can't have the
okay.
mac and cheese. But I spent 10 years with the Angels,
Right.
and I would go into the Lexus Club there, like.
Yep.
If and when I had family and people at games, and their food at Angel Stadium is top notch. But they also had like a Michelin rated chef like helping with food, so
Right.
like it was
And then, I hate to say it, but you drive down a little further south, and one of the best ballparks in the country for food, Petco.
Oh, hands down.
Petco has incredible.
My husband
food.
just played Petco Park,
Oh my
and
God, yeah.
the catering was the best food I've ever
birria
had.
tacos, bao buns, that whole
insane.
beer garden in
No.
right field. I mean, the food's incredible. So that's a big part of a stadium or arena experience for me. And I just
Okay.
thought crypto surprisingly came up way short. Like Madison Square Garden's got phenomenal food. The one thing about the Mets, Citi Field, like 5 years in a row, best ballpark food in Major League Baseball. I expected LA, which I think has a very underrated food scene. People talk crap about food in LA, and I
you
think the
can't.
food out here is amazing.
It's fresh. It's
Yeah, it's
simple, it's
incredible.
delicious. It's insane. The
It's
flavor.
the hate us because they hate us thing. People are like, oh, what do you eat? Avocado toast 3 times a day out there? And I'm like, that
For
joke's
breakfast.
great in 2008. Like,
yeah.
you know?
Also, for breakfast every day, it's
Absolutely.
delicious.
And they're fresh as hell.
Yeah.
And no one in California is
No.
getting this diarrhea parasite thing, but it's all fresh, it's healthy, and we're all hot. But I expected, because LA does have great food, that crypto would be better. I was a little disappointed.
Oh, I'm sorry you had that experience.
Yeah. Well, hopefully by March 11th they correct
Yeah, no,
it.
we're
I'll be
gonna
back.
have to find the best spots for you when you go back on March 11th when Knicks are in town.
Call in
playing
and let me know, guys,
the
because I could have missed
Lakers.
it.
And we got to find your spot. But I always end up eating before. Like I go to a restaurant before if I'm a fan.
It's a good move. You got 33 taps down the street there if you want like the bar scene.
There's just a lot.
It's a good move. Yeah.
There's a lot going on. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We were just going through Lakers schedule that just dropped about 13 minutes ago. But hey, guys, if you want to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th, it also happens to be Dodgers night. The first 12,500 fans get a free Sparks and Dodgers co-branded baseball jersey. Call us right now, 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Call us at 855-975-2326.
2326. Let's get to Dodgers. Now, you were talking about Dodger Stadium having some of the best food. They've gotten a lot better. Since they've gotten Shohei Ohtani, they've kind of like expanded their palate.
There used to be no options. It was just Dodger dogs.
Yeah,
that was something where I would eat before. Look, I'm sorry. Dodger dogs are so bad.
I grew up with season tickets at Dodger Stadium. So it's like a core memory that like fourth inning, we would get our Dodger dogs and French fries. After the seventh inning stretch, I'd go get my TCBY and I'd get my vanilla with rainbow sprinkles.
Love it.
And then like peanuts in between. So it's like that's just ingrained in my brain for like Dodgers baseball. So like you saying Dodger dogs suck, you suck.
No, well,
like
thank you.
That's
I've been told worse by better people.
My inner kid is like wants to like come at you.
My inner kid, like before the Mets moved to Citi Field in 2009 at Shea Stadium, it was just sausage and peppers. That was what you did.
Wild.
It was sausage and peppers or a hot dog. But like the thing was sausage and
feel
peppers.
more like East Coast vibes.
Right, it's so
yeah.
New York.
Yeah,
New York Italian.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, that's very on brand.
So like that was what you did, right?
Yeah.
And then they open up Citi Field and, I feel like the people who are grounded in tradition are like, oh, what, they got a Shake Shack? I don't need that. I just need my sausage and peppers, And like they're all like mad that Citi Field has all these options because it's change, right? And then you're like, oh no, they have incredible food. And like, I'm not going to call a Dodger dog good just because it's tradition. Like, I don't know.
But I love hot dogs.
I've had it too. I do too. It's not a good hot dog. It's just
what are you putting on your hot dog?
Well, like at home or at Dodger?
At Dodger Stadium.
I don't even know what they offer there off the top of my head.
Oh, you mustard, ketchup,
But I'm a mustard
relish?
sauerkraut guy, typically.
Oh yeah, so you're expecting a sausage and you are not getting a sausage. Like that.
No,
that's
just
why.
Like,
I want sauerkraut. Excuse me, what? No.
I'm a bit of a hot dog snob. It's got to be either Sabrett or a Hebrew National or a Nathan's. And if it's not one of those three brands, I'm not eating
so
it.
that's why.
And what is theirs? Like Oscar Mayer or like
I don't know.
It tastes like mushy.
No.
I hate them.
Oh my God, get outta here.
The last one I had, I brought my buddy to a game. I wasn't going to get a Dodger dog, but he met me at the seats, and because I had gotten the tickets, he was like, hey, got this as a thank you for the tickets. I'm like, oh, great, the worst hot dog ever is a thank you.
Stop. You need to stop.
It was vile.
It is not.
I choked it down, and it was vile.
No, absolutely not. And I feel like... Am I on an island here? Like, Dodger dogs are awesome. Call us at 855-975-2326. LA, are you with me or are you on Joe's side? Like, is it just because, like, this was my childhood and
I think it might be.
I've just, like, connected the Dodgers with Dodger dogs and, I think they're delicious and amazing and it's just nostalgia.
The barbecue nachos at that place. I don't know the name of the place.
I'm not saying it's better than other things, but it looked like...
At least they're edible. I mean, Dodger dogs are not... They're inedible to me.
Stop. I just saw they put out, like, carne fries, steak fries that come in a lunchbox, but it's like skirt steak, like delicious skirt steak on top of the fries at Dodger Stadium that comes in a really cute lunchbox.
If that's good quality steak, that's got to be a $30 French fry.
For sure, and I'm
also,
down.
Also, don't they have a Shake Shack at
want.
Dodger Stadium now?
I don't know.
Or am I making that up? Shake Shack, like, if all else fails, Shake Shack. I love it.
An in and out town?
Yeah, Shake Shack's better than
No, absolutely not.
If they were the
we're
same,
not going down
if they were
that
the same
right
price
now.
point, everyone would agree with me.
That's insane. Yeah, the Dodgers are Habit Burger.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Because when they turn a double play, I eat dinner for like $7 the next day.
Have you actually taken it up?
2 or 3 times.
Dude, I love that so much. Okay, let's stick with the Dodgers, you guys. We had Sonia Chen on earlier and kind of went down the pitching rotation. Obviously, Blake Snell having an incredible first game back this week. Tyler Glass now is on his rehab assignment. And Shohei Ohtani has now had I don't even know what you would call it, 2 days of toss. Like he's just throwing on the grass. Like hasn't made it to the bullpen or off the mound yet. But the goal is, and when we heard from Dave Roberts and we're talking with everyone involved with the team, the plan is still to have Shohei Ohtani be available to pitch come October, but it's going to be in an opener situation. He's going to be on a pitch count. He's going to be on an inning count. Like this is not like the Shohei Ohtani that we had in the first half of the season. This is similar to the end of last year where you might get like bits and pieces of Shohei Ohtani, which then makes you ask and wonder, do the Dodgers even still need Shohei Ohtani to pitch again this year, especially now that they got Snell back, that they got Tarek Skubal, who we haven't even seen Skubal at his best yet. We've seen like...
Seriously.
We've seen like, okay, like
welcome to LA. When are we having our breakout game moment yet? Haven't had like a Cy Young style performance from Skubal yet. Obviously, Yamamoto, Skubal, ace 1-2, Snell back in there. If Robleski can figure things out again, if you get Glasnow back, Eric Lauer, like workhorse for this team right now. Roki Sasaki on the mound tonight has really turned things around since getting his giant glove, and he's not tipping pitches anymore. So when you look at all of this, is it smart to try to push Shohei Ohtani to get back on the mound?
I don't think it is. But this is also why I asked Sonia, and she kind of disagreed with my my approach that I was trying to like lead her into with it. Mm-hmm. I think that how Glasnow looks when he comes back actually will determine how vigorously they push Ohtani to be a pitcher again this season. I think if Glasnow comes back and he's giving you reliably 5-6 innings, 80 pitches, and he's going out there and his stuff is nasty, that breaking ball's just freaking falling off a plane, like, then I don't think you need Ohtani back. I really do. Because the thing is, with Skubal and Snell, you've got two lefties, right? Yeah. Your next best guy after, like, Glasnow and Ohtani, probably Robleski. And I know he's kind of hit the skids a little bit lately here. To me, Sasaki, forget about it. He's going to the bullpen. He did
last year.
He was incredible.
He's the reason we were able to win the World Series as the closer.
Yeah. So wild. Sasaki, it's like he's already shown you he can do it.
Yeah.
Don't even toy around. He's going back to the bullpen.
He's chill with that.
Robleski would be the question mark there, but that would give you a really lefty-heavy rotation of Skubal, Snell, and Robleski. Remember, you're down to a 4-man rotation in the playoffs. So I do think they want a second righty to complement Yamamoto. And it's either going to be Glasnow or Ohtani. If Glasnow can handle the workload, I think it's him, and you ease up on Ohtani. If not, and if Ohtani's ready to go, then I think you have Glasnow like piggyback Blake Snell or something. Go lefty-righty, and that's 8 innings right there.
Which is crazy, though, because Sonia was like, well, what if it was like an Ohtani Glasnow piggyback?
Yeah, I feel like they'd want to split up the righty-lefty. Maybe go Ohtani to Robleski, because how you construct your starting lineup is going to go based off the starting pitcher. And so if Ohtani's pitching and they go, say you're playing Philadelphia, right, where they have Schwarber and Harper and Luis Arias and Brandon Marsh has quietly been one of their best players, and 4 of the top 6 hitters are lefties in that case, well, you're probably going to want to have Ohtani go, 3-4 innings and then bring in Robleski if your due up is like Schwarber, Harper, Arias.
Yeah.
So I'm big on when you're doing the piggyback thing, either going righty to lefty or lefty to righty and switching it up. So I wouldn't love the idea of a Glasnow-Ohtani combo. I'd probably want to go Glasnow with Snell, Ohtani with Robleski, and then Yamamoto and Skubal can throw 7+.
It's just wild because, like, do the Dodgers need Shohei Ohtani back on the mound? No. But are you going to be able to tell him no? Absolutely not. If he is feeling better and he's at a point in his recovery, and again, this is where you have to be so careful of protecting the player from himself, because he's finally looking stronger running around the base path, because that was my concern too when they're like, oh no, the knee doesn't affect his hitting. Is like, what do you mean it doesn't affect his hitting?
6 stolen bases this year as opposed to 50 a couple of years ago.
Have you seen him trying to stretch out a double? I'm holding my breath the entire time. This is not the same Shohei Ohtani who went 50-50 a couple seasons ago.
He's not taking chances. And by the way, that Shohei Ohtani led them to a World Series without pitching. Don't forget, the Dodgers that year had, I call it, 2.5 starting pitchers. They had Yamamoto and Flaherty, who, Jack Flaherty, you look at his numbers this year, it feels like ancient history, but he was great that postseason. Yeah. And then they had Walker Buehler, who I consider the half of a starting pitcher. Because Buehler, he was like a box of chocolates in 2024.
You know what, though?
You never know what you're going to get.
Got it done.
He did. He had a terrible regular season. Got it done in the postseason.
That's all that matters.
But so they had like 2.5 starters when this dynasty got kicked off.
Yeah.
And they won a World Series. Now they've got like 7 or 8 starters. And we're sitting here like, oh, can Ohtani pitch? What do we do with this guy? They've got 7 or 8 starters for a 4-man rotation.
They're rich.
They certainly do not need Shohei Ohtani to pitch. It's it would be another luxury if he can. But I think either way, I mean, just forget that 4th spot in the rotation.
What do you mean?
Yamamoto, and Snell is the most formidable trio.
And then I think it's like by committee.
Yeah.
After that, it is by committee.
Glasnow, Ohtani, Robleski, Eric Lauer.
Depending who you're facing, there will be an opener situation. Again, because like how deep is Blake Snell going to be able to go once we get to that point?
Right.
Tyler Glasnow will be on a pitch count. Even if Shohei Ohtani comes back, you're getting an opener situation. So you're getting like 1, maybe 2 innings if you're lucky by that point. He's supposed to go through a spring training. Like,
Right.
his spring training is going to be in the big leagues. And again, he's dealing with the bicep, he's dealing with the knee. Like, you don't need him. However, if this keeps Ohtani in the mental mindset that he needs to be in come October, I guess, like, let him pitch an inning.
Yeah, or
Let him pitch an
one
inning.
turn through the lineup.
Yeah.
I could see him going 2-3. One thing I quickly want to touch on that you really quickly brought up there that I liked, you mentioned Blake Snell, and like the question is, how deep will he be able to go?
Yeah.
If I look at game 2 of this Dodger-Royals series, the
Yeah.
biggest positive takeaway, it's not the 10 strikeouts from
Mhm.
Blake Snell, it's not the 1 earned run. It's 84 pitches and 6 up downs.
Yeah,
I
that
was
was
not
big.
expecting that. I was expecting 3 or 4 innings out of him. 84 pitches through 6, which is not only the fact that he went 6, it's
Yeah.
a really economical 6 innings.
I
Like
know.
Blake Snell's a guy who's had pitch count trouble because he walks so many.
Mhm.
6 innings on 84 pitches. That I was like,
Yeah,
they're ready.
he's back.
That his first start back.
He's back.
Wait till October.
Yeah, dude, he is lights out. So much more Dodger talk to get to. Right now, huge congratulations to Melvin and Valley Glen. You just won a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sparks
Hey.
take on the Atlanta Dream at
Hey.
Crypto. Congratulations. How we feeling?
I feel amazing. 97.1 The Fan, voice of LA Sports. We did it.
Let's go. We did it. Who you taking with you?
I'm going to take my girl and my boy and his lady. It's a 4-pack, right?
Yeah, you're getting a 4-pack.
Okay, so double date night.
Love that. Love that for you. Melvin, thank you so much for tuning in, and congratulations again.
Thank you, guys. Really generous. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Enjoy,
thank
Melvin.
you.
Congrats, man.
Woo-wee. All
Take
right,
care.
guys.
Love y'all.
Oh, thank you. We love you back. Love meeting all the fans. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, very excited to have Jovan Buha on the show. We've got a lot of Lakers stuff to get to, whether it's the schedule that just came out or, I don't know, a big sale that went down yesterday. Don't go anywhere. That's
I
coming
must
up
have missed
next here. Yeah, did you know that? Quick 12 and a half bill. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
That is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers, because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that. That's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry, as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team, when clearly that wasn't his original plan, isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Mandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Mandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw after the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that,
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just didn't know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a,
you know. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's a totally fair
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
you're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake, and then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer? Oh, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got a run over at home plate.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen today. Thank you for hanging out with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Loved hearing from everybody calling in yesterday and throughout the day, just giving all of their emotional feels about the big Laker trade sale. I mean, kind of. I mean, trading money.
Hell of a swap.
Dude, what an insane flip. We'll call it a flip.
Yeah.
He came in and he flipped the Lakers.
Flipping houses. Quick
Wild.
$2.5 billion
What
profit.
I'm talking about is Mark Walter, yes, the owner of the Dodgers, who bought the Lakers from the Buss family under a year ago, selling his shares of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Now, that news dropped yesterday, like an hour before we came on the air. And the positive person that I am, I was trying to find any angle to feel good about this. Okay. Like maybe I'll go the Bob angle. Okay. And maybe it's like, Bob Iger, look what he did for Disney. Came in, turned Disney into this powerhouse. He got all the Marvel stuff. He got all the Star Wars stuff. He left and then it crashed. They tried to bring him back in to lift it back up. He just left Disney in March and he's been looking for that next project, passion project, work project. Maybe he can be the one that, turns this Lakers team around. But I think the biggest
the gut punch was Lakers fans being excited about the Mark Walter proof of concept and what he did for the Dodgers franchise and turning them into this current dynasty. Like, okay, maybe he can do that with the Lakers now. Maybe that's something he can do. And then less than a year, turning this team around and selling it for $12.5 billion was just wild.
Yeah, I think he saw he couldn't defer Luka's contract to 2050 and wanted to get out of Dodge. No, obviously Mark Walter's got some trouble he's dealing with. Yeah, this is all sorts of levels of concerning. Obviously, you've got the 3 ownership groups in 10 months now, going from the Buss family to Walter.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, 3 separate owners in like less than a calendar year is pretty insane, pretty unstable.
Which is wild though, because like Luka, weirdly familiar territory, because he's had like 5 owners now in just a handful of years.
Ever since Adelson took over from Cuban, it's been
that was what the trade.
That's bleep show in Dallas.
That's why they traded him.
Yeah.
That's why he got traded. He had the Cuban to the Casino family, and then the Buss family to Mark Walter to now Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, all within a handful of years for Luka Doncic, which is insane. And I'm so excited, you guys, to bring in our next guest here, NBA reporter and the host of Buha's Block, Jovan Buha, joining the show. And Jovan, I know that your phone and everything must have been blowing up yesterday when the news broke that Mark Walter is selling his shares of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. What was your first reaction when you saw the breaking news?
Well, this is funny because I'm currently on vacation right now in Europe, and we were boarding our plane from, we were traveling from London to Germany. So literally as I'm in line about to scan my ticket, I get this notification that the sale's going through, and then just start frantically being like, I got to start texting people and getting information. And, I hope nothing else crazy happens while I'm on, the flight. So last time I was traveling was a couple weeks ago for my mom's birthday. And it just so happens that that's when LeBron decided to announce he was going to Philadelphia.
Yep.
So I'm sure I got 2.5 weeks left on my vacation. I'm sure some other crazy stuff will drop.
Yeah, you can't make it up. It's always when you think, it's finally a slow season, I'm going to enjoy myself a little bit. No, God forbid. How much do you think this sale now with Iger and Kushner, of all people, at the helm for the Lakers, how much is this actually going to change the way that the organization's run, in your opinion?
I think it's going to change things. And I don't know if it's going to be a good change or a bad change. I think the point I made last night on my show was just that we're now in an uncertain situation with the current ownership group where there's some new blood and we don't know how they're going to operate as owners. We can look at their success in business, but that doesn't always translate to sports ownership. And there are some real differences between owning business X versus owning a sports franchise. And at least with Mark Walter, I think there was a level of hope and optimism based on how they had owned the Dodgers and the process there, the results there. The Dodgers are obviously amidst potentially a dynasty right now and a three-peat. And so there was this sense of, even if it took some time, that he was going to figure it out and Dodger-ify the Lakers. And we had seen some parts of that, I think, more so on the business side than the basketball side, and they were still undergoing that process of really, sinking their teeth into the basketball operations. But now we just don't know. So I do think there will be an onboarding process. There will be a transition team, and I'm sure they will share their plans and their vision for where they wanted the franchise to go with the new group. But it's just too early to say, less than roughly 24 hours after it, where things are going to go, because we just don't know what they're going to be like as owners.
Now, Jovan, you used the word uncertainty, and I know you said you were reaching out to all of your people to get information. What is the feeling inside the building right now, whether it's people within the Lakers organization, the players? We saw Luka put out a statement that this is, unfortunately for him, very familiar territory with all the ownership changes. Mm-hmm. But what is the feeling within the Lakers organization right now?
There was a lot of shock. This was, I think, even more surprising than the prior sale last summer, because there had at least been a little bit of buzz that the Buses were eventually going to sell the franchise. It was unclear whether that was going to be last summer, or maybe this summer, or some point in the next few years. But there had been a little bit of buzz out there. Okay, eventually the Lakers are going to be for sale. It's going to be for a giant number. This came out of the blue. This came out of nowhere. Everyone across the NBA was shocked and stunned by this. Like, really, the only thing I could think of recently that kind of equates to this is the Luka trade itself. And so you just think about the last 18 months that the Lakers have had with the Luka trade, followed by the sale of the franchise in one summer, the sale of the franchise the following summer. Like, it's just, I think, again, uncertainty would probably be the next best word of just people don't know. Like, we saw a bunch of turnover recently. There was a round of layoffs with the Lakers as they were restructuring things on the business side. And so anytime there's an ownership change, like, I thought it was interesting the comment that they had to that Bob Iger had to the California Post, where he said they have every intention of honoring the prior agreement in terms of Jeannie Buss remaining governor for 5 years. But if things change, they'll change. And so, like, that was kind of an out there of him admitting just from the jump, like, things might change. I'm not making any guarantees or promises here. So I think because Mark Walter was already a minority owner within the Lakers, I think the transition of power and with Jeannie still leading the charge over the next 5 years with Rob Pelinka, like, there was this familiarity. They could change things like tomorrow and just have a completely new, like, everything, right? And I don't think it's going to be that drastic, but I think there is a sense of uncertainty right now of just, like, they don't know what the plans are going to be and how drastic the changes will ultimately be.
Jovan, I'm curious to you, how, if at all, does this impact the Dodgers? I mean, I don't think anyone saw this coming with Mark Walter buying the Lakers, less than a calendar year ago. Now with the Dodgers on the verge of a three-peat here, do you think that they're up for sale after the season ends?
I don't think so. To my knowledge, the conversations I've had, that has not been something that has popped up. I think that this probably means there's a number for the Dodgers, and I assume that number is incredibly high, especially with them potentially on the verge of a three-peat. Like, I'm sure there's a number that would get him to at least entertain that, but I don't think, to my knowledge, there's nothing in the works or nothing planned. But obviously, look, I mean, I didn't think the Lakers were being sold 36 hours ago, so you never know. Right. You can never say never. But clearly, I think this was a situation where, with him being federally investigated, like, I think able to flip it for a $2.5 billion profit within a year, like, I think that was an appealing outcome for him.
Back to the anything that can happen. What do you think this sale now means for, say, Rob Pelinka or JJ?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to be looked at through a new lens, and again, that there's no guarantees for their future necessarily. Now, they both signed extensions last year. They're both on the same timeline contract-wise, and I think with Rob, that the summer that they had, coupled with last year landing Luka Doncic, getting him to sign the extension, plus JJ, the success that he's had his first couple years, back-to-back 50-plus win seasons, and he's well-liked by Luka and Austin Reeves and several of the key stakeholders within the situation. Like, I do think they're both fine for now, but that doesn't mean that can't change in the future. I think between the two, I would look at Rob as typically when a new ownership group comes in, they do want to have their people in charge, and they want to put and I think the most obvious place would potentially be in the front office more so than even the coaching staff. So I think maybe, that's a conversation for next summer, depending on how this year goes. But for now, I think both are fine. Both are in good standing, and I don't foresee anything changing anytime soon. But I do think, with the new ownership, like, they're going to want to have their imprint on the organization. And that one of the easiest ways to do that is by making a front office change or by making a coaching change.
Jovan, switching gears here quickly before we let you go. Schedule did just come out for the season less than an hour ago. Obviously, we already knew Christmas, LeBron was going to be coming back. What was your biggest takeaway from the upcoming year's schedule release?
I think it's for as favorable as an 82-game schedule can be. I think it's pretty favorable for the Lakers. They only play the San Antonio Spurs and Oklahoma City Thunder 3 times each. So, like, each team in each conference gets their break in terms of who are the teams you only play 3 times. I believe there's 4 of them. And the Lakers, with 2 of those 4 being OKC and San Antonio, I think they're catching quite the break with that. They do have the Grammy trip, which is always one of the toughest parts of the season. They have a pretty tough stretch in December, pretty tough stretch to end the year. But I think if you look at that schedule, first 10 games, first 15 games, and they have 3 5-game homestands, 14 back-to-backs. Like, I think the schedule actually shook out in their favor as much as is possible when we're looking at these things in August. So I think the fact that they only play OKC and San Antonio 3 times each, like, that's a home run outcome for the Lakers. So I think this is a team that, like, I think that right now their over-under is somewhere in the mid-40s. That, to me, like, I would smash the over on that. I think this is a group that's going to win 50-plus for the 3rd straight year.
Love it.
Jovan, we so appreciate you taking the time to talk with us on your vacation. I hope that you actually get to enjoy some of the next 2 weeks, but this is what always happens. When you go on vacation, that's when the big news hits.
Yeah, where to next? Where did you say you were boarding a flight to?
I'm in Germany right now. This is where my wife is from. And then we're going to Serbia, where my dad is from. Also seeing some family out there, then closing it in Italy.
Wow.
Well, hit me up for Italy, Rex. I can't help you with Serbia, but Italy, Rex, I've got you.
Jovan, have the best time ever. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, man. Enjoy.
Thank you both. Talk soon.
All right, see ya.
That's a hell of a trip.
Dude.
I'm
when
jealous.
you have family, like, in Europe,
Right.
like, that's...
Family makes it less of a vacation. Like, people are like, oh my God, you're going to New York? I'm like, this is
You don't
not
understand.
a vacation.
So it's so funny. So, like, I'm 100% European, but, like, all over Europe.
Okay.
But I studied abroad in Italy, and it's my favorite.
Where in Italy? Florence? Okay. I figured you were going to say that.
Right?
I studied in Florence, and I fell in love 3 times while I was there.
No, I was with my
you didn't
now
have
husband.
your eat, pray, love moment.
I know, I didn't. No, but I had my, like, eat, drink, fun, travel the country,
Florence,
like,
they've
everywhere.
got the wine windows.
Dude.
Did you experience that?
We just walked around with bottles of beer.
It's amazing.
I don't know what I'm like, you can just walk around with drinks in Florence anyway. So I'm like, it's like Vegas vibes. Like, everyone just gets a bottle and you're sitting out, like, on the stairs or, like, on the street somewhere. But, like, I feel like I don't have Italian in my blood, but, like, I feel like I'm an honorary Italian. Like, I got a guy for everything. I got a guy for everything.
I don't know if that's Italian. That's like New York, New Jersey Italian. We can get into that on the other side. But,
all right, guys, we gotta take a quick break here. When we come back, how much would you pay for Week 1 NFL game that's coming up next here on Brock and Alex?
Best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah,
2 truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I give voice. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
2 truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Yeah,
names.
I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? Yes. There was. I got the quote.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And we just had Jovan Buha on, host of Buha's Block, NBA reporter, Lakers insider, who's on... So funny. On vacation when all the news drops, whether it was the sale of the Lakers team happening yesterday, the schedule release dropping today, and we were literally looking at the schedule like live on air when it happened. And I the way my brain works, I need my visuals need to be a lot better. This is a whole bunch of lists.
Oh, a
numbers.
little PDF on your phone doesn't do it for you?
What is this? No, I need photos of the teams. I need it
I need
also,
logos. I need a picture of their best player.
Was not computing the way I wanted it to. And something that Jovan mentioned is there's only, out of 4 teams, you're going to face them 3 times, right?
Right.
Is what he was saying.
Out of the 15 teams in your conference, 14 others, you're going to face 10 of them 4 times and 4 of them 3 times.
Yes, thank you.
So the odds that the top 2 teams in the Western Conference are the
Lakers,
2 teams that you're seeing 3 times.
Exactly. 2 of their 4 teams are the Spurs and OKC that they're only facing 3 times, not 4. And that's something we looked at too, because you're they face them 4 times, and I'm I'm only counting 3 on here. But again, we're going live in a minute. So am I missing an OKC? Am I missing a Spur? So that that is so favorable when you look at this Lakers schedule with all of the outside noise that has happened this season, whether it's LeBron leaving, a completely new restructured Lakers roster around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, the sale of the actual team, nobody knowing what's going on, even asking Jovan, he's there's so much uncertainty within the building, anything can happen and it can all change tomorrow. Nobody knows. We had Arash Markazi on the show too, and he said he had people texting him hey, do you know what's going to happen to my job? To have that kind of anxiety within the building is insane. So we're looking for the little bits of positivity right now in Lakers world and Lake Show. And I think this can be one of them when you look at the Lakers schedule.
Yeah, it's definitely a favorable one. And by the way, I want to give Jovan the credit he deserves. He's in Germany right now.
He's on vacation.
It's 10 p.m. Not only is he on vacation, but it's 10 p.m.
Way to go. Well,
So joining our show, if you had called me, and don't get me wrong, Alex, I love you and I love the people here at the Fan.
No, I'm off the grid.
If I was in Italy right now and
Absolutely
they were
not.
hey, Joe, 10 p.m., I'd be
no.
I mean, if you want me 4 Negronis in slurring my words, then sure. But
also 10 p.m. Yeah, we are when you're on a European vacation.
You're at dinner at 10 p.m.
Dude, I'm waking up with a spritz.
Right.
I am having drinks throughout the day.
Absolutely.
And then dinner time, 10 p.m.
I don't know how they do it in
I'm
Germany,
still...
but in Italy, I mean,
that's
you
when you go to
studied
dinner.
There. That's 9 p.m., 10 p.m. It's dinner time.
I tried to go to dinner at 7 p.m.
Oh,
when I first got
you.
to
They were
what are you
stupid
doing?
American.
Jeff, my husband and I did that when we were in Greece too. We were in Mykonos, and I was okay, I'm hungry, let's go. And it was everything's closed. I was why can't I get something to eat? They're come back at 10.
6 or 7 p.m. is your aperitivo. You get a spritz, you get some olives and some nuts, and that's
get ready, take a little your
photo
second
op.
kind of relaxation of the
great
day.
I mean, you take your Instagram pictures before dinner, right? No one wants to take them after dinner,
but,
so you take
the sun
them at 6,
doesn't
7.
set till 11.
Yeah,
it's
that's
insane.
True, depending on the time of year. Yeah,
it's wild.
Oh, I want to be in Europe right now.
I know.
Jovan's doing it right.
My European summer is in my little kiddie pool in my backyard this year with my child. I'm yay.
And mine is in my apartment pool in Brentwood.
We're doing great, okay?
We're thriving.
We're thriving. We're living through our espressos that we are drinking way too much of at home.
Yeah, I know. I love that we were comparing our espresso tendencies during the break there because you guys all know Brock won't touch coffee until 1 p.m.
So yeah, he's finishing his tea now, and then at the break, he goes and gets his coffee at 1 o'clock. He's very strict.
That's incredible. I love the regimen. I mean, I'm pretty strict with a lot of things, but I am a pot of espresso, not a cup, not 2. I am a 6-shot mocha pot
I would
espresso
open with a quad.
Okay.
I wake up with a quad.
Yeah, I have two triples. That's my morning.
Yeah.
I had one as soon as I got up, and then I had one in the car right over here.
Yeah.
And
same.
Yeah.
But Italy will do that to you.
I import all my grinds from Naples. I am very strict on this stuff.
I had no idea until I studied. I didn't drink caffeine.
until I studied abroad. I had to,
really?
no, it was bad. I had to like kind of take a break from it, and then I picked it back up during COVID.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna make coffee all the time, and then I like became like this like coffee connoisseur. And then like my big gift to myself when I got a new show was like I bought myself the Breville,
Oh yeah.
the espresso machine, and this was like chef's kiss. It's still like my baby. That's
only for you, right? Like you're not making that for guests. Yep. No.
They get the pot.
Yeah.
They get the
mocha pot.
They get the mocha pot.
I love
so I
it.
have the big one and the small one,
Yeah.
which is like how you make espresso when you're in Italy. But
Right.
like that's all you have. You literally are living and surviving off of espresso.
I just
in
love it
Italy.
because it takes time. Like there's an art to it. Like
Oh,
it's
it's
not just you
delicious.
press a button. And don't get me wrong, I like a good Nespresso, but it's not
No.
like you press a button
No, I
and
would
it's
never.
done. It's like 20 minutes. You have to earn it. The whole
Yes.
apartment smells like
It's
it. Like
delicious.
it's my morning ritual. I
Oh,
love
I'm-
it. I
oh,
can't
I'm with
imagine
you.
waiting till 1 p.m.
No, I am right there with you. Like, okay, guys, and we got to all of this talking about Jovan Buha joining the show while
From
he's
here.
on vacation. So we really appreciate that. But yeah, Lakers schedule, the positives, I guess I just have to go with the fact that they're playing the top two teams only 3 times this season in the Spurs and OKC, and that's what I'm going to stick with.
And their division might not be that tough at the end of the day. Like I expect Phoenix to be better. Golden State, those guys keep getting older. I mean, you know,
opening the season, it just doesn't have the same pizzazz opening the
that
season.
it's not LeBron versus Steph.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same exact thing. I almost would have rather they open with Dallas.
It's
storyline wise, Luka.
Yeah, sure. That could work.
I feel like they're lacking storylines, which is crazy for Los Angeles.
What do you mean lacking storylines? They just like got sold yesterday. Nobody knows what's going to go
On
down.
the court.
Don't go anywhere, you guys. Hour number 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, or if you want to, head over to YouTube, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. What a day, you guys. This has been the weirdest Lakers offseason in a really long time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how to describe it. With yesterday, the news of the sale, Mark Walter breaking that he's selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, less than a year after he bought the team from the Buss family. When we had Jovan Buha on last hour, he was talking about kind of like, we didn't think that was going to happen last year, but he was a minority owner. So like the transition in the ownership was a little more smooth. This one literally came out of left field. Mark Walter, who also owns the Dodgers and is under federal investigation for tax
fraud, evasion,
is all the above. A lot of stuff that's not
what
really
all the billionaires are doing nowadays,
Literally, who's happy about all this? Steve Ballmer. No one's looking into him in the Clippers anymore right now.
All of a sudden, no one's talking about Kawhi Leonard and that. By the way, is Kawhi's still on the Clippers technically, right? That trade with the Toronto Raptors has not gone through. No one's talking about that all of a sudden.
Can we just everyone understands billionaires aren't doing things by the books ever. That's why they are billionaires.
I read something the other day, and it was like to achieve that level of wealth, like Elon Musk level, multi-billion. Well, he's a trillionaire now, although I think it fluctuates depending on the SpaceX stock every other day.
Insane.
Because that stock's plummeted lately. But to achieve that kind of wealth, I was reading, they said a normal person, not normal meaning of lesser intelligence, but someone who has normal emotions, someone who has empathy, can't do that because the amount of people that you have to step on and just ruin on your way there.
And screw over?
Yeah. 100%.
No, you have to be ruthless.
A normal good human being can likely not. You can be a millionaire, you can be a multimillionaire.
Yeah. But billionaire.
It's rare.
Yeah.
Unless, you can go the LeBron route. I think LeBron's a pretty stand-up human. Considering all the athletes you hear scandals, affairs, this and that. LeBron
what
did it.
He has done off the court for the community,
endorsement deals, and
the schools, everything like that, making a difference, giving back.
Right, and he got to his billions not really by screwing people over, by being a world-class athlete, maybe the best ever, and getting the endorsement deals, and God, sneakers can make you a billionaire. We saw it with Jordan, and we're seeing it with LeBron and Steph and all these guys. The shoe deals are outstanding, but most billionaires do have to step on some people along the way.
I think the Jeff Bezos' former wife, Mackenzie Scott, is probably the nicest.
She is amazing.
Kindest
Who
billionaire.
gives back more than her? Yeah. What she does for HBCUs, and
it's wild.
She's giving back so much.
When we're talking about good billionaires, she also inherited and was with him in the beginning. She's not the one stepping on and doing all the who knows, but I guess if we were going to say if there was a good one out there, Mackenzie Scott.
Absolutely. She's got my vote for favorite billionaire.
Yeah, of Jeff Bezos. If we're slim picking, but you guys, yeah.
But just to put this into perspective right now,
okay.
We've spent so much of this show talking about the Lakers, right?
Yes.
It is August 13th.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Dodgers gunning for a three-peat in the dog days of summer right now. You've got Aaron Donald, the best defensive player in Rams franchise history, likely coming out of retirement. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yes.
Teaming up with Myles Garrett, the current best defensive player on the planet.
Yes.
And we've spent, I would say, over 50% of the show talking about the Lakers in August. That's how groundbreaking and monumental and massive this news is. That, the Lakers shouldn't even be on our mind. Schedule release today, cool. Maybe spend a few minutes on it on a normal day.
Yeah.
But like you said at the beginning of this hour, this has just been the weirdest offseason in recent memory.
And it's not, again,
not for the right reasons necessarily either.
It's not positive. And especially what this Lakers franchise has meant to the city of LA. And we talked about this off the top of the show. For so long, there was such a connection to the Buss family.
Yeah.
Their business was the Lakers. Now what you see in billionaire owners, owning a team is a write-off for a lot of these billionaires. It's not where they are making their money. They're not necessarily involved in the community the same way that the Buss family was.
Right. That's a big issue with Major League Baseball right now, why they're headed towards a lockout. Because the owners, most of them, just view it as a way to, as a P&L statement as opposed to an actual franchise and team that you're running.
But let's look at our two teams, right? Because you're a Mets fan, Steve Ballmer, and then you got the Dodgers, Mark Walter, who, again, now the big question mark is, like, how is this sale also going to affect the Dodgers if he's liquidating all of his assets?
Yeah, Jovan didn't seem to think that the Dodgers were up for sale. I think this offseason, with that impending lockout, I think the Dodgers are absolutely, Call Walter up with a number he likes. I think they're up for sale.
You know what? We have Stan Kasten, who was asked about this at the Dodgers yesterday. Shay, can you pull this up? After the Lakers sale going through, he was asked about how this is going to affect the Dodgers, and this is what he had to say.
It's just that I talked to some of you earlier on background, and I told you I'd go on the record if you need it. And as I say, this is a Lakers story. It's not really a Dodger story. It really has nothing to do with the Dodgers. They're completely separate. And so there are no changes here or contemplated here. And I think that pretty much is the whole story. But you probably have questions that I won't be able to answer. So take your best shot.
Yeah, that is not the whole story. Your voice is shaking. Yes, of course. If you need it, I'll give you some
I want to play
quotes.
poker with that guy.
Dude, he is giving it away immediately.
Yep. I want to play poker and take his lunch money.
Not one thing he said there, I believe.
No. And it's one thing, like, if you're going to lie to me, at least come up with a decent lie.
Well, especially to people, this is their job.
I've been lied to so many times in my life. Like, don't insult my intelligence just blatantly to my face.
It's so bad.
Pathetic.
That's so bad, you guys. So, yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen with the Dodgers this season, but they are in the midst of a three-peat. They are in a current dynasty right now. They are the most valuable. They just made $1 billion in revenue last year, the first time a Major League Baseball team has done that. If there was ever a time to sell, it's when they are at their peak, and this is when they're at their peak.
Sell
and if
high.
we're already seeing Mark Walter flip the Lakers in under a year, buying them for $10 billion, which was the biggest sale in sports history, to then sell them less than a year later for $12.5 billion. It ain't off the table.
No, not at all. Look, I mean, it's just like the stock market. Buy low, sell high, right?
Yeah.
What's higher than a three-peat? I mean, a three-peat is going to be far from guaranteed. Obviously, 2027, we might not get a season. I've been saying 4th of July. I think 4th of July opening day.
You think it's going back that far?
I think 4th of July opening day is my official call.
Because these billionaires don't want to lose that kind of money. Like, think about how many millions of dollars they are going to be losing, even in spring training, every game that they lose. But come the regular season,
they're stubborn, though. They don't want to lose. I mean, think about the ego. They don't want to lose their argument. They don't want to lose their case in court. Like,
so we're going back to the mindset of a billionaire again.
Yeah,
these
they're
are
ruthless.
evil humans.
I'm not going to say that they're all evil, but I'm going to say a lot of them suck. Yeah, a lot of them
If you
stink.
pull back the curtain on how every single one of these billionaires made their money,
yeah, a lot of them
you're
suck.
not going to be happy about any of them.
100%.
You're not going to be happy about any of them.
And I am far from a billionaire defender. I mean, this is our first time working together. Cody and I had some fun on this last week. Like, I don't really empathize with these people. No, because they don't empathize with anyone else.
Absolutely not.
So
there's no concept of reality with these people.
None at all. I do think with their egos that this is going to drag on a long time. I've been saying opening day. I mean, if I just threw 4th of July out there as like a fun date, but I think opening day will be in the summer.
No.
Will be post June 20th, June 21st, summer solstice.
Opening day is usually like end of March?
Late March, yeah.
Because it's
March
moved
27th,
up.
28th, depending, yeah.
I'll say end of April.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
we're
think
gonna
so?
give
You
it a
think we
month.
might get like 140 games?
Yes.
I think we're looking at like an
think...
82 game season, like hoops and hockey. I think we're going to miss a substantial
also,
chunk.
Like,
they're not even close.
Like,
they're
not
on different...
mad about it. How would you feel about, like, if baseball, again, they won't do it because they want all the money, but there are so many games in baseball, it's insane.
I've been saying for a long time it should be 128.
Short.
That would be like the perfect number.
At least one day off a week.
162
you
is
need
too
at least
much.
one day off a week.
162 is too many. They'll never shorten it because of the TV
that's what
rights.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
and the money.
It'll never happen. But yeah, I think 128 would be a perfect number. I think 80 is too short. Like,
Yeah.
I look back at the COVID season, 60 stunk. And I know, you know,
it was so weird.
Dodger fans aren't complaining.
I
because
was working for the Angels during that time, and you guys,
Yeah.
it felt like you were at practice with no one in the stadium. That was the weirdest
Such
thing.
weird vibes. I mean, you had, like, I recall vividly, like a Mets-Yankees doubleheader where they were making up a game that got canceled. I don't know if it got canceled for COVID or for a rainout, but it was supposed to be a split doubleheader, which they've done in the past, maybe only once or twice, but one game in Queens, one game in the Bronx.
Why?
And they just played both in the Bronx that day, and the Mets were the home team at
Weird.
Yankee Stadium.
Weird.
It was bizarre.
Weird.
That was such a weird season, but 60 games was way too few. You need much, like, because that's a sprint. That's not, baseball's supposed to be a marathon.
It is. And
that was just a total sprint, and it was weird, but hey, it resulted in a ring for the Dodgers.
Yeah, the beginning of their dynasty.
Yeah, a lot of people tried to poo-poo that as like a Mickey Mouse World Series.
Absolutely not. Every other team had the opportunity to get it.
Yeah,
I'm just going to put that out there. Like literally every team had the opportunity to win it.
But you know what?
But because it's
even
LA.
if you're going to, they've shut everyone up the past couple of years.
Yeah,
and they got a chance. Big series this weekend,
dude.
I'm excited for this. They're getting Milwaukee at the right time. 3 straight losses down the road in San Diego.
Right.
You're coming in with 2 very hittable, gettable pitchers. Games 1 and 2 before Mizorowski game 3. You're also missing Kyle Harrison, which works out nicely for the Dodgers. Even though Harrison did get lit up his last start, he's still, you know, their number 2 arm behind Mizorowski. You got a chance here to walk away with the 1 seed, or at least to be in that position after the weekend.
Yeah, anytime you're looking up, which doesn't happen often for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
When you're facing a team in the standings that you're looking up at, like not a familiar feeling.
Doesn't
for
happen
the Dodgers.
often, but also this team has not necessarily prioritized, you know, regular season
Because it
success
doesn't matter.
in recent years.
Doesn't matter.
Get
As
to the
long as
playoffs.
you get to, every other team has a mindset of like, we got to get to October. The Dodgers are, we got to be healthy for October.
Right.
And that's the other thing you have to consider too. Like when you are in these dog days of summer and you see maybe a Mookie go through a little stretch or the Dodgers going through and losing 3 series in a row, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It does not matter. Why? Because then you have a series like Kansas City where it wasn't pretty, but they got the sweep.
Right.
And now you're in a different mindset heading in to face the Brewers. Now, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, 1 price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. So when you're looking at this 4-game series against the Brewers, what they just did against Kansas City. We started the show off with it where it's like there were some positives, and I would say like
you seemed happier with the series than I was.
The bats finally woke up. Well, because I don't need like a dominant performance. What I want to see is guys like fighting tooth and nail and be able to pull off a win. And they got their 35th comeback win of the season. The Dodgers are the comeback kings. They're going to figure it out. And when you have moments like that, when you come back and you fight for something, I feel like there's a little more heart and soul in it opposed to just like a dominating performance, meaning you're going to get a little more umph and there's only room for improvement at that point. So I felt good about the series because it wasn't minus Blake Snell. I will say he was fantastic.
And that was my bright spot
That's
of
all
the
that
entire
needed to
series.
happen. That's all that needed to happen.
More than, like I said earlier, the stat, the 10 strikeouts, the 1 run allowed. The fact that he went out there for 6 innings, that was the best part of that to me, because I really thought first start back from injury, just second start this season, he'd be on a much shorter leash, much tighter pitch count. And seeing him 84 pitches, 6 up downs, his first time back, I'm like, oh, this guy's ready for the playoffs tomorrow.
Did you hear his post-game sound? He literally
sounded a little baked.
No, bro.
Did you
so
not?
no, I'm like, it sounds like he's reading me a bedtime story. I'm like, Blake Snell is reading me a bedtime story right now. So this was at Shay, do we have it? Of Snell talking about the emotions after this game. Just because, again, like he had 1 start before going on the IL and getting the surgery to remove the loose bodies in his elbow, and then came out and had that absolutely dominating performance after not a great rehab stint.
Right.
But this is what he had to say after the game.
I felt like Atlanta helped me a lot just with how it felt, the results. Pretty frustrating to have that as my only start and then have to rehab, go through all that to come back. So, I just had a lot of information from that game that helped me with this one on what I want to do differently and how I wanted to start. So definitely happy that I was more aggressive, more in the zone, and more just in control of my emotions for being the first one back.
He is very in control of his emotions.
I was just going to.
Like, that is a calm.
You beat me to it.
Smooth man right there.
Yeah. It's the reason Major League Baseball doesn't test for certain things anymore.
Dude, it's not happening
I'm not
that
against it.
fast.
I
that
love
was
it.
That was literally right after a start.
Yeah, I think as soon as your 6 innings are done, you go make sure that shoulder feels right. A little something to get the edge off. Allegedly. Who knows? Sound a little Gavin Stone.
So, man, he just read me my bedtime story. Like, that's what that sounded like.
I love Blake.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Biggest
Talk
mistake
about
Tampa Bay ever made was pulling him in that 2020 World Series when they did.
Well, no,
that
probably the best
solidified that he
because
was out.
that like released the Snellzilla.
Yeah, I think that solidified too
Yeah.
that he was done with Tampa.
Oh yeah, bye.
But
thank you, because then that led to him
coming here,
slowly making his journey to LA.
Yeah, San Diego first and then here. But he's a beast. He's a different cat too. Like, he's got weird new age, big on streaming, like video games.
Did you see when he was streaming while he was injured and fans were in the chat talking trash, like, come on, you should feel better. He's like, what, do you want me to tell my show? Feel better. I hope you feel better. Like,
he's a great character. I love the
he's in on
personalities on
it.
this team. You know, like, I have this conversation a lot because obviously I'm not a Dodger fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I, for the majority of my life, really hated the Dodgers.
Oh,
you know,
good.
And it's not, and they weren't.
Hate us because you ain't us,
Well,
baby.
I mean, they weren't even bullying baseball in my childhood. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I remember
But they were great. It's LA.
06, the Mets knocked him out of the playoffs. 15, the Mets knocked him out of the playoffs. Like,
Yeah.
they weren't the big bad bullies that
But
they are
is it
now.
because like Brooklyn Dodgers is just always this
Bingo.
like being a part of that?
Right,
like,
because if
you
they never
can't.
left New York, I'd be a Dodger fan. My
Oh,
grandparents
now
were
you're
all
sad.
big Brooklyn Dodger fans,
Brutal.
so it doesn't affect me. But yeah, it broke their
Brutal.
hearts when the Dodgers left.
Uh-huh.
The thing is with this team, so I've always naturally just, you know, had this disdain for the Dodgers. And now they're a dynasty, so you naturally want to hate the dynasty. But if
can't.
you look at the characters on this team, they're such a likable squad. Shohei and Mookie and Freddie and
thank you.
Snell. I mean, it really is a likable
Freddie?
group. Freddie's as likable as they come.
I know.
Yeah.
Muncy, like the comeback story of a lot of these players too. Like people go like, "Oh my God, they're paying everybody." We can talk about the Mets paying everybody and being one of the worst teams in baseball. Like opposite ends of the spectrums are two
Yeah.
franchises here. You got the Dodgers who are in the midst of a
100%.
dynasty, and the Mets who are just
and
the
that's the
worst team
argument
in baseball.
against the owners in this lockout. It's like,
Yeah.
y'all want a salary cap. The Mets actually have a higher payroll than the Dodgers. Now, you know, there's some maneuvering there, like the deferments, or, you know, if Shohei's Ohtani,
They've deferred $1 billion.
Shohei Ohtani's salary was on the books for this year,
Yeah.
the Dodgers would be number 1. But either way, the Mets would be number 2.
Yeah.
And they stink. And they have got like the 3rd, 4th worst record in the National League right now. So spending money like a drunken sailor does not equate to winning. It's got to be
You
strategically
calling
done in pieces.
Uncle Steve,
Uncle Steve
is a drunken sailor?
Yeah, well, you should hear the discourse Cody and I have when it comes to David Stearns, the president of baseball ops. He is just a sad, pathetic little man running the Mets.
Oh, I'm sorry for you.
Yeah, he's running them like a poverty franchise. This isn't
Yeah.
Milwaukee anymore, you know? But the Mets allowed that to happen.
Is it Milwaukee
The
anymore? Meanwhile, the
Dodgers-
Brewers are coming into town and they have the best record in baseball.
Right, well, that won't last for long. I think the Dodgers are going to be in the 1 seed going into Saturday's national TV primetime game.
Okay, so what are you going to be looking for tonight, kicking off this 4-game set?
From the bats, Shane Drohan's a guy coming in from the left side who is going to be relegated to the bullpen in the playoffs. He's not part of their long term. He's young. He's a rookie. He's 27, a little bit of an older rookie. But he's not part of, I think, like any long term rotation makeup in Milwaukee. I want to see the Dodgers attack him.
Okay.
You know, be selective. He can be a little wild at times, but when he's in the zone, he doesn't have much plus stuff. He's going to try to mix it up. You know, with like 4 or 5 different pitches that he throws about 12% plus of the time. I want to see them be aggressive when he's in the zone, and I want to see Roki just like air it out. You know, when I think of Roki airing it out, I think of that start at Yankee Stadium, fresh out of the All-Star break. I want to see that Roki.
The massive glove.
Yeah, the massive
where
glove.
they finally figured out the tipping pitches, and it literally looks like a cartoon glove.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
It's pretty funny. I mean, but he had 25 pitches in that game of 100 or more. Like, he was throwing gas like we'd never seen in a starting role out of Roki. We've seen that gas out of the bullpen, but I want to see him air it out. I want to see this lineup get to Drohan early.
Yeah.
I want to see some dominance. Now, it's easier said than done against a team with the best record in baseball, but against Kansas City, my gripe was that, yes, they won the games. I didn't see any dominant fashion against the 4th worst team in baseball, the Kansas City Royals. Go out there tonight against Drohan.
Yeah.
Smack him around. I want to see like a comfortable win. They haven't had a comfortable win in over 2 weeks.
See, it's okay. I'm okay with that.
Right? Haven't all
I wanna
four of
see
their
that fight.
wins. So what are they, like 4-8 in their last 12, and they've all been by 1 or 2 runs, the 4 wins?
And 35th comeback win of the season last night.
That's all good and well.
Yeah.
Go have a dominant one. I want to see them smack Drohan is a guy that they can get to. Smack him around. They have a real chance to go into Saturday up 2-0 in this series, and then you're playing with house money Saturday, Sunday against 2 great arms in Wizarowski, and don't forget Henderson, who's a great arm for the Brewers. So I want to see the Dodgers really jump down their throat Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, you guys. Game 1 of the Brewers-Dodgers series. First pitch is tonight at 7:10. Roki Sasaki taking the mound for the Dodgers. Yeah, we need to continue to see this consistency.
Yeah.
But what a switch and a turn of narrative between Robleski and Roki Sasaki the second half of the season. We'll talk more Dodgers Brewers in just a bit. We got to take a quick break here. When we come back, NBA schedule is out. How's it looking for the Lakers? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team when clearly that wasn't his original plan isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today. I don't know.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like The Mandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught
That
it.
was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's amazing, Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
You don't say.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap. I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, we've been talking a lot of Lake Show the last few days. Obviously, the big news that dropped yesterday, former, I guess, owner of the Lakers, current owner of the Dodgers, Mark Walter, selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner less than a year after he bought the team, and basically flipping the Lakers for a cool $2.5 billion. So that's really been the conversation, the mood, vibe killer in LA the last 24 hours.
I'm really curious if this is a one-off or if we're going to see more of this in sports.
What do you mean, like with the billionaire owners?
Yeah, because, we talk, and obviously I feel like we've talked about ownership recently in sports talk more than we normally do because of the inevitable lockout that's going to come to Major League Baseball this offseason. And, more people are calling out their owners as people, bosses who essentially just view their teams as a way of profit and don't actually, value running a sports franchise. Like, there's so much more that goes into it. You've got an entire city, community behind you, people, who their lives revolve around the product that you're putting out on the field or the court.
They spend their money on season tickets.
Yeah.
I don't even, I am so, out of touch with what things cost working in sports, just because, my office was the game. My husband's a musician, so I don't know what shows and festivals cost because we're backstage. So
taking a family of 4 to a Dodgers game nowadays is
hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, and this was something I remember as a kid, and I'm 28 years old, so we're not talking, the grand scheme of things that long ago.
Yeah.
I remember in 2004 as a 6-year-old going to a Met game, and I could just pull up. My dad could get a couple tickets in the parking lot. We'd sit up in the nosebleeds, and it wouldn't break the bank to get a sausage and peppers and a soda and whatever.
Sausage and peppers. It's so weird.
New York coded.
So weird.
But it wouldn't break the bank to do that 20 years ago. Now, depending on the market you're in, but if you're in Los Angeles, like, yeah, it could be.
Dude, parking's $100.
Right. For many families, this is like a once-a-year outing.
It's insane.
It's not something that you can just on a whim, hey, let's go to the Dodger game tonight. And, these owners really are just viewing it as a means of profit. And
it is.
Flip it in 1 year, less than a calendar year, for a $2.5 billion profit is absolute insanity.
Well, that's where it's like the sketchiness comes out, considering that it was reported that this deal went down in like 72 hours. Like a phone call on Sunday, Ramona Shelburne was reporting that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, who were the favorites in the Vegas expansion team ownership group, were like, well, this is getting pretty expensive, close to the 10 bill. Why don't we just, call up and see if Mark Walter would be willing to sell the Lakers for even more. Give him an offer he can't refuse.
Do you believe that? The 72-hour thing, that this just all somehow started on Sunday?
No.
Because where was
Something's
Mark
going
Walter
down.
about 3 weeks ago?
He was at the White House giving the president a World Series ring.
Oh, and what's Josh's last name? One of the new owners?
So his brother, Josh Kushner's brother, is the president's son-in-law.
Yeah, and whatever other role he assumes. I feel like he's had in the last decade
that's just hands up.
A slew of different roles in this administration.
Yeah,
thanks to nepotism. So I mean, Walter was there 3 weeks ago, giving the president a ring for a franchise whose fan base overwhelmingly, I would say, dislikes this president and this administration. A lot of important key players on this team are not fond of this administration.
Yeah,
and yet Walter could have just gone, taken the picture, shaken President Trump's hand, exchanged pleasantries. But to present him with a ring felt like a really odd move for an owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, and then a few weeks later, now selling the team to his son-in-law's brother. I don't know. Something feels sketchy. Also, the fact that Mark
Walter's
Walter
being investigated for tax evasion and tax fraud.
Yeah.
I think the Dodgers are next. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think the Dodgers will be sold this offseason.
If they three-peat, that is the most valuable this team would ever be.
Sell high, going into a lockout, it's going to get messy.
That's insane.
If there's a salary cap and if that is imposed, which I struggle to see how they get there, but if it is imposed, that's the opposite of how Walter has, decided to go about running this franchise.
So we talk a lot about the salary cap, but what about the floor and forcing teams to
where I'm at.
Spend a certain amount of money?
Absolutely,
that
need
should
a
be
salary floor.
That's what everyone should be talking about.
Yeah, so that the Dolans in Cleveland and the Fishers with the Athletics can't get away with. I talk about these owners looking at these teams as just P&L statements, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Dolan in Cleveland. I'm talking about Fisher in Sacramento right now. Who is it? Nutting in Pittsburgh. Like. You've got Paul Skeens out there in Pittsburgh, and I know Skeens having a real down year. I think he's hurt. That's a story for another day. But, you had the young, promising core.
Yeah.
Go all in.
Yeah.
Build around that, But, we do a Skeens bobblehead day. We're going to sell out even if we're 78 and 84. It's fine. We're still going to make money. And that's how they view it, as just a way of making money instead of hey, Pittsburgh, for example, medium market comparatively in Major League Baseball.
I've heard, though, it's one of the few stadiums I have not been to, and I've heard it is one of the most beautiful.
I love that stadium.
Top 5, I've heard.
Yes, absolutely. So I've been to 15 of the 30.
Okay.
I love Pittsburgh. It's one of my favorites.
I got to actually count how many I've been to. Obviously, I traveled with the Angels for 10 years and covered a lot of all-star games. But
when you were doing it, interleague play wasn't as woven into the schedule every year as it is now. It was mainly a once-a-year thing. You play one division. So, they would only go to Pittsburgh every sixth year?
And when I took time off, it was road trips.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
I bring them up to say, incredible fan base.
Yes.
Rain or shine, they've been through a lot of bad years, incredible fan base, and yet the ownership doesn't try to give them, a product worth watching. So to Walter's credit, I mean, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that is probably not pretty.
Yeah.
But to his credit, he's put a great product out there
for the Dodgers, and we thought that's what was going to happen with the Lakers. And that's where there was hope. And I think that was the most important thing post LeBron era, now this being Luka and Austin Reeves team. And the two Lakers people that we've talked to over the last few days, whether it was Jovan Buha, who we just had on, or Raj Markazi yesterday,
everyone within the Lakers organization, and again, like Dodgers and Lakers, because he has a lot of personnel that work for both the Dodgers and the Lakers, have absolutely no idea what is going to go down.
Yeah.
And there's a sense of uncertainty. So in a little bit of a positive, I guess, bright spot for the Lakers, the schedule got released about an hour and a half ago. And the Lakers have a pretty favorable schedule. In terms of, would you say strength? I don't know if the strength of schedules has actually come out yet in the last under 2 hours. But the most notable thing is when you're playing within your division, you're playing majority of the teams 4 times, right? There's going to be 4 teams that you only play 3 times throughout the season. 2 of those 4 happen to be the 2 best teams in the league, being the Spurs and OKC. So if you're trying to find Laker fans some positives in the next, like this week, I guess, with all the uncertainty, that could be one of them. I'm searching for positive moments right now for the Lakers.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's only two games, 2 fewer games, one against San Antonio, one against OKC than I guess you would expect. Definitely a positive spin. It's you might as well go play the lottery. Like, you're going to play, of the other 14 teams, like you just said, 10 of them 4 times in the Western Conference, and only 4 of them 3 times. You land on OKC and San Antonio.
Both of them.
That's great. It's still like, it shows you how disgruntled Laker fans are and how just up in the air and in flux this organization is.
Yeah.
Because if that's what you're like reaching for to be happy about, it's like, I mean, when it comes to Laker fans, right? Like, what do they have to do this season for Laker fans to be happy? Because I feel like if they have the same ending as last year, if they're out in the second round and they're not all that competitive, should it be OKC or San Antonio? I think Laker fans are going to be pretty disgruntled.
Name it Staples again.
Yes.
Get rid of.
Even I agree with that.
Get rid of crypto.
Even the New Yorker in the room agrees with that.
Figure it out and just get that sponsorship back and
Yeah.
have it be Staples. Make it Staples Center again. Arash had this idea yesterday. Have a section where it's like affordable tickets inside the arena.
Every team should do that.
But I'm saying, like, how they have to do something to win over the Lakers fan base.
Yeah. Has it become corporate? I mean,
Immediately.
I've been to one Laker game since, like, ever. Since I lived here or ever. Has it become a very corporate crowd? Because, like, I equate
it's
it to...
LA, so it's a very who's who crowd.
Yeah, but I feel like the thing around like the Dodgers used to be, it's very LA. They show up in the 3rd inning, they leave in the 7th. It's all about the celebrities there. And now Dodger games are fun. The atmosphere is very different than it was a decade ago.
Scooble talk on a Monday. He's like, I felt like there were 40,000 fans in their seats like an hour before the game started.
Whereas it used to, be they show up late, they leave early. Oh, there's George Lopez, there's Larry David.
Well, everyone's still there.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And also, like, as someone who, like, had a working dad and had season tickets, like, once he got off work, we couldn't get there with traffic until, like, the 3rd inning.
Right.
That's just what it is. So, and
it's a whole other issue.
Growing up
4
in LA.
entrances for that whole stadium.
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it at all. But yeah, so some positives again, Lakers fans. Also, they have the most national TV games tied with the Knicks, Spurs, and 76ers. So
interesting.
Still kind of in that like top 4 teams
More
in
than
terms
OKC.
of. Well, yeah, no one really.
I mean,
I'm going to hold that back. I'm like, no one really cares.
The
Spurs,
markets aren't comparable, but like, the San Antonio is not a great market.
People
Thunder
hate watch OKC.
Yeah.
People want to see Wemby and the Spurs. Like, that is like, he is the alien. Like, that is sellable. He is a face of the league. I don't feel like OKC, yeah, cool, okay. You're one of the best teams in the league, but I don't feel like people really care.
Interesting. I mean, I guess you're not going to attract the casuals that you would in a national game. Like, diehards care because they're a phenomenal team.
Insane fan base, obviously defending champs.
I mean, come on, you have New York and Los Angeles on this list, plus Wemby and LeBron.
That's it.
Yep.
That's what sells. Like, even hearing,
I can't wait for
looking,
Christmas, by the way.
Dude, that's going to...
Don't hate me if I think Philadelphia might come in here on Christmas and just wax the Lakers. I think that they just might destroy
Lakers
them.
Need I need to see like a month of this Lakers team playing together before I have any opinions. Because this is a completely reconstructed Lakers roster with Luka leading the charge. for the first time in LA. Is
Yeah.
this going to work? I don't know. Like that starting roster from the first round of the playoffs, no one's on this starting roster now. So wild. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, Dodgers Brewers Game 1 preview. I don't know, maybe a little NFL. Where are we going to go? Stick around to find out. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
That it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like, the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah, those Bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird. Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Yeah,
names.
I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service. And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Now, we had a funny segment earlier in the show in Do You Care? LA, talking about Jaden Daniels being mad that LSU gave away his number 5. Now, mind you, LSU did not retire his number 5. He just had his attorney send LSU a cease and desist letter after the school allowed a sophomore quarterback, DJ Pickett, to wear number 5, the number that Daniels wore during his 2023 Heisman season. We both said, like, you're absolutely ridiculous. You have no right to do this. Your number is still available. And you just told me during the commercial break, DJ Pickett finally came out and said something.
He came out and said he is not changing his number. And I'm starting to, I didn't know who DJ Pickett was 3 hours ago. I love this
Now
kid
we're a
now.
fan.
I'm rooting for DJ
Now we
Pickett.
all-
And I have reasons to root against LSU, but I'm rooting for DJ Pickett this season.
Dude, I mean, that's the energy, like, I want to see.
Yeah, I love it. Also,
don't tell
Jaden
me
Daniels,
what to do.
first off, you were an incredible rookie a couple of years ago. Deserves all the credit. Got to the NFC Championship game as a rookie. That is phenomenal. I can't understate that enough. Or rather, I can't overstate that enough. Year 2, you stunk. The Commanders were an absolute free fall last year. You struggled to stay healthy and to stay on the field. Going into year 3, you're not only trying to show that, hey, my rookie season wasn't the fluke, last year was the fluke. So I'm going to get back to year 1 form. Your left tackle just went down. Laramie Tunsil's going to be out for an extended period of time here. Like, the Washington Commanders have bigger issues in front of them.
Also, like, move on.
Then, like, your college number. And we brought this up earlier.
And desist.
You weren't even at LSU for 3 or 4 years.
No.
You started at Arizona State.
Insane.
You were a transfer to Brian Kelly in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have deep ties to LSU. That's just where
No.
you were. That was your pit stop between Arizona State and the NFL.
It feels like you need something to complain about. I was a Jaden Daniels, like, kind of fan.
I loved him.
This is like giving the ick.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah,
I'm really disappointed,
This
man.
is icky.
Just play football,
So,
damn
please,
it. This is
like,
this
just
is
play
worse
well.
than Justin Herbert, Madison Beer feeding each other at training
I love
camp.
that. I'm here for
Did
all
you see
of
me
that.
feeding Cody grapes on the show the next day?
Was it beautiful?
It was a romantic
Were they
moment.
delicious?
Yeah,
I
it
love
was-
that for you guys.
I froze them
I
too
could
for
see
him.
it.
I was
Wow.
like, yeah, no, there's a lot of
That's a homie.
A lot of TLC went into those grapes.
I can tell. That's a homie looking out. Well, speaking of the AFC West, they are back in action tonight with both the Raiders and Chargers opening their 2026 preseasons, and there's a lot to look for both of these teams. Obviously, new coaches, new systems, a couple different position battles, but looking at the Raiders playing the Cardinals, Fernando Mendoza. Do we think we're going to see him tonight? Has it been announced yet that we're going to see him tonight? Because that would be the biggest reason to watch.
I don't think there's really going to be a quarterback competition between him and Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins should be starting the season. Like, there is no reason that Kirk Cousins will not be QB1 come the opening game. But for Fernando Mendoza, what are you going to be looking for during this like kind of preseason stretch for him?
Just the speed of it all. You know, it's a faster game, even in the preseason where you're not getting, your A team out there, at least not for, an opener situation like this. It's faster. And I think that's when you look at the quarterback on the other side for the Arizona Cardinals tonight, Carson Beck. I think that's what impressed a lot of people in the Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and the Panthers was the speed at which Beck was moving, getting the ball out quickly. And so, for Mendoza, can you just match that energy? Like, I'm not big on Beck, and this is what's interesting here also storyline-wise. This was the national championship game. Beck at Miami, Mendoza at Indiana. I think Carson Beck, and maybe it's a lazy comparison because he also went to Georgia. They're not exactly built the same, but I'm low on Beck. I call him a Stetson Bennett 2.0 in the sense of, like, he's going to be a great preseason quarterback, and that's pretty much the ceiling. Like, I don't think Carson Beck is going to see a lot of meaningful minutes in the regular season in this league, whereas I think Mendoza could be a superstar. But I just want to see him, kind of go out there and replicate what Beck did in that Hall of Fame game. Be efficient. I want to see the decision making. Is it there? Is he overwhelmed by the moment? Or, is he going to get rid of the ball quick? Is he going to watch things break down, recognize things, and be able to act on it? And I think knowing Mendoza and what we've seen of him, I think he'll be fine, but I'm not reading too much into it either way because it's week 1 of the preseason.
I mean, but you hope so because they had one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. And
they put a lot of money into that this offseason.
So that's kind of the other thing you got to be watching. Can this O-line protect Fernando Mendoza? Because the fight that broke out between Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby during training camp was like, hey, I just got by you like that. And obviously he ended up hitting Kirk Cousins on his throwing arm while he was wearing the red shirt jersey, which is the big no. Like you're wearing that as the do not touch, especially like this is your new, again, veteran quarterback that is trying to mentor and help Fernando Mendoza become the future of your franchise. So along with Fernando Mendoza, can this O-line really protect him? But another guy to keep your eye on, and I'm curious to see what the Raiders do in terms of playing their starters, but Ashton Genty, because we still haven't seen his full potential of what he can be.
Yeah, and I don't think Genty has yet earned the right to, sit out the entire preseason or anything. Like Genty, maybe you throw him out there. It's funny, though, I want to get back to the offensive line because you mentioned that. Like, I just don't see a lot of their better O-linemen getting much run here week 1. Like Linderbaum, they just paid him a boatload of money. He's one of the best centers, maybe the best center in the National Football League. I'm not playing him week 1, and I would love to see him and Mendoza work together, but I'm not sending Linderbaum out there after giving him that contract week 1 in the preseason.
Fair.
So I don't even know what the offensive line, that's the thing about preseason football. And I hear people, I love betting preseason football. I'm like, look, I do a lot of work in the sports gambling space. I am so out on the preseason.
Well, because you have no idea what to expect.
Right. And like, a lot of the handicap for people who do want to bet preseason, like a lot of it goes into the quarterbacks and just the quarterbacks.
That's fair.
But I don't know what this offensive line is going to look like. I don't know what the defense is going to look like. There's so many unknowns, and that's why, I'll admit I'm excited for football season to come back in less than a month. Preseason doesn't get the juices flowing for me that much. It really doesn't.
I think it's more of a let's see the depth of this team. And like you said, everyone's kind of watching the rookie quarterback, backup quarterback situation. What are we going to be working with?
Mendoza's worth watching, but a lot of guys in that field tonight are not going to be on the roster come September.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's move to Chargers against the Texans. Our Chargers, obviously, Mike McDaniel being the biggest pickup that they got this season. And when you're working with a new offensive coordinator, obviously new schemes, new everything else, are you expecting to see any, if any, and how much of this starting lineup to make at least a play or two for the Chargers?
Yeah, it's another thing. Like week 1, first of 3 games, I don't know if they're going to be out there at all. I can't imagine Herbert's going to suit up.
Okay.
McConkey, year 3 for him. Maybe a drive. Like he's a guy who I want to see what McDaniel gets out of McConkey.
Okay.
This is that's the storyline. Look at this Chargers offense this year. Obviously, the O-line staying healthy is massive and imperative for any success they're going to have. Slater and Alt last year, losing them was a big blow. But which McConkey are you getting? Like Jaden Daniels, year 1, rookie McConkey, who was a stud, or year 2, who seemed to take a step back? That's the storyline with them.
I'm also excited to just see Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh on the sideline together. Like, this duo,
Couple of characters.
I want them mic'd up. Like, I hope they're mic'd up. I hope we're getting, like,
Hard
obviously
Knocks
they're not Hard
Chargers.
Knocks, but, like, Chargers are doing their own kind of, like, behind-the-scenes docu-series with these two guys.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a more, like, entertaining coaching duo than Jim Harbaugh, who is Ted Lasso, because Ted Lasso's character was literally based off of Jim Harbaugh, and now Mike McDaniel. Like that's what I want to see.
They're just so different. McDaniel is like, he belongs in LA, like laid back, chill
Well, he had
dude.
the Miami vibes, like with
Right.
like the glasses,
And then Harbaugh is
hair.
like telling Herbert and Madison Beer to attack every day with vicious excitement unknown to mankind.
You know what? That was really kind. Okay, he was standing
Kind
up.
or creepy? I thought it was a little
creepy.
weird.
So when you think of him like Ted Lasso, then it's not creepy, okay? Because this came as like a Ted Lasso vibe. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me and Joe. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.